Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Triace 2017. Today we're going to be celebrating over 22 years of action RPG gaming by destroying those 22 years in just about 2 days. So, I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. It's early morning here in not so sunny California right now. So, hopefully you guys will enjoy this as much as I will. Anyway, I'm going to hand it off over to Ridix, who will be running Star Ocean, Integrity, and Faithlessness for the PlayStation 4. So sit tight, relax, and it's going to be a pretty sick, hopefully less than 7 hours. So go ahead, man.
Hello everyone, I am Rudix, and today I will in fact be running not the first Star Ocean game, despite the fact that this has absolutely no number after it, but we are going to refer to it as Star Ocean 5 because I don't feel like saying Integrity and Faithlessness every single time. Having said that, are you ready to start timing?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'll give you a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, everyone. Welcome to Star Ocean 5. Just a few quick things to note before I really start going here. I will be using a DLC item to make this as marathon safe as possible. It's kind of makes the run like illegit for any sort of records or anything like that, but I do want to make this as marathon safe as I possibly can. The item I will be using increases your experience points gained by 30%. So it'll just help me to stay a few levels higher for the sake of HP, really. Not much else other than that. Another thing to note is most of the cutscenes in this game are these like dialogue sections that are kind of going on here. They are all unskippable. There are a few actual like cutscenes in the game that will be skippable, but I think there's only about like 6 or 7 of them, which is one of the reasons why this game is so long compared to the other Star Ocean games. The text actually displays at its own speed. I have no control over it whatsoever. I say whatsoever, but there's a few spots where I can kind of control when the text starts displaying, that sort of thing. So like up here when I go to talk to Mickey and such, as long as Fidel is moving, some of the text will actually start sooner because it's based on when certain actions are performed, like emotes, I should say, are performed by Fidel. So if you're moving, it doesn't actually do the emote, and it just automatically starts the dialogue. Also, a lot of times, since I have no control over the speed of the text, I'll just be moving towards my next destination. They'll put this like big invisible, slightly invisible wall that won't actually let you leave the area that you're in as long as the dialogue is going on. Most of the time I just face the camera away and head towards my next destination. But for you all's entertainment and for those of you that have never actually seen this game, most of the time I'll try to keep the camera in the action just so you guys have something to keep you from falling to sleep, basically. There is a lot of dialogue in this game. I would say out of the 7 hours or so, around maybe 4.5 to 5 hours of that is actually just these dialogue sequences here. So if you're unfamiliar with the story, it's all going to be happening today. The few sections that I do skip, I will explain for those of you that are curious. One of the first items I'm going to pick up in this game is a Raise Dead card, which hopefully I don't have to use, but there is quite a lot of points in this where it is very scary, I should say, in terms of the amount of death that goes on with your characters. A lot of times I'll only have maybe one party member alive, and they're just barely surviving. Especially later on in the run, there will be a lot of times where it can get really scary, But I've gotten pretty good at keeping a level head, though. So hopefully there are no disasters. However, I will be definitely saving a lot throughout the run just to make sure.
We're done for. How could we ever hope to do anything against the savages?
Yeah, this is Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness. I'm actually not sure why they called it that. I guess they didn't really want to call it Star Ocean 5. Story-wise, this is kind of like 2.5. It occurs right in the middle of 2 and 3. With some of the characters being, I think, like grandchildren of some of Star Ocean 2's characters. That's what I believe somebody told me once. Here's where I will be picking up the DLC item I need. The DLC stuff is from the Day 1 edition, which ironically I actually saw still in a store the other day. Oops. And I'm really only doing that to make this marathon safe. In an actual run, I wouldn't be doing this at all. Experience points are actually not a huge deal in this game, other than the fact that they'll give me a little bit of extra HP. Go ahead and equip that. The main thing I want throughout this run is SP, which is the points you use to level up your skills. And I'll be manipulating some different things to try and get additional SP so that I can unlock very specific skills. There are a lot of really interesting skills in this game that sadly aren't going to be seen in a speedrun, but were pretty fun, kind of casually to mess around with. The unlocking a lot of the skills is pretty neat and how they occur, and I'll kind of explain some of that additionally again later, but one of the biggest ones I need to unlock is one called Eccentric, and Eccentric unlocks by dealing 25,000 damage in one hit, and it gives you an attack boost of 30%, which is a ton in this game. So here I have my first battle. You'll be seeing a lot of double slash for the early part of the game. It is Fidel's strongest move. You'll also notice that there's this like combo thing going on as well. It's actually, I was very surprised. A lot of the Star Ocean games have this cancel bonus. It's a lot easier. In fact, I was very surprised at how easy it was to actually perform in this game versus like Star Ocean 3. The timing for it is almost like you can almost basically mash between two buttons and end up getting it. Certain characters like Fiore requires some actual like visual cues, but for the most part it's really actually very easy to perform. Oops. Some of these battles these earlier battles aren't so bad, but some of the later battles, and once I unlock Dead Man Walking, you'll see what I mean. But a lot of these later battles will actually require a lot of concentration, and since I am kind of solo commentating, I'll be having a lot of quiet time during battles, just so I can make sure I'm doing everything right. Things, especially later on in the game, start getting really tight. I say later on in the game, but actually one of the next areas things start getting really rough. And you'll see very quickly the techniques used throughout the run are pretty crazy to watch your first time. One of the things I really enjoyed about running this game was switching between characters, and that's something you'll definitely see a lot of earlier on in the run. I agree. Why isn't Garrett commentator for this run?
Thank you ever so much for all you've done for us.
We may have fended them off for now, but
once again, all these dialogue sequences are unskippable. That's the only drawback I had with this game whatsoever, was the fact that you couldn't skip all the like dialogue sections, or at least like advance the text. And it was actually really funny when I first started learning this game. I was kind of like basically mimicking Japanese runners, their run. And I had a lot of stuff running side by side. And I noticed that the certain scenes all ended 6 seconds faster on English than they did in Japanese. And at first I thought it was maybe the fact that it was a different language, but you actually can change the language to Japanese. In fact, you can even turn the voices off and the text off so that everyone just like awkwardly stands around for a few minutes during all these sequences. And it didn't really make any difference. So then I thought it was a hardware thing, but it turns out the guy was using the same hardware as I am. So it was very odd, and it was always 6 seconds every single time. But that was the English version has random 6-second saves every now and then. There's not really any known reason for why, but let's see if I can get to this door. Nope. It's very close. If you actually reach that door before the cutscene ends, there's a big, like a giant red, like no symbol that appears over the door that won't let you go through. All right, so here we have our first, like, I guess, area of the game. I'm going to be trying to avoid as many battles as possible. I'll fight one on purpose, just because it's more of a safety thing than it is anything else. But for the most part, a lot of the game, a vast majority of the game, I'll be skipping fights as much as I can. When I first get Anne and Emerson, I'll be grinding for like 10 minutes, but it's actually, the battles are really fast, and it's really not that bad. Oh god. Enemies detect by sight in this game, so sometimes it's actually pretty easy to... Where am I going? Sometimes it's actually pretty easy to avoid them, and then sometimes certain enemies, their attacks are really fast or really wide in range, so it becomes rather difficult to avoid. Alright, so I'm going to pick up these fish scales. They're going to be used for quests later on. Most of the items I'll be picking up here earlier in the game are for quests. This one's for healing. But in fact, I'll go out of my way here in a second for, I think it's iron, but it's kind of worth it. Here, there's this set of turtles. You can actually skip the turtles, and it would actually have been really easy for me to skip the turtles based on where they were. But I'm going to go ahead and fight them because it puts me one level higher for this first boss here. So that's the only reason I'm going to fight them. In an actual run, like a non-marathon run, if I was trying to go for record, there's a way you can avoid fighting them by circling around the side. It's a very tight window, and it also is kind of based on where they are located. Like if they are kind of close to you, like within sight range, then they'll always get you, but otherwise you can generally avoid those.
I wouldn't be here without training.
Alright. So here I am heading into the next area. There's two different paths that you can take here, and I'll be taking the south path. The north path is actually a little bit faster, but I need an item from a chest that's down along the south path here. In the meantime, good morning everyone. I hope you're all doing great and well. I am feeling great. I'm pumped for the next 7-ish hours to be running this game. Hope everyone is really excited for this weekend. I'm glad to be the first among many Tri-Ace runners. I've also run several other Tri-Ace games. Radiata Stories, Valkyrie Profile, this. I'm sure there's probably more, but can't really think of any. Of all the different ones I ran, I really love Valkyrie Profile the most, but I actually ran that the least because I didn't want to like ruin my Valkyrie Profile experience by knowing too much about the game. It's kind of weird with speedrunning. Sometimes when you know a game too well, it's hard to play it casually. Alright, so this is our first like boss. I can actually game over here. Oops. So we're going to be very careful about what I do. We're going to be using some like sort of safer strats here than what I would normally be doing. Just because I want to make sure that Mickey doesn't die. Wow, I'm getting wrecked. Hold on. Alright. Oh, is Mickey getting hit? Alright. Alright. So I'm trying to get aggro, basically.
Allow me to help.
That was off. So I'm going to be stunning him, but also doing... Oh my god. This is hard to do and talk at the same time. Like I said, there's a lot of... Like, I have to do a lot of paying attention because I'm controlling more than one character now. And I'm trying to make sure that I stun him with Fidel and can keep the cancel bonus going with Mickey. What's an estimate on Radiati Stories? 100% friend speedrun. I would put it at around 20 or so hours. If I was to make a guess. You'd have to play through the, what is it, the non-human side first, in order to acquire all the stuff you really need for the human side. There's, on the human side, you need a lot of money and various other things that you could acquire by doing the non-human side first. And then you would have to, of course, run the bonus dungeon. And since you have to be certain levels, and for the human stuff, certain much higher levels than you would for non-human, then you would be a higher level for the bonus dungeon. 80 Starship Games 2-player? That's a good question. I actually have no idea. I don't think they are. I know this one isn't, as far as I'm aware. But it would be pretty fun to play some of these 2-player. Anyways, so now we're gonna make our way to the next like city here.
I'll take you to the capital, but I can't assure you of the outcome.
Thank you so very much.
Kind of have to walk really slowly as we head over there. One thing to note that's like ruined me ever since I started playing this game: the back of Fidel's jacket kind of looks like an angry Pokemon. Maybe like an angry low tab or something like that. And every time I see the back of it, like the little hood on his jacket, I just see this like angry frog face.
Man's really that important now?
He is. That is but one reason.
That's the only thing I can see as I stare at Fidel.
Save that for us.
I guess that makes sense.
Alright, so we're making our way
I'll work on it.
to the next area. Story-wise, we're trying to... I'm sure everyone knows exactly what the story is by now, because I haven't skipped any cutscenes yet. I like how she talks about the light being stunning, but there's like... all you see is this like brown wall here.
Oh, so that's me, Doc, I take it?
That it is.
Oh, this light, it's stunning.
It's also the gateway to the neighboring country of Langdok.
If we weren't on this mission,
Alright.
I'd love to have a more leisurely look around.
So as we head into Medok, I have no idea how it's pronounced. I think it's Medok. I actually don't play this game with sound, really. We'll run into our good friend Anne, so we're just gonna push her out of the way. When I first played this game casually, I knew that she was one of the characters, but the game doesn't let you chase her. And like I was sitting there yelling, I was like, "No, come back!" I was like, "This girl's got to join my party."
So sorry.
I was thinking it was more like the other Star Oceans, where like certain events happen for you to join characters, but there's no like side stuff for recruiting characters. All right, so here's the first cutscene we can skip. It's basically just Fidel waking up and Mickey giving him a hard time about it, and then because he woke up late. Alright, so we're gonna head over here to
Are you good to go?
find our good friend
Sorry for
Victor.
keeping you.
Victor said he'll be waiting at the western gates.
The western gates.
Is down these stairs and off over here with our next party member, Fiore. So normally I would be walking towards this wall here because the next place we go is actually the gate. For you all's entertainment, I'll
Who's that with him?
stay in on the action.
Sorry we're late.
And late you are.
Who might she be?
This is Lady Brunelli, a signaturge from Langdon.
Fiore casually was actually pretty useful. In a speedrun, she's really only used as a healer.
Call me Fiore.
Later on, you'll find out why.
I'm Miki.
Spellcasters, sadly, are not very useful in most of the Star Ocean games.
Institute of Signatory Studies.
In a casual sense, they get used, but even in like most of the speedruns, the physical fighters are
You
just
work at the
vastly
Royal
overpowered.
Institute? That's amazing. You're the envy of signatures the world over.
I'm hardly of that high caliber.
No,
Alright.
no.
I don't
You're
actually
truly
remember when this
are.
dialogue ends, so we'll go ahead and start heading this way.
Is this
Yep,
the duty you were talking
pretty
about?
close.
Yes, it is. I have been charged with
It's actually my first among many bathroom breaks when I run this game.
But I know we're all anxious to get there. I'll explain everything else on the way.
So how's everyone today? Hope you guys like cutscenes, because there's a lot. Pretty
Our
pumped
nation
still.
is currently at war with the neighboring
I'm
kingdom.
excited for coffee when I
I've
get
heard
to
a fair share
my
of
coffee
rumors
break.
about that.
Things don't look good for us, as cries for support on the front line have reached the capital.
So we're losing?
Has anyone...
The reports remain unconfirmed.
Oh, Macklin. I'll explain in a minute.
It seems the enemy has developed a new
Has
weapon and is
anyone in
using
chat
it to
actually
defend.
played this game? It seems like there's a lot more people in here that
I don't
haven't played
pretend
this
to
game,
understand it.
which is very sad because you're
Supposing
about to
attacks
see a
from
very
great
broken version of
distances
this game.
is far more destructive than
And
defense.
casually speaking, this was probably maybe my second or third favorite
The
Star
fact
Ocean
that we're
game.
losing is true.
It was really
So is
fun.
the
The
fact
story
that
is
villages
rather
in the field can discern why.
to the point and short, so the story was kind of lacking, but
Our
the
nation has
actual
always had a
gameplay
close
and a lot of the like
congenial
side stuff was really
relationship
neat.
with the Eastern Kingdom of
Plus, it
Langdon.
features my
Now,
favorite
let's call upon them for
version
aid
of
in
Welch.
unraveling this mystery,
Welch being the
as they
item
possess
creation
the
girl
finest
from
signaturgical research
the Star Ocean
facility on the
universe.
entire continent.
Alright, I'm gonna pick up some iron
that's how it is.
something. Iron ore? Picking up some iron over here that we'll use for quests later on. Good, it's just iron. Iron something. Alrighty. So the person that asked about Fiore's uniform, yes, that is her uniform. And we'll make fun of it a lot later on, so, uh-oh. So you all will get your fair chance to laugh at Fiore. I don't understand her uniform. And neither does anyone else in the game, because there's various private actions that we may or may not see as we travel along. But if you ever get to the chance to see some of the private actions where people ask her about her uniform, they're generally really funny and witty, because she is definitely very quick on her feet to respond. One of my favorite ones being the one where she asks Emerson if he wants to try it on.
This place is pretty quiet for a capital. How different from Langdon.
Follow me to the
Alright.
castle. Lady Brunelli.
So we'll go ahead and meet our characters here. The purplish-haired girl in front of me is Mickey. She is Fidel. Fidel's like childhood friend. I think she was adopted. Maybe. I'm not really sure what her background is right now. When you've played a game for too long that you completely forget what all the side stuff is, that's how I feel.
As instructed, I brought Lady Brunelli with me.
So I'm actually stuck in place right now. If I had been moving, I wouldn't be stuck in place, and the dialogue would actually kind of play out a little bit faster.
Has been attacked by
It saves like milliseconds here and there, so it's not a big deal.
We're up against the wall. We came here.
So that's Mickey, the girl to the left. She's your healer for the game, like your main healer. She learns a lot of like AoE healing, that sort of thing. Then we have Victor here in the middle, who's the guy in the red.
Dad, what
Looks like he's wearing some sort of like red mage armor from Final Fantasy. That's Victor. He is completely useless. Like, I don't like casually. He can be set up so that he's invincible. So like for some of the harder bosses, he'll be used like the Ethereal Queen or whatever. A lot of people use the strategy using Victor, but for speedrun wise, he is 100% completely useless. He is a knight that serves under Fidel's father. And then here's Fiore, who is dressed like an idiot.
Sorry, Victor, but I need you to help.
We'll get back to her in a little while.
First,
I have to go do some quests.
Then, once that's done, get ready to ship out.
Yes, sir.
What do we do now?
So they have this quest board in the game that gives you basically like free experience points for performing certain actions. The first one I think is for the iron that I picked up. It's either the fish scales or the iron. I'm pretty sure it's the iron. Oops. Yeah. So I get a nice item that raises my attack and a random amount of experience points here. We'll be doing some of those later on. I'm also going to go ahead and upgrade Fidel's gear real quick. Gotta go ahead and max out my blackberries. Oops. And then we're gonna set roles. Let's see here. Attacker, defender. Healer, invoker. Oh, forgot to do equipment. Oops. We're gonna give him the attack rest. We'll give her that DLC item I got for the experience points. Reminder that I am using a singular DLC item that is only to make this marathon safe, and for no other reason. Or like more marathon safe, I should say. In actual runs, I wouldn't actually use any of the DLC items, despite the fact that they're just like thrown into your inventory after you sleep. Alright. I'm glad to see there's so many people in chat that are being introduced to Tri-Ace, as well as this game. The Tri-Ace games are notorious for being difficult games, I should say, especially for speedrunning. Out of all the Tri-Ace games I've seen or watched or played myself, speedrunning-wise, this one is probably the easiest. Star Ocean 2... and wait, Star Ocean 3, sorry. I don't know why I said 2. Star Ocean 3 is probably one of the more difficult ones, being on the complete opposite end of the scale.
Yeah, probably.
All right, and off we go.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and save here, because my chances of dying are extremely high at this point. We'll just make a new save. Because I haven't done any leveling or anything like that, really, some of the enemies here can actually, like, one-shot me. I'm going to be trying to avoid as many encounters as I possibly can. Like I mentioned before, they detect by sight. So as long as I stay out of their sight, then I don't have too much of a problem. These spiders are a little scary, though. Should be okay. Oh, God. Should be okay. Nope. Might actually die here. Oh, oh, oh. Hang in there. Alright. Let's actually go ahead and heal, just to make sure. Oop. Trying to reset him. Alright. Oh, nope, nope, nope. That Earthglaive attack, if it hits Fidel, can actually one-shot him. I hope you guys like the game over screen, because it's always been my goal to game over less than once in a run. My current PB I managed to, but the last few runs I've done, I've game overed at least once. Alrighty. Let me adjust my notes here.
Wait! Don't you hear something?
All right, so as I mentioned before, it does require a little bit of me actually like paying attention during some of these fights. So my main goal is to try and hit as many of these enemies as I can with one
Let's turn
thing.
back. We'll find another
So I
route
try to
instead.
line them all up in a way
Aw, crap.
that saves
This way too.
Hey there.
MP, basically.
Brats think you are.
They don't look like soldiers.
So a lot of times I'll have to wait until they go after, like they'll go to their beginning position, and then I'll be able to like work my way into place. Mickey's position is actually really bad. I generally never see Mickey generally stands like pretty far away, which makes it a lot easier to group these guys up. But Mickey's standing in probably the worst spot she could ever be standing in. There's one more set of enemies, and it's funny because like they're not on a timer, but they are on a timer. So like I'm killing them before the timer. So it ends up having to set in the next set of enemies
There's still
early,
more of them?
so as not to end the actual battle. That just comes from angles. Oops, I'm out of MP. So optimally, I would run out of MP after killing this guy, but oh god, forgot to cancel regular attacks. All right. So the next, this is the second cutscene that we can skip. It's funny how all the really important cutscenes you can skip. Like this is the one where the airship flies over their head and then crashes into the mountain, revealing this girl that they find down on the ground here. This is Aurelia. Oops. You can't actually like really do much in this battle. They'll eventually go invincible. And then they perform out the scene. Normally you would actually go fight them like right over here, but I was trying to explain the cutscene.
What the? They're not pushovers at all.
But they're invincible, so this little girl stands up and she freaks out. This is Little Miss Starlight, my co-commentator.
Running out of time.
She's also fairly useless in the speedrun, mostly because you have no control over her. When you do gain her into your party, she has the ability to like buff your party members, but she does it completely at random. So sometimes she'll give like an attack buff to Mickey, who is your healer, or she'll give like
Stopped moving?
an attack buff to. Actually, she normally just like attack buffs Mickey, and it's like, why did you do that?
Tougher than boards even.
They don't move in the
Is that a child or a dwarf? It is a child. This is Aurelia.
Did that girl Signet do all this?
We'll find out more about her later. We have just adopted her. She's now part of our family.
Her signet vanished? Is that even possible?
All right.
I
So
don't
we
know
have this
what's going
child
on,
with us.
but let's leave
We're
this
going
place
to
while we
take her
can.
back to our house. We'll nurse her back to health. We'll leave her in the care of our good friend Mickey behind us. Mickey being only 18 years old, I'm sure she knows a lot about childcare. Oh no, our home.
No.
Forgot what I was gonna say. Well, that's great. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? It's very easy for me to zone out in this game because I've run it so many times now that it's
Was the village attacked?
a lot of the same. Since you have to watch all these cutscenes,
Yeah.
I can understand why other people didn't feel like
Descended on us last
speedrunning
night.
this game. It's actually a really fun game, like if you ignore all the cutscenes, but
And everyone else? Are
for
they
some
okay?
reason they didn't set it up to skip all these dialogues, which is great casually, but not so much speedrunning. And in fact, one of my favorite features in this game is the emote skill. You can unlock like emotes so that like during these cutscenes, Fidel's just like walking around, just like laying down or like making goofy faces, or like sitting in an invisible chair.
So what about the
It was really fun and made
They'll send some, right?
me laugh during all the
About that.
like serious moments of the game.
That can wait, Miki. Let's hold off until we talk to the mayor about it tomorrow. More importantly, we have this kid.
Good old Ted. We're gonna leave this child in the care of Ted because he's definitely the one I want taking care of my newfound child that I found out in a field.
You know very well she's not ours, Ted. We rescued her on the way here.
All right,
She's been out
so
cold
we're headed back
for over a
to
year,
Fidel's
so
house.
I want to have her rest at my place.
Something that never really made sense to me about
That
Fidel's
sounds good.
house.
Go right ahead.
Actually, I'll go into that when we get over there.
Tomorrow, I guess. Whoops.
Fidel has two beds, one for him and one for Mickey. But the bed you go to sleep in is Mickey's bed. Whenever you go to sleep. I always thought that was weird. Okay, so this is actually one of the cutscenes I mentioned earlier. For those of you that are new, some of the cutscenes in this game play, and it has nothing to do with the language, but for some reason, like this one right here, is 6 seconds faster on the American version of the game than it is the
Her
Japanese
breathing
version of the game.
stabilized, so
And even if you put all the language options into Japanese,
the fact that she still hasn't regained
it
consciousness
still
after a whole night
plays out
isn't
at being
very
6
comforting,
seconds
though.
faster,
All we can do is wait.
which is, it strikes me as very odd. And it also apparently has nothing to do with hardware because
Meet up again later.
I not only checked
You
to
gonna
see what
meet
hardware the
later?
Japanese guy was using, but I actually tested this between using a PS4 Pro and a PS4 regular,
Sorry to
and
throw
with
you the wolves
SSD
like this.
and hard drive,
Just
or
look
like the
after
stock
girl.
hard drive, it made no difference. Those scenes just for some reason are 6 seconds. And it's always, whenever it happens, it's always 6 seconds. Should have given you the option to skip over people talking. I agree. There's for speedrunning, you don't really get into any of the relationship stuff. In fact, you get the like, I don't want to say bad end. You get the like solo-ish end. I guess like the default ending, because you never do any of the private actions. So
Victor, what are you?
You know each other?
I don't just know
there's
the
no
man.
relationship stuff done in
My unit has
speedrun.
been mobilized in response to Stahl's plea.
This is also one of the few Star
Your
Ocean
father gave the
games.
order to protect those away from the front
I don't know if
line.
Blue
That's
Sphere
how I see it.
uses item creation,
Oh, did he now?
but this one is one of the few that definitely does not use the item creation for the speedrun. So we actually miss out on all the item creation private actions as well, which makes me a little bit sad because Welch is one of my favorite Star Ocean
As I
characters,
explained before, we'll go right for
and I
Ivan's
really
Stahl,
like the version of her in this
attacking their
game.
hideout.
It's
That
very
should
fun
liberate
and
your
spunky.
land from any threat of violence.
But alas, we don't get to see Welch at all.
It would, but is it really possible?
The characters in this game are already completely
That's why we,
overpowered,
the
or
king's
one of the
chosen,
characters I should
were
say,
dispatched by
is
God.
completely overpowered, even without equipment, so there's no
Well then,
reason to
I suppose we have
actually
no choice
skill
but to leave everything to you.
up the item creation
Let me
stuff.
join the operation. Huh? Are you serious?
There has been
That's
many a
good.
run where I've actually hit the damage
I was about
cap.
to ask you to join anyway.
None of the ones I've done recently for
Appreciate
some
the
reason,
help.
but definitely when I ran this
Is
back
this for
last
real?
year,
We
I'd hit
depart
the damage cap
post-haste.
on multiple occasions.
Rendezvous at the gate to the Dakar footpath when ready.
Your favorite is the slip emote. I didn't even know that was a emote. I didn't unlock all the emotes in my casual playthrough. That was like, once I unlocked them, I was like, okay, I can either put all my points into this, or I can finish the game. And so I put all my points I had into the emotes, and then I just finished the game.
Because it's dangerous.
Wait
But
a
there's definitely
second.
some really funny
We fell
emotes.
together on our way to the capital.
That's a completely different matter.
If I assume responsibility for her,
Alright,
can she please come?
let's go.
That's my fiddly.
So here they introduce you to the reserve
It's
rush.
all yours then. I'll I'll still prioritize the mission
Uh,
over safety. Got it?
It's kind of a
Fine by me.
Then
odd
let's
version
depart.
of the bar in Star Ocean 3. I think Star Ocean 4 had this as well. I don't. My playthrough of Star Ocean 4 was very brief. Star Ocean 3 also had a bar very similar to this, but this one's a lot more
Some
lenient,
introductions are
and all the stats that you gain from the bar
Infiltration specialist
are
Hunter,
somewhat.
and our signature
Actually, no, I'm going to
geosupport
save.
expert.
We'll waste like 20 seconds here, but this next section
Fidel
can be a
can
little
use.
hairy.
And I'm Nikki Salvester.
We're all competent, so we'll be fine.
But as we get into battle, I'll explain Reserve Rush. It gives you an additional like experience bonus and okay. It gives you an experience bonus as well as a SP bonus and a fall, whatever the money's called in this game, a money bonus. But you also get this other bar that is kind of like a limit break meter, where you can expend it in order to do a really strong attack. But it doesn't really affect the other parts of the bar, so it's kind of its own separate thing. But at the same time, it affects those things a little bit.
You find it?
And it can be useful in a lot of different areas, especially later on with how much damage one of the characters can deal with their Reserve Rush ability.
Now take us there.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. So a neat thing in this game is you can actually like menu while you're in these. Oh god. When you're in these scenes here. So if I like forget to menu anything, I can always just do it during the cutscenes. And in fact, I'll do that several times, just because it's easier to menu there than it is while running. Alright. There's a fight in here that I have to fight, and then, well, there's several fights in here that I have to fight. This first one I can hopefully skip. Okay. But this next one, I'll actually have to fight. I'm going to start trying to build my Reserve Rush. If you switched characters, it's a lot more difficult to build the bar. So if I'm trying to go fast, then I would actually switch characters. But for marathon safety, I'll be trying to actually build the bar. I'll be doing a lot of safety strats and stuff, and I'll kind of explain when I get to them that I'm doing them. This game can get really tense at times for the player. I know when I first started watching a run of this, I was like, how does this guy handle the fact that all of his characters are pretty much dead most of the time? And you have like one member alive. I was like, that's got to be scary, but it's actually really not as bad once you kind of understand the mechanics a bit. But it still can be a little hairy, so I'll be doing a lot of different marathon safety things. And as I mentioned before, I'm using a singular DLC item, which gives me an experience points boost, which is really mostly for the health bonus that it will provide for me, and less for any other stats that it will give. Because any other stats it gives are actually going to be very minimal. The biggest thing in terms of damage and stuff in this game is your equipment, as well as the skill points that you have, that you get through the rolls. Various roles, like there's one called Berserker that we'll be using that increases your attack power by a percentage. Another one I'll be using way later in the game is called Eccentric, which increases your attack power by a percentage, and that sort of thing. Alright, I want to spellcaster. Once, as I did kind of before, I'm going to try and hit as many of these as I can at once, but I'll also be just trying to survive, because it's very easy to die in these battles, because not only am I probably a good 10 levels or so below where the game really feels you should be, but I'm also not very well equipped. I did upgrade Fidel's equipment, but I didn't upgrade Mickey's, So she can actually get wrecked by some of these guys, which is why I'm taking out the Spell Slingers first, because they have an AoE attack called Earthglaive. I think I got him. That deals a lot of damage. Okay, I didn't see where my bar was at. That's okay. I need blueberries, blackberries. Alright, so we're going to fight a boss here. I'm going to try and build my meter up to 1. And as soon as it is at 1, I'll actually use Fidel's move on the boss. And hopefully that'll take out all the little guys. But I don't think my... Blech. Sorry about the
Dare you destroy our home?
Dirty Rasulian dogs, huh?
stream, guys.
Explain the
I hear it went down for a minute.
Do you even realize how much of a menace to others you are?
Alright.
Obviously
Let me get
not.
this spell slinger on the
I say
side.
we put them down here and now before they
Like I said, I'm
bite
trying to build my reserve rush up to 1. I don't always hit it before I get to the boss, but if I do, it saves a little bit of time because it's such a huge attack. Like the area it covers, really. Is there another? Yeah, there is. If I don't get it, which doesn't look like it will, we'll still kind of go for it. Alright, well, everybody's dead except for the leader, so we're gonna use, like, normal strats, I guess. Oh, get knocked down. Now the timing's off by a little bit. It's okay. It's really insignificant. You can actually keep the cancel bonus going on both characters if you're good, but I'm not really paying as much attention as I should be. Oops, here, I'll show you. This guy complains for a while, and he falls off into the abyss down there.
How absurd! There's no way.
Alright.
I could.
The character switching is going to be definitely a theme for the earlier part of the game.
I doubt we can recover his body.
Oh, I wanted to take that who's what's it back with us.
Don't get greedy. We completed our mission, which is more than enough.
Alright.
Your homeland should be.
So we're going to head back to our village.
We can't thank you
There's
enough.
going to be a series of
Alright.
cutscenes there that we'll
get
have
on
to sit
home.
through.
Everyone should be waiting for the news.
Let's.
There are a few cutscenes, and I'll note them when they come up. There are some like series of cutscenes that get upwards to about 20 to 30 minutes long. And I'll let you guys know beforehand in case you want to go like take a break or anything like that. Oh, what? That's never happened before. Oh, apparently I can't even skip this fight. I'm actually pretty sufficient level at this point because I think I gained 2 levels from that last battle. That I no longer have like any real fear of dying to a lot of these enemies. But that is a massive waste of time. But on the plus side, I do need the SP, so the more SP I can get, the better off I am. And when we get to the Anne Emerson battle here in about 20 minutes, I'll go into SP a little bit more. Alrighty, so I want to avoid there's like a bat and like a little dragon guy. I really don't want to fight this battle. So I have to avoid the bat. Oh, nope. Nope, okay, we Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, Macklin, there's actually a singular cutscene in here. There's like one singular cutscene with no human interaction whatsoever. That is 9 minutes long. And I'll probably go take a nap during that cutscene.
You're both okay.
It's very
You had me worried sick.
action
I kept thinking
oriented
over
at
and
least.
over and over again, I should never have stayed
So it's a
behind.
fun little watch your first
I'm
time.
just glad you're
However, I've
alive.
probably seen it like 30 times at this point.
What happened with Adalon? Calm down, Ted. It's the best news. Everything's been taken care of. We're just safe.
Alright, I hate Ted.
It is? Yeehaw!
So any Ted fanboys out there,
Now we don't have to worry for our lives
I'm very
anymore.
sorry. I'm not a very big fan of Ted.
Hear ye, hear ye! The forces of evil
He's that token really annoying character that I'm glad didn't join the party.
ever and ever.
The only annoying character you really have in your party is Mickey. Mickey's got a little bit of like sass every now and then. And then every time she heals or does like anything in battle, she'll yell it out. And she's louder than everyone else for some reason. So like when you finish the battle, she's always like, "We still got a long way to go."
Oh, yeah.
And she just keeps saying that like over and over again.
Girl, she regained consciousness.
What?
All right, where am I going?
She's still at Fidel's.
I'm going to Fidel's house.
Here.
Yeah, there's a lot of invisible walls in this game that keep you from being able to
Sorry.
do anything as long as the dialogue sequences are going on. So I kind of mentioned this earlier, but some of the like dialogue scripts or whatever are
You're finally awake. Thank
based
goodness.
like they start
That is
when
very
Fidel finishes an action. So like there, just a second ago, or like even right here, he'll bring his arm up like he's thinking. Normally, if you're standing still, it won't actually display the dialogue for it until he puts his hands down. So like if you're moving, then it automatically starts the dialogue. So a lot of times if you're running this game, you're going to want to be moving during all these scenes because it saves a few seconds here and
Do you
there.
remember that? Or what your name is?
Of course, it's probably going to make everybody in chat dizzy. That's
Really?
okay. Alright.
So we know
So
everything's
a lot of the
ready.
cutscenes, I'll just be
Sadly,
standing towards the
we've got
invisible
absolutely
wall,
no
like
other
waiting to go where I
means.
need to go next.
What are we to do?
Anyways, this is Aurelia. This is the little girl we kidnapped earlier. She has this mysterious power.
Those bad guys on that mountain path.
We're gonna find out what it
Something
is.
made them freeze in place. That was you, wasn't it?
So we've decided to take
I'm
her
not
along in
angry
our
at you or
adventure.
anything. Actually, we're only here thanks to that power.
She has probably the
I happen
most
to be
adorable
your
outfit
girl.
of everyone in
Figure
this
I should
game.
Thank you for it.
It looks like it's made out of like
Thanks.
potato sack material. I don't know if we can like zoom in on it at all.
To be separated from
It's
your
got this like
parents
weird linen sense
at
to
such
it.
a young age.
It literally looks like it's
Her parents.
potato sack
Yeesh.
that they
If
dyed
only we had
and then
some
sewed
sort of
together.
lead to go on.
And she's got
What
this
about
weird
her signet?
backpack.
On her forehead?
Everyone else has like all these like nice fancy
But I've never seen one like it
like
in my life.
If we ask Fiore, though, she might be able to tell
well,
us something.
something nice
That's
cloth
right.
basically.
Since she researches signaturgy over in
Very
Langdon,
expensive
she
cloth.
probably could.
Can't move. There we go.
How
And then they
are we
give
going to
Aurelia
meet her?
this like
Let me
potato
ask Victor
sack.
about that.
Like here you go.
Might be able to help. Listen, I'll be right back.
I'm also always afraid that the super annoying character will join the party. You're like, oh god, I hate this guy so much. That's one thing that really killed the game Dual Hearts for me. Like, Dual Hearts is a PlayStation 2 RPG that's very similar to games like Alundra or, I don't know, it's an action RPG. And there's like, where am I going? And there's a really annoying character in that game that joins your party. That kind of ruined a lot of the game for me. Alright, we're going to leave the red mages to their own accord.
Seeing us off?
You're leaving already?
We are in the middle of a war. We must return to it as soon as possible.
Yo, Matty Matt. Yeah, this is a fun game. I also beat this game like a month ago. I probably should have stopped there.
One more person to the capital.
Uh,
The capital?
I need you
Then I
to
just
get
kept
me an
playing.
audience with Fiore.
Also beat this game about a week ago,
Why is that?
and probably should have stopped there
Girl
too.
with us has lost her memory. She has an extremely unique type of signet. So I thought Fiore.
So those of you that are new,
I desperately
I'd
want
like to
to
ruin
reunite this
Fidel's
girl with her parents. Please,
hood for
I need
you.
your help.
It looks like a face, like a very sad, angry face.
And she should be in central
Makes me think of a
Lucinia now,
Pokemon,
so I
like
assume it's
angry,
possible to
angry
make it.
Lotab,
Thanks so much. I owe you one.
We leave post haste.
kind of.
I'll need to know the moment you're ready.
He's very upset that he's stuck to Fidel's back, having to go on this adventure. Alright.
Pardon me.
So as I mentioned before, it kind of weirded me out that there's two beds in here, right? So one of the beds is Mickey's and one of them is Fidel's. Mickey runs over here to get all her stuff, so this is apparently Mickey's bed, but this is also the bed you go to when you go to sleep.
Wait, as in now?
So apparently they just have this one bed over here.
Huh?
Mickey and Fidel just sleep in this one tiny bed right here,
I'm
and this bed
coming
is just
with
left,
you,
all of its own
obviously.
accord.
I can't leave you to your own
There's an item in this
devices.
chest, I don't actually remember what it is. We're gonna sit here and stare at this chest, and then walk away, because
Yep.
we're never gonna find out
time
what's
for a
inside
trip.
of it.
With yours truly.
That's
in
my favorite
tow.
part of speedrunning,
Hmm.
is walking past things and going, man, I wish I knew what was in there. What's in the box? We're never gonna find out. You're gonna have to play this game yourself if you want to know what's in all these boxes.
Clothes, towels.
There's only,
I'm good.
oops, maybe one or two other boxes I pick up. Actually, I think it's more than that.
Off we go.
I might pick up a couple safety items, actually. Probably not. Alright, so Aurelia just joined our party. You have no control over Aurelia. She's just kind of there. She'll cast like random buffs on your party. Most of the time, they're like completely useless buffs, or they're the wrong buffs on the wrong character, so it ends up being useless. Alright, I want to stand somewhere here. I think it's here. Nope. Right here. Probably way off, actually.
What's this? You hitting the old dusty trail again?
So there are two cutscenes in this game where you can actually increase the time of the cutscene because the characters will move towards Fidel. So if I position Fidel in a certain spot, it minimizes their movement.
There you are. I assume you're done here?
So like, yeah, I was exactly in the right spot I need to be.
Hana's supposed to come with us?
So normally they'll walk towards, the two of them will walk towards each other and then he'll kneel on the ground. But if you're standing in the right spot, he doesn't move at all.
There's no reason to be scared.
And then there's one other
Take you to the capital.
one here in about 10 minutes. It's the same way. Actually it's probably longer than 10 minutes, probably like 30 minutes. Yeah. Sadly,
Ready as
useless random buff character doesn't really do much in this game. The buffs are really good in this game, but she always casts them on like the wrong people.
We won't. Look after Star.
Like she'll give defense to somebody with Dead Man Walking on, which they don't need defense if they have Dead Man Walking on,
We'll be back soon.
because they're Dead Man Walking.
We'll be back soon.
Alright. So now we're on our way to find Fiore, so we can find out more about Aurelia. The enemies here are much more manageable at the level I'm at, and plus I have Victor with me now. But I still don't want to get in battle with them because they don't provide enough of a bonus for me that the time spent... Oh, really? It's really worth it. So if I get into any battles, I'll just run away. But otherwise, I'm just going to completely... one of the things about learning this game was also learning the zones where the battle like regions are, like where they end and begin, so that it's... Oh god, I'm probably going to get a battle here. So it's much easier to avoid getting into battles. Oh wow, this is the worst. This one on the left's going to move. There we go, okay. I predicted his movement, and everything turned out okay. Alright. I probably should save in this next town. Probably, but I don't actually know where the save point is. So, probably won't save. So we're just gonna kind of hope for the best at this point. One of the next few battles I'm in, basically everyone in my party but Fidel's gonna be dead. And so, it's a little bit of a scary situation. So I might go out of my way a little bit for a save point, but I actually don't know where one is in town. I think there's one on the way to the exit. We're just gonna hope there's one on the way to the exit. Guess I could probably check the map. That'd be the easiest thing. I'm really not used to saving in this game. So, is there one? Probably inside the inn. Well, we're just gonna wing it. Sure, everything will be fine. Famous last words.
Someone there will likely know Lady Brunelli's whereabouts.
Alright, this is another situation where we're stuck in like this dialogue thing. I really just want to go this way, but I can't.
You're rather late, Victor.
So for you all's entertainment, we'll stand here. Y'all can become engaged in the story. It's a gripping story of love and destiny. Not really.
Where are you headed, sir?
The front.
There is a sappy love scene that we skipped though.
Military has entered our territory and pushed all the way to Sorted.
Between Fidel and Mickey.
There for a final showdown as we speak.
Is that why you're in such a hurry?
Still amazes me that all the like really important cutscenes in the game are the only ones that are skippable, and then ones like this
I'll head there too, as soon as I can.
Good.
are
Get on it.
they last forever.
As
When you're trying to go fast, it's like, please go. Talk faster.
We're more than
Alright.
capable of protecting ourselves.
Fine then.
Save point? Nope.
Okay.
No save point.
Let's
Well,
go.
okay. Alright, good luck everyone.
Whoops. Pardon me.
Whoa, the camera spun around randomly. Sometimes, and this is really weird, it does this. I also run Final Fantasy 15. It does it in that game too. The camera just starts out in reverse instead of where it's supposed to be positioned. And it's completely at random. It always catches me off guard. Nobody expects the camera to be in completely the wrong direction. Alright. So we're on our way to find Fiore again. The last time I ran this, Fiore was actually dead when I got there. It was a very tragic incident between her and the enemy. So,
I can't go any further with you.
as I mentioned before, this battle can get a little
Thank you for taking us.
little
this
scary.
Take care, for you never know what's in store on the battlefield.
far. And may victory
Nope,
smile
nope,
upon you, Victor.
Nope. Also, frame rate dies here for some reason.
Where around here could she be?
Who knows?
Alright.
Don't let your guard down.
I want to hit a singular enemy. Whoa, that was way too much damage. And then I'm going to go hide in a corner. And whoa. I'm going to hide in this corner. And we're going to stand here. And we're going to hope for the best. And in the meantime, we're going to watch everyone else in my party. Oh, look. Oh, Fiore's dead. And a tragic accident between her and the enemy. Alright, please, no, leave me alone. Go away. Go bother someone else. Go, oh god. Go bother literally anyone else. I'm now literally trapped in this corner. Okay, we're safe. Everything's okay. We survived. No sweat. Did you guys sweat? I definitely didn't sweat. I'm feeling great right now. I almost started crying.
Huh? What's going on here?
It's happening again.
Okay.
Our enemies stopped moving.
So now we have like a
Whatever it
2-minute
is, now's our
cutscene
chance
here
to counterattack.
where
Let's send this
I'm gonna
now.
go pee because I almost just whizzed myself because that was very close.
Reporting in. The enemy forces have begun their retreat. As of now, our troops
But good luck, everyone. I'll be right back.
Relia!
Come on, let's get away from the battlefield. We'll never be able to get to the bottom of her condition here. I think I've gotten my head around it all. So, this is the second time.
It is.
And both times it was Relia's astonishing power that saved us.
It behaves like a signet, but it's gone now. Therefore, maybe it's not?
We're not sure. We'd appreciate your input, or anything that comes to mind.
I've never seen a signet with these properties, nor witnessed such powerful signaturgy. I don't know if I can even classify it.
You don't? Oh.
But there may be someone over at the Royal Institute who can. At the very least, his knowledge of signaturgy is far more extensive than my own.
More than yours, Fiore? Unbelievable!
Wanna meet
Good
him?
morning, everyone.
Yes, that'd be wonderful!
Hope you're all enjoying
Some introductions
video
are
game.
certainly in order.
Hold on a moment. The situation in sort of
I know I am so far. I'm gonna move Fidel over here.
Critical juncture.
I think this is right. Actually, I think it's after the
Excuse
scene.
me.
Dad?
I
There's a
came to
couple of,
call Lady Brunelli and accidentally eavesdropped on your conversation.
Lengthy-ish cutscenes here
Apologize for the indiscretion.
we'll be sitting through.
Fidel, listen. You're to take Lady Brunelli.
Hope everyone
and
is
and escort them to Santo
super hyped
Kingdom of
right
Light.
now for Tri-Ace weekend.
Master,
If we could understand her power, we could stop this. No, all future wars that might arise. Should that dream become reality?
It's been
This is a small price to pay.
you can
good
do
day
this,
so far
Master?
for me.
Well, we were only able to triumph thanks to the girl. But don't worry, I'll take it on myself to inform.
I'm the
king.
best at
Thanks
cutscenes.
very
Man,
much. You're the
thank you so much.
And Fidel, make sure Lady
I do my
Brunelli
best
reaches
to
her
watch
homeland
these as best I
safely.
can
I will.
and talk over them. I'm like that annoying friend you have that goes to the movies with you
Once more.
and is
Truly
like,
owe you a debt of gratitude.
Thank you
yo
so
guys, this is
Take
hilarious.
care as well, Lady
Like, shut
Brunelli.
up, man. I'm
I
trying to watch
suggest
the
we wait
movie.
until the girl wakes up.
Alright, so here's another spot where my position relevant to both Relia and Fiore can actually speed up things. I think I need to move like right here, maybe somewhere around in this region. I want to keep Fiore from stopping. Oh, looks like she stopped. Oh, probably should have turned around.
I would never, ever.
All right,
think
well,
of
that's
leaving you
okay.
behind, Relia. I'm sorry if I scared you at
So
all.
I'm gonna go pick up an item that I will use for a quest later on. It's a physical stimulant. I don't actually remember what it does. I think it restores all your HP, maybe.
I see you're
I don't know. We're gonna use it for a
You don't
quest.
feel funny at all, do you?
I'm okay.
That's good. Well then,
Let's see. We're gonna make our way to Medoc now. In what is probably the most, maybe not the most, probably the second most like terrifying section of the game for speedrunning, because every single enemy there can completely ruin your day. Oops, I didn't actually want to pick that up. That's not the item I was looking for.
Pass through Central Rasulia, then Medoc, and finally cross the Rond River to get there. What's going on with?
Is there something?
No. I just have a barrage of questions. You know.
I guess
about
like
the
next area is
How many Relia's signets?
Right.
kind of like in the casual sense is maybe 10 levels above where I'm supposed to be at this point. Probably even more than that, because a lot of the enemies there, the amount of damage I'll be doing is in like
Still, Assuming what she
the
casts
double
is
digits
signature,
basically, and
it's
you need to be
much more
doing triple
complex and
digit
effective
triple
than any form
digit
of it I've ever
damage
seen or heard.
because a lot of them have quadruple digit
Considering the
health.
fact that she collapsed both
So I can't
times,
actually kill most of them. Fiore can deal enough damage, but the rest of your party would just get wrecked. And like each fight would basically be a boss fight.
One last thing. Every signet I know is always visible.
So I'm going to do my best to avoid as many of them as possible. However, there is one section where it's a very small gap, and the terrain makes it very difficult to get through. And I've lost quite a number of runs to that gap. So I'll definitely be saving in the inn up here, as well as before the quote-unquote boss fight.
Wow.
Alrighty, so now we're in Medoc, and it's nighttime. And the best time to sleep is nighttime. So we're going to sleep. Or at least pretend to sleep.
So let's adjourn in Medoc.
Because there are some things going on at night. Dangerous things. What would they be? Oops, I don't want to save there. Alright. So I'm going to stay at this inn. I'm going to talk to this person behind the counter here. Directly in front of me. Oh. Alrighty. So here's a cutscene that's like an actual cutscene, but we can't skip this cutscene. And instead, we're going to make fun of Fiore's outfit. She is not dressed for the weather in some of the areas we're going to be going to. And she does a very poor job at keeping warm. But she doesn't seem to mind it. And in fact, when people question her about it, she generally makes fun of them, which is kind of funny to me. But her outfit doesn't really make any sense at all. She's got like these bat wings and like some cat ears.
Something's up.
Also, like right here, it made me laugh throughout the game, like casually and stuff, like when you're playing. A lot of times they position the camera so that it's like right up in Fiore's butt for no reason. It was a very funny theme. When I saw somebody's review of this game, it was actually just photos of Fiore's butt. They're like, "This is my review." I was like, "Wow, what a review!" All right. I don't understand the logic and the design of Fiore. It's very unique. All right, so now we're headed over to Languedoc, I believe, the Magic Village. But we're on the run, and all the enemies here, especially those the enemies that are right in front of me here, are really, really strong compared to my characters. So this is a very scary section for me to get through. If I get into any battles, there's a very high chance that I will just straight up game over. I did just save, so we are kind of safe in that sense. However, I know I don't need to go over my 7-hour projected time, so we will try our best not to die anywhere.
I don't see any sign of him anymore. They're probably still searching in town.
This boss fight up here is probably one of the most frustrating in the game. And I did spend a lot of time practicing it, but I did almost throw my controller a few times. Okay, this is gonna be okay. Oh god. Alright, so this right here, these three green guys, these guys are very scary because it's very narrow here. No. Oh god. Alright, so let's hope for the best. I'm going to try and move in a way that allows me to keep escaping and hopefully not get hit by anything. Actually, I think we're like 2 or 3 levels higher than we're supposed to be because of that DLC item I have, so it's really not that bad, as it normally is. Alright, I'm actually going to save here too, because this boss fight, let me tell you, there's a lot going on, and I have to concentrate pretty bad. And I'm also really bad at concentrating, so I'll do my best to explain it as we get into like a safer position. But there's two major things I want to have happen here. One, the most major, is I want to survive. And two, I want to build my SP bonus. So the amount of damage I can do to these guys is pretty negligible. However, halfway through the fight, we have a couple people that join us that we have no control over, but they can actually deal a decent amount of damage. So this fight is actually extremely long, but it's also a little bit nerve-wracking.
So how about you hand Aurelia over to us?
So this first part, they're completely immune to damage. So I'm just going to try my best to protect Mickey, which doesn't appear to be working out too well. Oh, stop killing everyone. Stop killing everyone. Leave my friends alone. Alright, so Anne and Emerson have shown up. And I can start building up my SP now. So there's the bar on the right that has like a bunch of different bonuses. The one I want is SP. I really want to build it up to... Oh my god, really? To about 200 to 250. However, my chances of doing that are actually pretty slim. Especially with them grouped up like this. Anne's going to try and wreck one of them, so I'm going to try and get the other one. Once things are a little bit more under control... Oh my god, really? I'll revive Fiore. Oh my god, really? Really? I hate this fight. Alright, so I can build the SP by about 10 or 11% every time I do a counterattack. So what I'm going to do is basically counterattack as best I can to try and build that up. Chances are I'll probably only get to about 150. I may not even get that far because like this guy off in the distance is just wrecking everyone. Alright. So while Anne and Emerson are over there being themselves, well, this is really bad. This is probably a really bad choice. We're going for it. Yep. So I have one safety net going on here that I haven't really talked about yet. Actually, we're going to do this too. So Relia, who for some reason is alive, who isn't normally alive, is actually able to revive your entire party if she's alive and everyone else dies. And you, as long as you have at least one bar of your reserve rush. I really want to target this guy. Who else is alive? Wow, we're not going to get much SP at all. I'm going to have to fight a lot of additional counters. Looks like. As I mentioned before, there's actually a lot of different stuff going on here. It's hard for me to concentrate and perform at the same time. This is very unfortunate. So I want a lot of SP. And being under 200 is really bad. So I'm going to waste a lot of time fighting a lot of things now. But as I mentioned before, I build SP bonus by counterattacking. So if they're hitting him, then I'm obviously not building anything. If I can at least get to 200, that would be super great. Hello, guy? You gonna attack? Hey, how's it going? I'm just gonna hang out in front of you here. What do you think about your life? Alright, well, Anne's over here, so that means everything's basically over. So this is the one time I really use Fiore to finish a battle, or to fight in a battle. I'll be using her cancel bonus to deal damage, since she's the only character I have control over that can actually deal damage. And since he's getting wrecked by both Anne and Emerson, chance of building SP at this point is completely gone. Alright, so in that battle, as I mentioned before, there was two things I really wanted to do. Survive, which I managed to somehow do, and build my SP bonus. I only got it to about 150%, which means I'll have to fight a few additional battles. I'm about to do a little bit of a grind here, which thankfully the fighting in this game is really quick. Like going into and out of battles, the transition's really fast, and the battles are really fast because of Anne. As
Think nothing of it. Although I do have
Cog has mentioned in chat, Anne is the ultimate waifu of this game. Anne is the strongest party member you have, and she has two insanely overpowered skills, known as Meteor Hammer, I think, and Shockwave. Is it Meteor Hammer? It might be Meteor Fist. I forget what it's called. Or Hammer Fist? I don't know. We'll find out like 10 seconds here. But she also has Shockwave, and Shockwave is extremely overpowered in how its damage is calculated. With skills, you can pretty much almost cap out, like you can almost hit the damage cap with Anne just by doing the right skills, even at a very, very low level. I'll be using Anne to try and unlock a skill called Eccentric that's unlocked by dealing over 25,000 damage in one hit, but that'll come a little bit later. There are a few sections earlier on in the game with Anne that you don't actually have control over her, and you in fact have to protect her, and those are probably some of the most difficult sections, just because Anne is such a glass cannon. Like, she just deals so much damage, but she cannot take hits for anything to save her life. Normally I would actually skip these fights, but I'm going to fight, like I said, I'm going to have to fight a few extra battles just to make sure I have enough SP. I'm going to eventually be trying to unlock a move called Dead Man Walking, and once I unlock that move, I'll kind of better explain it, but that's mostly why a lot of the grinding in this game is done. It's not really for levels. Levels are really only significant in helping your party members stay alive, because it gives them a little bit more health. However, Anne is the only one that actually gets used, and as I mentioned before, she's already incredibly overpowered just even at a lower level, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, whoops, oh god, where am I going?
Santarol's not far now.
Sun's coming up.
So we're gonna go ahead and head on down towards town now.
Hey, look.
We'll do our very short grinding session. I'll be fighting things
So pretty.
basically on the way to the road to the Ancient Institute. And basically just there. There's one other spot I'll do a little bit of grinding on my way to the second Protect Anne area. Oops. But that's mainly to get Dead Man Walking. Otherwise, I'll be skipping a lot of the fights throughout the game. Vegeta 6, I agree. The new game plus for this, once you have like all the skills and stuff, it made it really fun. This game, like, the biggest draw I had in for it was definitely the combat. It was really quick and really fun and very strategic. The overall flow of the sense of battle was just really good, and I liked being able to switch characters on the fly. This is a little bit less clunky, I could say. Like the other Star Ocean games didn't feel clunky until I played this game, and then everything just felt really smooth about it. And now it makes all the other Star Oceans feel a bit clunky. This definitely has its moments, though. There are certain parts where it's like the menu will take an extra second to load for some reason, and that can be a little bit annoying when I'm like doing a lot of my inputs, like pre-inputting my inputs. Right.
Behold, the Royal Institute.
The only thing that really carries over in your new game is the skills that you've unlocked. Whoops. I don't think
Keep it up.
like you don't have to actually go and like do certain actions, like certain private actions and stuff to unlock certain things. And it's not every skill. There's definitely a lot of skills that are not unlocked. Like all the Welch stuff you have to re-unlock, but everything you've learned is already like learned. So you don't have to like go through and do a lot of the monotonous work over and over again. Yeah, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head, Akame, with this feels very light and feathery compared to SO3, which is what I more enjoy personally.
So this kid is...
Despite his misleading
But I can see people liking either way.
Scholar we've ever had.
Welcome to the Institute.
Final Fantasy
I'm
12.
Cassius, one of the researchers here.
At least the AI in that is not always completely retarded. In this game, there are times where it's like, obviously Mickey needs to heal somebody, and she's just standing there, like casting or thinking about her life.
That's my first question. Who in their right mind would dare?
And I have to end up actually manually going in and healing with her.
I cannot pretend to know the answer, but I can unequivocally.
Whereas, like in Final Fantasy 12, you could actually set it up.
Not even I have had a signet imbued upon my flesh.
I like there's several people talking over each other, and then I'm talking over.
First off, she's much too young to be getting signets imbued on her. Secondly, you almost never see
possibility that some of
Star Ocean till the end of time.
Thirdly, she
What a great game.
by all accounts, control her signature.
I'm actually very looking forward to the re-release on PS4.
And now for the finale.
Hope our good friend Athair is also looking forward to running Star Ocean 3 on PS4.
So, what do you think?
Everybody's favorite Star Ocean.
Do you happen to know what any of the signets look like?
Yes. Second.
SO3 seems to me to be one of the most difficult Tri-Ace games to run. I don't know, I've never seen a Resonance of Fate run. I'm very sorry to those of my friends that run the game. I've watched like various parts of it, but I'm not familiar enough with the run to be like, oh yeah, it's definitely harder than Star Ocean 3. But I feel like SO3 is probably the hardest Tri-Ace game. I know Valkyrie Profile 2 is pretty tough. But I don't know, maybe it's because I don't run either one.
Meanwhile, why not venture to the
I feel like this one is definitely the easiest. Especially once you unlock Dead Man Walking. Everything gets, I wouldn't say trivialized, but it's a little bit more manageable.
If one of us learns anything, keep the other one apprised.
Thank you so much, Cassius.
Alright, so now we're on our way to the Ancient Institute. Where, like I said, we're going to do very short grinding as we head down the hill. And then back up the hill out of the Ancient Institute. For some reason, this town, the frame rate here gets a little clunky at times. It's actually worse. I'm running on a PS4 Pro. It's actually a lot worse on a regular PS4. Generally on that, I would have to like stare at the ground, like zoom in all the way, face down, just to get a constant frame rate, where it's not as bad on a Pro. Alright. I'll also be picking up a singular item here that I need. These guys aren't very good experience points or anything, but I need the item from the chest here, so. Plus I would be fighting them anyways, because I'm going to be short on SP, because I'm only at a bonus of 150%, whereas I want to be at a bonus of 250%.
So hungry.
Kind of depending on your bonus that you managed to get in the last fight. I've actually gotten it all the way up to 300%, which was amazing. But, not really necessary. We'll go ahead and fight these guys too. So Phase Signets, which I'll use here in a minute, is healing that hits everybody in the party. And, whoops, we have a minor problem. Forgot that I was fighting extra enemies. So it's going to be our main healing we use for pretty much the rest of the game up until she gets a little bit better party healing. Because everyone in your party is always almost dying. Alright, hold on, let's see here. Let's go ahead and do this. Set. It's not Larry. Larry. Very healing. And one blade.
Still room for improvement.
Oh wait, I forgot to do this too. Alright. So normally in a regular speedrun, hello? The only enemies I want to fight are the large enemy groups. So like the ones that contain these giant plant things, or the ones that have like the really large golem rock guys. Where are you? Oh, there you are. There's actually a chest over near here that was picked up by the JP runner of this game that has a move, I think it's triple kick, which is also pretty good. I don't feel like it's better than Shockwave in many places, but they ended up using it instead of Shockwave in a bunch of places. I'll actually end up using Hammer of Might as a safety thing in various places, and I'll kind of explain when I get there why. Hammer of Might has a wonderful feature of also sometimes stunning enemies. So I'll use that to stun bosses and stuff to make the fights a little bit safer. Whereas normally I might use Shockwave just to get the fight over faster. Hammer of Might's also got a really large range in the enemies that it hits. So during like most of these grinding areas, you can hit a lot of enemies at once and get through some of these battles really fast. These guys are pretty spread out though. Oops. Alright, should be able to learn Berserk, I hope. Fix my notes when I get inside. Why does this game have average to low ratings? So one of the major problems with this game is that the story for it was extremely generic, and it was kind of like, I don't want to say like thrown together really quickly. Like everything just kind of happens at a very fast pace. I don't really, and there's not a lot of story to the game. So it was actually really, really short for even for a Star Ocean game, which most of the Star Ocean games are only like 20, 25 hours, something like that long. My first playthrough of this, I think, was like 15 hours long. Like, it's not a very good, very long game. And once you kind of get used to much of the mechanics, it's very easy to just like run through and just blast through everything. So I think a lot of problems that people had with it was just that it didn't really feel like it was worth the full price that they may have paid for it. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty fun. I haven't seen too many people that played the game complain about the gameplay. Normally, everybody just complains that everything just felt like it was like done so quickly.
I'd say you hit the nail on the head.
But it's I enjoy the game. It's one of my favorite like gameplay-wise games, which is one of the reasons why I was able to speedrun it.
Well, I examined some stuff.
Because it was very fun.
Really?
Alright. Hopefully I have enough SP to do all the things that I need to do.
Really?
As I mentioned when I first started, I hope you guys like cutscenes. Hyped for cutscenes, because all these dialogue sequences cannot be skipped, and there are a lot of them. So anybody that's new to this game,
It hurts.
be prepared to
I'm
experience
strong.
about 90% of the story.
Maybe not. But this place, it kind of feels like home to me.
Do you remember?
I was actually supposed to position Fidel
About your father?
where he's standing now, but I kind of forgot about it.
Sand. Sand? I came in from outside. Then I got yelled at. I didn't wipe my feet.
Alrighty.
Well, any scientist considers dirt and dust the nemesis of experiments. Maybe her parents are researchers.
So we have a lab and some
Plot.
sand.
I love plot.
Speaking
Favorite
of
part of
sand,
games.
Isn't Tracur a desert nation?
That's why I skip all of it, as often as I can.
What? I've never heard of Tracur having any lab.
Since I have the time, and it seems we have a few more viewers here,
Doesn't have diplomatic
welcome
relations with
everyone
Tracur.
to the
So it's
Tri-Ace
possible.
Marathon.
Don't conflate academics with college.
Tri-Ace's, I
There's no
believe,
way I
22nd
would
anniversary was
What if it weren't an academic
Thursday,
facility,
maybe?
but
Wednesday or
actually a
Thursday?
classified one that the military uses
I
to
hope
carry
you
out
all enjoy
government-sanctioned experiments.
Tri-Ace style
I'll
games,
admit there is a non-zero probability you're right.
especially Star Ocean
Tracur.
Integrity and Faithlessness, since that's the game I'm playing right
Since we're
now.
at war with them, could we even enter the country?
This one was actually missed out on a lot by a lot of
What if
people.
we ask
It was
Richard
very
out? Do you think he'd
odd
mind?
to me how often in chat when I actually like actively ran this game, people would come in and say, "Wow, I didn't know this game came out."
Remember more.
It somehow just like
Now,
flew in under the
Let's go
radar.
back to Central Rasulia and ask Victor. We can play it by ear from there.
But it is definitely a very enjoyable game, I feel. Let's see here. Brawler, is that right? Yeah. Now I'm going to see a slightly broken version of this game. So I make use of certain mechanics and various amounts of math to deal redonkulous amounts of damage. Attacker, defender, oops, berserker. Using everyone's favorite character from this game. We use Anne throughout most of the rest of the game. Just kidding. There's actually a bunch of sections where you can't play as Anne, so we'll be playing as Fidel in those. Oops, I forgot to actually refill her SP while I was in the menu. Let's make sure she's actually healing. The combat in this game is actually probably one of the fastest paced combats of any of the Star Ocean games, I feel. Star Ocean 3 is up there, but with the way character switching and stuff is done in this game, I don't know. Star Ocean 3 is actually probably pretty close. I might be a little biased though, so I don't know, you should trust my opinion. Alrighty. As I mentioned before, this is one of two very short grinding sessions of the game. As I head down this mountain, I'll be fighting everything along the way. And then we won't fight anything again other than bosses for a long time. And then right before the very first section where I have to protect Anne, we'll fight a few enemies just to make sure I get a skill called Dead Man Walking. And I'll explain Dead Man Walking when we actually get there. Right now, as you can see though, many of the characters in my party are dealing like double-digit damage. Like Fidel, for example, is hitting for like 16 and 5. And then Anne's dealing about 2,000. So Anne, for some reason, the multipliers on her specials are weird or something. And she just hits for so much damage. When I played through this casually, I was like, I bet Anne gets used for a lot of the speedrun. And then I watched the speedrun, I was like, wow, Anne gets used for a lot of the speedrun. I am not in any way surprised. Her skill, Shockwave, as well as her Reserve Rush ability, is just ridiculous in the amount of damage it does. I'm going to skip this group up unless we end up fighting them anyways. It's not a big deal. I'll take any additional SP I can get. If I can get Dead Man Walking to level 3, that would be great too. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of borrowed music in this, and in fact, since I have the Day 1 edition, I could actually turn on music if I really wanted to, but we're not going to do that. They actually have battle music from Valkyrie Profile 1 and 2, both very solid tracks of music. We're going to keep it to Star Ocean 5. Alright, so I need to buy some stuff here. I need to make sure I don't forget. Or step on any wrong triggers. Alright, I'm gonna refill all my healing stuff, so prepare your ears. Oops. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Alright, I'm also gonna buy enhancement cards. Enhancement is a buff. Oops. That when I can use it, it's really great, but I can't always use items in battle because sometimes I need to stay alive instead of trying to buff my attacks. I'll end up using it at the beginning of a lot of boss fights, but it's an ability that, or it's a buff that increases the attack power of whatever character it's used on. So a lot of times, I'll use it on Anne at the start of the fight, and she'll just go to town and completely wreck everything. But it's only a few fights that I'll get to use it multiple times in. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this, I'll be using a lot of safer strats than what I would normally be using in a run, just because some of these fights can get really hairy. Especially later on, where you'll be in battles where most of the characters in your party will be dead, except for Anne. Anne will be somehow the only one still surviving. Whoa, it's not who I wanted to heal. That's okay, whatever. Since like I said, I'm a little bit behind on SP. What? Because I wasn't able to build my SP bar up to 250. Instead, it's around 140 right now. I'm going to have to fight a few extra battles for the sake of SP. Normally, the only fights I would fight whatsoever are the ones that contain larger enemy groups, or larger enemy types, like this one right here. The big plant guys. I'll probably stop fighting things actually after this next group. I do want to pay attention to my drops, which I haven't been doing. I gotta make sure I get a ruby as well as some Parrington droppings, which I just got a ruby from that fight, which is good. Because otherwise I'll have to pick one up from a box that's over here. Which doesn't matter because I got one. Or wait, not a ruby, it's a wind gem, I think. I actually don't even remember anymore. But I will need Parrington droppings at some point, and I don't think I've gotten any of those, so I'll have to fight a few more of these Parrington enemies. I think the Harpies also can drop them. Which I'll need for a quest. If I don't get any, it's not a big deal, I just don't take the quest. And just kind of adjust based on that. So I'll fight this group right here, which was a very scary group that I fought earlier, or I got into battle with earlier. But now that we're much higher level, it's not as scary. Hope everybody likes the sound of Hammer of Might, because you're going to be hearing it a lot. Alright, so we got our Parrington droppings. So I'm going to ignore... we'll fight this enemy group, because I don't want to fight these guys. But I'll ignore everything else after this. Actually, probably should just check my SP. That'd probably be the smart thing to do. Oops. Let's see. Berserker, Pulverizer. Yeah, I'm actually really good. Wait. I'm the best at menuing. Alright, so I'm going to skip the rest of these battles, because I appear to be good on SP. And then we'll try to avoid all battles from here on out for a while. The only thing I'll really be fighting for most of the rest of the game is boss fights. If I get into a battle, I'll probably just go ahead and do it anyways. Because at this point, it would be faster for me to just do the battle than it would to run away. I'll be utilizing the fact, later on I'll be utilizing the fact that Anne is at the end of this like train of characters running along here to escape fights. So I'll like purposely get into a fight and then escape with Anne and then go through the battle area. Alright. But now we have to head all the way back to the capital city. So we have quite a number of, quite a bit of distance still to go. I love the private actions in this game, and I'm sad I don't get to see them all in a run. Because some of them are really funny or like really creepy, like really watching Anne.
With which you need help? I'm watching. What? Oh.
Or all the scenes where people make fun of or they question Fiore's attire. Once again, my favorite one being the one where she asks Emerson if he wants to try it on.
Whoops.
Alrighty. Uh-oh. This I'm going to escape from, because this is actually a complete waste of time.
Relia, is there someone you like?
Someone I like?
I haven't gotten in the fight there in a long time.
I almost forgot. And Nikki, too.
I'm going to try and skip this too. I'm actually very surprised I got a battle there. These guys, though, can be really obnoxious. And I've run into them a few times, and they actually steal items from you. And they, like, permanently steal items from you. And sometimes it's things that you actually need for these quests that I'm about to do here in a minute. Emerson would look pretty good in Fiore's outfit. I think I would probably look really good in Fiore's outfit. Alright, for some reason the town like lags like really bad. The frame rate just like drops dramatically here. So we're just gonna go ahead and face the ground. And run in the general direction that I need to be heading.
The whole town's on edge.
What could have happened here?
Alright. So normally there's I want to do all the quests here, but you can't actually do some of the things you need to do in the town until you've seen this cutscene. So I'll have to backtrack to do those things.
We're here to see Lieutenant Oakville, the leader of the 3rd Ranger Unit. Could you please tell him Fidel's here?
I don't know how you know him, but he's busy. Scram.
My name
So I'll be buying equipment as well for Fidel. So Fidel will be caught up on, because during the next section of the game, I won't get to play as Anne as much because we're almost to.
By the way,
we'll be losing Anne in a bit, I should say. It's actually about 30 minutes from now. So it's a little bit of time.
Shows that you're still a kid. Grow up and learn to live with it.
You heard the lady.
Ouch. That one's got
For you all's enjoyment, I will awkwardly stand in the back. Actually, looks like we're supposed to be standing right here. Just kidding. I'm gonna go stand over here, where the frame rate's really bad for some reason.
Who are they?
I'm Emerson. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Anne.
The two of them not only saved us from a sticky situation.
As I mentioned before, I gotta go buy some stuff and do some quests. I'm gonna change around some people's equipment a little bit. I think. Nah. I think I'll keep it where it is.
Because we need help crossing the border into Tricur. You see, it's essential that Relia goes there. She recalled one memory earlier.
And meanwhile, we're going to stare at this wonderful
holds the key to the
rock walkway
That's
here.
impossible. As Sortivus fall
Somebody
back,
spent a lot of time working on this,
enemy forces
so we're going to
have
appreciate it
advanced
for a moment.
practically to the capital.
If that's how it is.
Somebody out
well,
there took
I was
pictures of
dispatched
probably
from
their own
Vanguard to
backyard.
assist in the war effort, but I've left the front lines. Some of that
Or maybe it was
responsibility
hand-drawn.
lies with me.
Who
I'm the
knows?
one who put Feely on
Maybe
that
it's a
path.
filter in Photoshop.
She gets to
Looks
help
very
out.
much like the stained glass
So do
filter.
I.
We'll do what we can to ensure victory as well.
My favorite filter. Alright.
Good
As
to
I
hear.
mentioned before, we're going to
I'd be happy to
do
accept your offer.
some quests. Second,
All right then. Follow me.
fourth, the fifth quest, and the seventh quest. Most of these we actually did for the items that they provided. Some other stuff. Free experience points, free full, that sort of thing.
I still have much further to go.
Sorry.
I'm gonna actually buy a couple things. I don't normally do this, but we're gonna do this for safety. Alright. So here we are. There's a big battle about to take place. So we're going to be part of the battle. Yeah, we're actually, some of the cutscenes in this are ridiculously long. We're actually quite a ways away from the worst one. But we still have quite a number in between here and there. This one being one of the best right here, because all you do is walk around this room, you initiate every single cutscene, and then you walk away. So I'm actually, like, I initiated a couple different cutscenes already. Well, I'll say a couple, it was actually just one. So like everybody runs into position.
Wait here while I make preparations. In the
I'm gonna start
provisions are part of the King's Chosen's exclusive
with this group here,
If you care to live through this battle,
and
I
then
suggest
move over to this group right here, and then to this group over here. I say this fully realizing there's like a 5-second delay between my voice and what you guys actually seen on screen.
Sir, I request the addition of an independent section.
So it's almost like I'm telling the future.
Go with you.
Don't you think
Hope you guys like my ability to perceive what's going on before it happens.
Enemy troops incoming from the west. They're 5,000 strong and led by Dersul.
Yeah, Garrick. The first time I thought they were pretty cool. I mean, it was a really neat feature. The like 30th time though, it was not as cool of a feature. There's one cutscene that's actually 9 minutes long that has 0 human interaction in it. It's in the middle of like 20 minutes worth of cutscenes. And then the space battle that you're mentioning is around 40 minutes, I think, of cutscenes. There's a little bit of running around that's done in there. So there's like some breaks in the cutscene, but it's mostly just like you move from one cutscene to the next while you're inside the ship. Okay, I'm going to try and avoid a battle because I have actually game overed here on several occasions. Okay, so we're going to hope for the best. Okay, this is automatically bad. Oh god, this is extra bad. I really wish... Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, I really wish she would heal Anne, because Anne's the only one that matters in this battle. That's not who I want to target. It's also not who I want to target. So, Hammer of Might has the ability to stun enemies. And I got knocked over by Anne at the very beginning, which kind of causes the enemies to spread out a little bit. Which doesn't always happen, but it does sometimes happen. And it gets really annoying because some of the enemies leak through. But optimally, you want to Hammer of Might at the very beginning, which knocks, I think there are 6 targets, knocks them all down, stuns a few of them, and this fight doesn't go that bad. But got a little sketchy there for a second. Here's cutscene number 3 that we can skip. This is the one where it's like the big reveal, I guess, that Anne and Emerson are from space. Of course, you kind of already figured that out just from their dialogue to begin with. But that's where it actually like kind of unveils some of it in that cutscene. They talk about breaking the I can't remember what it's called now. The P3, the Planet Protection Pact, I guess.
A phenomenon analogous to transport, apparently. Without a transporter, I assume.
Yeah, Garrick, I hope if they do make another Star Ocean game, they don't follow this same practice. Like I said, it was really cool the first time. Like, I was like, wow, I can walk around and like do goofy stuff with emotes. And then it was like, I can't, there's times where it's hard to see everything that's going on. So it got kind of annoying in a few spots. Because with a cinematic, generally they focus things a little bit better, whereas I'm not as good at focusing things.
I'll lead the way.
But for the most part, my first time through, I definitely enjoyed the idea. But the cutscenes just are so long, or like these dialogue sections are so long that it can get rather annoying. I just skipped a cutscene there by just walking straight. I'm gonna go ahead and save because I haven't saved in a long time. And the Paptine fight's not that bad, but it can be. Anyways, there's a dialogue that happens here that's like 2 or 3 minutes long, but if you just walk straight through there, then it ends up skipping it. And then it cuts into this dialogue here. There's actually a few spots in the game where as long as you're holding up, you can actually walk before like the little red line, like the invisible wall appears, and you can skip a few different spots. It's not very many of them, and for the most part, other than the one I just skipped there, it's generally only about like 10 to 20 seconds. But some of them, it's funny how the dialogue plays out, because they'll cut into the next dialogue immediately, like mid-sentence.
They should extend all the way to the northern border of Tracur.
Filthy space travelers.
Then let's traverse the tops of them together.
This game reminded me a lot of
Blanketed in snow. It'll be near
yeah, was it Star Ocean 1? I want to say it was Star Ocean 1.
But with the war, crossing over from Rasulia,
I think it was Star Ocean 1. Man, all the Star Oceans are blending together in my head. When they first do the big space unveil,
No, we shouldn't.
it happens very similar. Like somebody gets injured and they have to make the choice of either saving them and taking them out in space and breaking the UP3 or whatever it's called, or just letting them die. There's a lot of parts of this game that actually reminded me of Star Ocean 1, just story-wise, and I think that's part of why it felt so predictable, in a sense. While it was very different events happening, it had a very similar feel.
Just who are the two of you, anyway?
First, you have the same weapon as the enemy, and now you make this outrageous.
I like how everyone just like tears into him here.
They just appeared out of the blue.
And Fidel is like, "Whoa!"
To the enemy against our wishes.
If you're so knowledgeable about signets, Anne, how come no one at the Institute knows?
Fidel throws the well, actually,
Please, take a step
speech in here.
Emerson, I can't help but be skeptical of you as well. You guys are definitely harboring some secrets. You feel that
This
you
is
can't share
Emerson, the
with us.
guy in the blue. Everybody's circled around him. This is Anne, our waifu,
However,
the ultimate character.
put your life on the line.
She's not only the smartest, but she's the most powerful one in our group.
Furthermore, you broke some law in order to help us, even though Anne tried to stop you at
She's
first.
the real waifu of this game.
So you overheard us then?
I'm sure it was imperative you adhere to it, but you decided that protecting Relia was even more important.
Alright.
I have a hunch you'll do it again.
So Fiore is definitely not dressed for this situation here.
It's almost as if you can
It's very
see right
cold
through us.
outside.
I've made my decision and I believe in you.
Alright.
Alright, everyone. We're crossing the mountains into Tracur.
Somewhere around here I have to menu. It's a very important menu, because I learned Shrewd Overseer.
This is as far as I can accompany you. From here, I must head back to Rasulia.
But we...
If Santarol were attacked, I would want to return as well.
Trying to remember. I can't remember if I use.
I guess I see your point.
Thank you for coming with us as far as you did.
Thank you.
It's a little risky, but I think I do use
I said some rather harsh
the
things
reserve
to you,
rush here.
Don't sweat it.
I'm gonna hold on to it. I think actually.
I trust that you will keep everyone else safe.
Of course I will.
Please, oh my god,
Bye-bye,
get out of my life.
Mr. Soldier.
So the enemies here are a little bit too strong for me, as you can see by the fact that they've completely wrecked Emerson. So I really don't want to be in this battle. I also don't want to be in this next battle. Alright. So here's the Pavni fight. I'm gonna menu somewhere in the middle of this cutscene.
I'll do my best.
This fight can get a little hairy, just because halfway through you lose
more excited if it had been a
your
lady
healer,
for us.
I don't think I need to tell you why I'm here.
and set rolls is not their
Really
rolls.
Do I have to explain to you
Bunker,
idiots again that it's pointless to resist?
Shrewd
The halfwit with the
Overseer.
potty mouth is making another empty thread. I'm so scared.
You waste.
Set rolls. Oh wait, forgot. I'll learn the menu one day.
The Federation
Don't worry, guys. I have a world record in this game. There's A+ menuing.
You'll pay for that remark.
The menuing I did like when I actually ran this game actively. I did really enjoy the
Wipe these filthy chimps out.
very quick when you actually can do it. Your button inputs actually happen. I guess like you press the button and it doesn't take a second. Like it actually happens when you press the button. So it was very smooth feeling when you go through your menus. Whereas some RPGs I've run, it's like you press the button, you have to wait for like stuff to come up. You gotta like sit around for a while and think about life or something.
Who violated protocol?
That's what it almost
first?
feels like.
Oh, that's right.
You unbearable little.
Alright, so I used an enhanced card on Anne. If I'm feeling really daring here... Oh man. I could reserve rush. I really don't know. Let's just go ahead and do it. He moves around a lot. And it's kind of a waste, because as you can see, he's already dead. And we can't really do anything until this, like, the dialogue finishes and this cutscene plays. Probably shouldn't use it. That's fine. And as I mentioned before, Anne is, like, horribly overpowered. If you set her up right. Where's my run on SR.com?
How is this even possible?
Don't go there.
Unfreaking
It's not on
believable.
any website. I'm too lazy.
Run, Relia! Mickey, look out!
Die, you pest!
Alright, is Pavni even... Alright, there we go. What a battle, man. What a battle.
She has other powers too?
As I mentioned before, if you set Anne up right, it's a little weird. Alright, so this is the like fourth cutscene we can skip. It's the one where Mickey gets shot. So now she's like dying. So they have to make a choice on whether or not they save Mickey or just let her die. So they decide to save Mickey and they teleport everybody onto the ship. So now everybody's like really confused because we're out in space.
Take her by stretcher to sickbay.
Miki.
To sickbay.
And then they'll eventually explain space to us. Man, we left Emerson behind. Poor guy.
Deck 12. Sickbay.
In the case of that last battle with Pavni, I used her reserve rush, which also has a really dumb modifier, and so I was able to deal. I didn't really see how much it was, and I really kind of need to know. I need to learn the move eccentric, and I'll need to start learning that. Actually, let's go ahead and see if I have it, because it's actually important that I know if I have it. Okay, so we do have eccentric. In order to unlock eccentric, you have to deal over 25,000 damage in one hit, and
She's undergoing treatment now.
I think I did it in that last one. I think I did 33,000 damage in one of those hits. Hammer of Might also has a crazy modifier, as well as Shockwave has a crazy modifier. So if you start stacking like Berserker and other various like attack boosting stats onto Anne, then she'll start dealing some really ridiculous damage. And her reserve rush is actually capable of hitting max damage pretty early on. I probably won't get above 70 or 80,000 in this run, but there have definitely been runs where I've gotten, like on a crit or something like that, I'll crit for 99,000 or whatever it is.
You can call me Captain now. But
Yeah, 99,999.
How could I make such a mistake? I'm terribly sorry.
I couldn't help but laugh at, like, when I was running this a few weeks ago to practice for the marathon, somebody in my chat was like, man, I must have been doing something wrong, because I never saw these numbers. It's like, yeah. If you stack Anne with some attack boosting stuff, she can deal some pretty serious damage. But the sad part is you don't always have access to Anne, and when you do, she's kind of a glass cannon early on, so it's hard to keep her alive.
Well then, so where should we start? We'll answer anything we are allowed.
Alright, I need to actually buy and do stuff here
It's rather difficult
so that
to
Anne doesn't
explain.
die. So we're coming up on one of our first like Protect Anne sections.
A ship. Who knew there were such advanced civilizations outside the Vestilian continent?
It's
You're not from Potamon, then, are you? No,
maybe
we're not.
about
How
10
about
minutes from
Pocus?
now.
We come from a place that none of you've ever heard of. I see.
We'll have to
Do await us around every corner.
keep Anne alive for one of the missions, but the problem is we no longer have a healer. Mickey is gone from our party, so we're gonna have to turn Fiore into a healer.
Your civilization
And
is
I
so
actually
much more
forgot
advanced
to
than
pick
our
up the healing
society.
thing, so I'll have to pick up the healing
Kind
thing.
of shocked, but I have to say it's also an honor to be the only one.
There's a
who lives
backup
to
just in case,
experience
but
this.
I like to have it as a bonus.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our humble Charles D. Gold.
It can't be.
So this is another one of those sections. Like I said, it was cool that you can move around during the cutscenes, but it's hard to stay focused on like everything going on. Because like if I want to look at the map of like what's going on over there, I can't look at what is going on over here. And like Fiore will start talking about something, and it's like,
I think this is where Little Miss Starlight came from.
Where I came from?
Of all the areas within the continent's arid region, from
I do that as if it was in real time. I keep forgetting that there's like a 5 or 10 second stream delay between my voice and what you guys actually see visually.
There's no electromagnetic response from anywhere in it, though.
The facility could very well be cloaked.
I suppose. If that's true, then we've no choice but to investigate.
I should just say all the lines of dialogue like before they happen.
You can trust that our medical technology will save.
Where's Radiata stories on the schedule? Good question. You have to hit up my YouTube page on youtube.com/Rudix. I've got to run somewhere on there. You might have to actually do some searching for it, because that was a few years ago. I did used to run the human story for Radiata stories, but like I said, that was a few years ago. I did last year. I started routing out like all characters, and then I was like, this is too much work. I gave up.
I still don't fully comprehend why. But somehow.
But I did get far enough along to kind of have a general feel of it. But I don't know. I don't think I'll ever come back to that. Who knows? I said I would never come back to this game, and here I am playing it right now. Alright, ceramic sword. And riot gear. Whoops. Oh god. And alright. I guess can't really heal. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Whoops.
Blech. We're gonna lose a little time because we didn't stand on the platform. Alright.
Hey, this is the room we started out in.
Everyone, please step onto this platform.
Welcome, everyone, to the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017.
In transport.
Yes, sir.
I think the 22nd anniversary of Tri-Ace was Wednesday or Thursday. So I hope you guys enjoy a weekend full of Tri-Ace games. Definitely a big fan of the Tri-Ace style of doing things. With my favorite game of all time being
Is
Valkyrie
this the
Profile
place we
1,
saw on that map of yours earlier?
the game that introduced me to
The
Tri-Ace.
coordinates match. So this is indeed the same place as on the map.
But the real issue here is whether or not it
Hope
has
you guys
any
are
relation
enjoying
to
Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness so far. I apologize on behalf of all of Tri-Ace for the fact that there are so
What are
many
we looking for?
dialogue
It's
scenes and
difficult to
cutscenes in this
explain.
game that are
Please
completely
inform us if
unskippable,
anything about this vicinity seems off to you.
which makes for great when you're playing this game casually,
I'll help.
but for a speedrun it can get a little bit annoying. I think if they had a version of this game where I could skip all the cutscenes, this game would probably be about 2 to 2.5 hours long, I would say.
Could you
Maybe a little bit
elaborate on
longer
what
than that,
seems off?
but there's
There's
definitely a
something
lot
that
of
can key
like
your physical
dialogue
prowess,
going on
even
in
though
here.
Nothing appears to be in your way.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
Alright. It feels really excessive to save, but I know where I can save.
Could this be what?
The first of several Protect Anne sections are coming up here in about 4-ish minutes. And
There's no doubt
as I've mentioned a few times before, Anne is very strong offensively, but very weak defensively. So we'll be unlocking a move later on that kind of negates that a little bit, but the first of the Protect Anne sections can be a little hairy because she cannot take very many hits, and all the enemies are focused on her, so...
Relia! After Little Miss Starlight.
Right. Did I pick up anything in here? Nope. Alright. A lot of the dungeons in this game, a lot of these like spacey dungeons in this game look exactly the same. So I learned to navigate more through the mini-map than I did actually the main screen.
I used to live
When I was first learning this game, it was much easier to...
One of the
Oh!
rooms in this facility
I
should
probably
be
could just
closed.
fight that thing, actually. Probably be easier to just fight this thing.
I can't help but think this resembles the Institute.
Could it be?
Could it
No.
be what?
It's nothing worth mentioning.
Some of them can get kind of... Some of the areas can get kind of mazy at times. This one, luckily, is very straightforward. It's kind of more like an introduction to this sort of place.
I'll do my best.
Still room for improvement.
Oops. There's a chest there. I will never pick up. We'll never find out what's inside the box. Whoops. I said I navigate via the minimap, and I keep paying attention to not the minimap. Okay.
What in the ever-loving world were those Kronos bastards researching here anyway?
Gizmodgate,
Signets?
your answer has been,
No.
or your question has been answered in chat, but to further elaborate on it, in Star Ocean 2, you have the choice of playing as Rena or Claude. However, they're both very similar, but it kind of gives the story from each of their own perspectives. Alright, so Fidel's Brawler, Berserker, Shrew, Berserker, and gets Defender. Fury gets Healer. So we're gonna give Fiore healing, and she'll be our main healer for this. I'm gonna go ahead and save, because this can get a little sketchy. Alright. Yeah, Star Ocean 2 had a very amazing feature of unlocking characters as you play throughout. However, in Star Ocean 5 here, you're limited to a very set party throughout the game, which is probably very disappointing for a lot of people. I didn't mind it too much. I mean, it was a little bit disappointed, but because Star Ocean for me is all about like the getting side characters and being able to actually like really party. But I feel like it kind of worked out anyways. Alright, so I have to pay extra attention to Anne's health, because if Anne dies, then it's game over.
Wait a second. It's a trap. Get ready. We got company.
I'm gonna be a little careful with their health there. We're all positioned in like a really bad spot. Please heal Fidel. Please. Oh wait, you're. Oh my God, Fidel. Yep, this is going downhill really fast, actually. Alright, there we go. Should be okay now, since this enemy moved its position. And should be okay. The earlier part of this fight is really the most difficult part. Alright, so we made it to the Protect Anne without too much damage done. If they get... I ended up unintentionally blocking most of the damage with Fidel, which is what really kind of saved that fight and kept it from looking like it was a complete disaster.
So they can dispose of both the evidence and the opposition.
Somehow Fidel got positioned in front of one of the enemies, so he ended up taking all the blunt force of the damage rather than... A lot of times it'll end up being Anne that's put in that position instead.
Must be here to ensure we don't get out in time. Charles D. Gaulle, this is Emerson.
They're jamming our signal.
Alright, so now we have a limited amount of time to get out of here, so I'm going to continue to try and avoid battles, just not only for the sake of the timer, whoa, but for the sake of the speed run. So I don't really need to be in most of these battles. There are a few I can avoid by getting into them on purpose and then switching to Anne, but I forgot to switch to Anne there. There's really only one battle in all of the area that's a little, like, scary, per se. Yeah, we'll just fight these things. And it's the one right at the exit. But I'm actually a much higher level than I'm really used to being at this point, so none of this is really that bad. I might actually hit the damage cap in this run, because I'm so much higher level than I'm used to being. Because like I said, I had to fight a bunch of extra enemies to even out my SP. Alright, we're wasting too much time, really. I'm just gonna run. Alright. So Fidel's dead, but that's okay. The last room coming up here has 3 enemies, and they're all really tightly together. And avoiding the battle is kind of rough, just in general. But if you actually get into it, they can all explode, which will kill your party instantly. So that can be a little annoying. Alright, so they told me to keep running, so we're just going to keep running for forever. Alright. Okay, everyone, so I hope you enjoy cutscenes, because there's about 20 minutes worth of cutscenes here. And in fact, one of these cutscenes is about 9 minutes long, where there's no human interaction whatsoever. I'm actually going to run, when it happens, I'll let everybody know. You can run to the bathroom, or go take your dog out, or question your life choices and why you're here, or whatever else you want to do for like 9 minutes. And like I said, I'll let you guys know when that starts.
On the other hand, all our leads have gone up in flames.
They're burnt all black and stuff.
It's definitely coming up here soon.
What sort of
I'll probably run to the
research is going on
restroom
in
and
the city?
maybe get some coffee or something to eat or something like that real quick. It's generally a nice little break in a long RPG. It's always appreciated, except there's like 6,000 breaks in this RPG.
That's their name. It's a long story. So let me tell it while we're en route to sickbay.
Whoops. Pardon me.
The good part is, though, like I said, there's no human interaction whatsoever. So I could go for a walk and search for the meaning of life. Probably a few other things.
We're with an organization called the Pan-Galactic Federation and come from far away.
Talk to my neighbors.
If we hadn't already experienced what we have with you,
Get
I'd say
lost
you're telling the biggest whopper ever.
in the forest somewhere.
When you look up at the sky, you can see a lot
But yeah,
of
this
light.
is the beginning of about 20 minutes
Well,
worth of like
we're
cutscenes,
from one
like
of
back
those
to back to
astral
back to
worlds,
back to
as
back
is Kronos,
cutscenes,
albeit a different
or like dialogue
To
sequences
people
like this
far,
one right
far
here.
away, your home is also an astral light.
And we have termed your particular orb of light Fate Creed 4.
The Pan-Galactic Federation and Kronos signed a charter that forbids either party from
And for
entering the other's
anybody
territory
new
or
coming
neutral
along
zone
here,
between them.
I'd like to once again thank everybody for showing up
We obtained
to
information
the Tri-Ace
stating that Kronos was
Marathon
clandestinely
of
operating on Fate Creed
2017.
And when we came to investigate,
I'm your host, Rudix.
I
Today I am
understand that
running
you guys
Star
were the
Ocean,
ones starting
Integrity,
this,
and
but mind
Faithlessness.
explaining what all this has to do with Relia?
Hope you all are enjoying the game so far,
Starlight was
as
the
I
bad
talk
attitude
over
of theirs.
all of the dialogue.
Relia is most likely a living test subject for some of Kronos' experiments.
Up next, in about
Sorry.
5 more hours, we will have, I think, Star Ocean 2. Whoa, I'm going
Test
away.
subject.
Star Ocean 2.
All for the sake of creating signets.
I
This
actually
is
don't
now
remember what the
far
schedule
beyond
is.
the realm of simply trying to reunite a young runaway girl with her parents.
Alright, so we have about a 2-minute cutscene here, and then we'll have a 9-minute cutscene after that. Hope everyone is having a great day,
Mickey,
especially if you've been here since the beginning.
for you to get hurt. This is all.
Thank you, Takaze, for the link to the schedule, so that I too may know what it is.
You don't say sorry in this situation. You say thank
Yeah,
you.
looks like we have Star Ocean 2
Thank
coming
you,
up in
Mickey.
about 5 hours-ish.
You're very
Probably less than
welcome.
that. Followed up by Blue
You're
Sphere.
okay.
You're here for
Blue
me.
Sphere being everyone's
Lucy and
favorite
Ann are the ones who saved you.
Game
If they
Boy
hadn't been around, we wouldn't have been
Star
able to do
Ocean. I
anything
can't remember if
for
you played on Game Boy or Game Boy Color, but I know there's a difference, and I'm
That's
sure
what I
you'll
heard
explain
from the people here.
when
Thank you so very much.
it comes time.
Don't thank us. It's our fault in the first place.
Thank you, Riddick,
I have
for the
something
good
I need to
luck.
say. We want Relia to stay in our custody.
What? Where'd you get that crazy idea?
Feeling pretty good right now, actually. I'm very much
As
awake.
for who they are and how they relate to us, ask
Normally
them.
I'm falling asleep by this point,
How does any of
but
that matter in the least?
went and had a nice big
You've seen
breakfast this
firsthand
morning.
how persistent
Some
those
coffee.
upgrades can be. Relia is so significant to them that
Breakfast
they're
being the
willing
most
to go
important
through
meal
all
of the day.
this for her.
Often the
Now that they've failed
largest of my
multiple
meals.
times, they'll start taking even more drastic measures.
I live in a shopping district, so
Kronos
it's very
possesses
easy for me to
nearly
just
the
go
same
out and
level
have
of
breakfast somewhere.
technology that we do. As long as they think the ends justify the means, you won't be able to stop them from taking her.
For some of you, though, I know it's afternoon or maybe even the
Furthermore,
evening.
your country will no longer be attacked.
Hope you all are having a wonderful supper, as it may be.
I want to
For
stay
those of you
here. Really?
oops, All right. So now there is a 9-minute section of cutscene. I think it's here. Yeah. I'm actually going to run to the restroom real quick, and I'll probably eat a sandwich or something. And in the meantime, enjoy cutscene. Once again, this is 9 minutes. So you have about 8 minutes now to go on a journey. Take your dog out.
Just wait until my technological discoveries surpass even yours.
Please see that no harm comes to Relia.
We will. You take care down there.
All the best.
Relia, you take care of yourself. Miki.
Grab happiness by the horn.
Fidel. Bye-bye, Relia. So long. Toodaloo. Miki. Fidel.
Relia, I'm very sorry, but you're not allowed to be here.
Captain, our sensors have detected abnormal energy disturbances. The possibility that they're caused by mechanical activity, as opposed to a natural phenomenon, is 87.32%.
What do you make of it?
My guess is Chrono's cloaking technology.
Use impulse engines to change our trajectory. Enable our shields as well. We're going on red alert.
Engine output reduced by half. Modifying course.
Now raising shields to 80% Omni. We're currently at 30%, sir.
Everyone assume battle stations. Tactical display on screen. Enemy starboard. Engines to full power. Raise shields to 100%.
Starboard side hit. Shields operating at 97%.
Loading of enemy torpedoes confirmed.
Ann, any info on the torpedoes?
Nothing at the moment.
Change course to 90 Mark 45. We're going to their port side.
Current speed at 0.87. We're approximately 3 minutes from Fate Creed 5.
The enemy has launched 8 torpedoes our way, all proceeding at course 360.
Another 8 torpedoes incoming. Following course 50, Mark 270.
Employing Hadean tactics, I see. Looks like someone in Kronos knows his way around a Starfleet battle.
Enemy phase cannon fire has been detected.
Phase cannon beam impact 135 degrees to starboard. Shields now at 94%.
Oh, crap. Alright, we're gonna have to let a couple of torpedoes through. I guess all we can do is pray theirs don't pack too much of a punch. Load 4 photon torpedoes. Set the first to slow, put it on a course for the flagship's 8 torpedoes. Set the second one for slow as well and aim it at the second round of torpedoes.
Prepped and ready.
Great. Fire rounds 1 and 2.
Firing rounds 1 and 2. 5 seconds until contact. 3, 2, 1, 0. 10 enemy torpedoes still remain.
There shouldn't be anywhere near that many. Huh. Who knew their AI was that good?
5 seconds until contact. 3, 2,
Everyone,
1.
brace for impact. Damage report.
We sustained damage from 2 torpedoes. Shields reduced to 57%.
Warp drive is operational.
All that damage from 2 measly torpedoes?
Yakagi evaded all torpedoes.
The Nimitz took 1 hit that reduced its shields to 34%. Its warp drive has sustained heavy damage. Now only its impulse engines remain operable.
Even if they're top of the line, our ships are still mainly research vessels. They don't stand a snowball's chance in hell against 3 battlecruisers.
Transmission from their flagship.
Before we open communication, shut down our warp drive.
Captain, you can't be serious.
Do it now.
Aye, aye, sir. Initiating emergency warp drive shutdown. Shields at 5%.
Okay, now bring them up on screen.
This is Captain Aaron of the Kronos Interstellar Army ship Darivolos.
Emerson T. Kenny, captain of the Federation vessel Charles D. Gaulle.
Kenny, you say? Well, well, what an honor it is to meet a gentleman as influential as you. A shame I can't see your face with all that egg of defeat smeared on it.
Thanks for the concern.
I believe you know what we came here for.
Which is yours.
Captain!
But in return, I'd like a favor.
What's that?
The warp drives of this and another of our ships took a great deal of damage. Enough to render interstellar navigation impossible. I ask you to please let us leave this sector on the one ship with a fully functional warp drive.
Run a scan.
The warp drives for their first and third ships are indeed down.
I'll permit the other ship's crews to go. I regret to inform you, however, that yours will have to stay behind.
That's fine with me, but how should we handle the exchange?
Your crew will transport over to my ship, starting with you.
Then we'll start moving within transport range of your vessel.
Fret not, for we shall do the moving. All you need do is lower your shields and wait until we are in range and contact you again. Don't pull anything funny in the meantime.
How far away is the enemy from us?
We are approximately 0.34 AU away from the Deravolos, sir.
That's 10 minutes at quarter speed, or 5 at half. The crew of the Nimitz is to board the Akagi at once, using any means necessary.
Yes, sir.
Once everyone's boarded, the Akagi is to warp out as soon as possible and head for remote Station 5.
What of the Charles D. Gould's crew?
We'll use escape pods and land on Faithlessness 5. Send someone later to pick us up.
Hello, everyone,
The Deravolos and the rest
and
of
welcome to the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017.
47 seconds until they're within range.
I am your host, Rudix,
Open a comm link to the whole ship.
and I just made and ate an entire sandwich in world record timing.
You will now begin boarding the nearest
Just
escape
kidding.
pod
I
and
did
prepare to
actually
abandon
just
the
make a
ship.
sandwich and eat
Do not
sandwich though.
eject, however,
Also,
until you give the
drank some
command.
coffee,
That is all.
so I'm ready to go. The sequence is almost over. We'll finally gain control of a character,
This is our only option.
and we'll get to move around.
Everyone but Anne and Delacroix board an escape pod.
Also, since he keeps mentioning his name,
Self-destruct sequence settings.
I guess I'll go over the
Destruct sequence requires the authorization of at least 3 Federation officers.
I can't think of the word.
In addition,
Nix the briefing.
Sure, somebody out there will. Anyways, so Emerson, as many of may have noticed, is a Kinney, Emerson T. Kinney. From what I understand, and as well as what's on the wiki, I believe,
get this straight.
he is the grandson of Claude C. Kinney from Star Ocean 2. This game's story takes place between Star Ocean 2 and Star Ocean 3. I don't know that other than the Kinney and of course the it's not the planet Styx, but the that weird thing, the 4D space thing. I'm sure somebody knows the name of it. Really, the only other relations this seems to have to the other Star Ocean games.
4915. Direct the blast this way.
Settings applied. Command required to initiate with another code.
I did look up lineage at one point.
Start.
Oh, good. Hold on. I finally get to play, I think. Wait, nope. I was lied to. Wait. Maybe. All right. After all these minutes, time gate. Yes, that's the one I was looking for. The time gate. All right. So I get to play as Relia for that many seconds. All right. So now we're going through some more cutscenes. So we had our 9 minutes of cutscenes. We got to play as Relia for 2 seconds, which was great. Now we're back inside here. So I'll stare at Relia's face. We will, in fact, they never actually mention its name in this game, and we, in fact, will be skipping the cutscene that kind of really shows it. But there is a section of this game where you go to what is basically like the time gate type thing. I don't remember what it's actually called. I'm pretty sure in Star Ocean 1 it was called the time gate, but it's a very similar idea. I don't remember the whole lore behind all the Star Ocean games, especially since I haven't played 3 in quite a while.
Still be able to escape
But
as
we
long
will
as we
see one of the
accelerate
like Stargate
That's
things,
theoretically possible.
the Fargate.
With your programming skills, Anne, I know you're able to turn
I
theory
agree.
into
This is
reality.
my favorite part of the gameplay, where I only can control the camera. I wonder if they sell these backpacks in Japan, like Ryu's backpack. Emerson also has a goofy backpack with some picture of some weird, not weird, some random chick on the back of it
You're gonna do.
that I wasn't actually sure what it was for. There's a couple parts of the game where they actually sell these little like the little fuzzy guys on the back of Ryu's backpack at like a stand.
Miracles do we need here?
None. Not a single one of these obstacles is too much for us to overcome by ourselves.
That's the only other part I've really ever seen them in. Whoa. And did all that calculation so fast. She's got brains and bronze. The ultimate in waifus.
I'm finished.
Are those the Pac-Man ghosts?
I knew
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Now, let's
Oh, I got tricked into thinking I got to play the game again. Hold on. We're almost there. It's funny because I know, because I have a timer running alongside for me, so I know exactly where things are going. Like how much farther we have till we actually get to play the game again. You guys don't. It's that anticipation that keeps you here. There's like these eyes and like a mouth on Ray's head here. Oh, wait. I gotta play Ryu again. For everyone that plays Final Fantasy XIV as a Lalafell, this is your moment of glory. Thought they might have been sooties. I am definitely uncultured and have no idea what they are.
Have you yet to finish your preparations?
One day, somebody might explain them to me, or I might remember to Google search. Who knows? In the meantime,
sadly, we don't have sufficient energy to do that.
how is everyone doing today? I hope you're doing great. I'm feeling great. I just ate a sandwich. It was great. It was peanut butter and jelly and bread. I don't have a camera, so you guys didn't get to watch me put it all together. But we both made and ate the sandwich in that during that 9-minute cutscene.
Escape pods are launching from the Charles de Gaulle.
You what? What in the hell is going on?
One of my favorite lines of this game. Alright, this is cutscene number 5 that we can skip. I think it's 5. I don't know. I lost track because there's not very many. I only have 5 fingers. Thank you, Macklin. I'm very happy to hear people are enjoying this game. I definitely enjoyed this game.
Captain, just so you know, the shuttle has now officially been cloaked.
One day I hope to, I've actually never played this on, what is it, Chaotic? Or Chaos mode? Like the hardest difficulty? And one day I'd like to go back and actually do that.
I'm glad you guys
I don't feel like it'll be all that bad because of the strategies that are used like later on in this game. I'm familiar with a lot of different strategies, so it doesn't sound like it'll be too crazy or chaotic, but should be fun. I don't have a tendency to play through too many games more than once unless I plan on speedrunning them. And if I end up speedrunning them, or like playing them with the intent of speedrunning them, I don't do all the side stuff. So like, I speedrun Final Fantasy 15 as well. And I've actually never done I've done one singular side quest in that game. That's, I've played through that game like 45 times now.
You wouldn't say the most important thing first if you're about to go out of range.
It's just how I am.
You would have if you hadn't made that demand.
Well, there's no
Yeah, can't tell if your name is Akime. Like, the more I look at it, the more confused I get.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go with Aki. We're calling you Aki. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have, definitely. But yeah, Dead Man Walking, the skill is so broken, especially with if you use it on Victor. Victor has a move called Blood Sword, I think, that restores his health. And if you just spam Blood Sword with Dead Man Walking on, Victor's basically invincible. And that kind of removes a lot of the challenge out of it. So I might, if I ever do play through this on Chaotic, I might limit that sort of use to if I get like really stuck,
Can't do anything without our own ship.
to at least keep some sense of a challenge in there. There's a lot of cool skills in the game though that you could use, and you actually have time to like level up and whatnot. They have different effects, or different multipliers that are really cool. You can really customize your party in a way that can be pretty fun.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Go sick, I got your name right the first time. Now to forget what it is again. It's funny because people mispronounce my name all the time, and I try not to get mad at them because I know it's difficult for me to actually remember how to pronounce people's names. Like, my name is Rudix. Thank you everyone for watching. Very commonly, people, when they meet me for the first time, they're like, yeah, Rudy XX. I'm like, oh my god. There's no space or capital letters. It's not camel case. It's literally one word.
Take part?
I assume they would want me to come along as a reinforcement anyway.
So now we get to kind of play the game again. But yeah, I definitely personally struggle with remembering or figuring out how to pronounce things.
I'll let my superiors know.
Thank you.
The faster we can
And what's worse is a little bit of it is distorted, I guess, by the fact that I've studied various other languages, and like Korean, for example, they don't have the F sound in their name. So like right now, I'm drinking coffee. They would call it kopi. So it's things like that where it makes my pronunciation even worse, like over time. Or like the infamous everyone knows there's not really a difference between L and R in a lot of like Japanese, for example. It's the same thing in various other languages. It's made it even harder for me to figure out how to pronounce people's names. Good thing my name doesn't have a third X. I get that every now and then too, where people will type out my name, but for some reason they type it with 3 X's. Or like 6 X's. And then at that point I know they're just trolling.
Mobility will be of the utmost importance in arriving at our objective.
Alright, so after all of that, we finally get to play the game again. I'm going to change out some of my equipment. Energy bracelet. Whoa, that's not Fidel. For the energy amulet. I'm going to give you the gold bunny statue and the energy bracelet. Going to learn pulverizer to level 3. Ooh, man, that's very... Ooh. Pulverizer level 3, forgot what I was doing for there. I got really excited because I can learn eccentric now, but I don't need to learn eccentric now. I just need to unlock, really. Alright, we're gonna give Victor a few things here. Necromancer and Attacker. If you already gets Invoker. She gets Healer and Defender. Okay. Yeah, eccentric is really, and it's nice that I don't have to worry about trying to learn it later on. I got it really early off I think it was the Pavney fight, which is like an hour ago. Eccentric is a skill that increases your attack power by 30%. It's unlocked by dealing over 25,000 damage in one hit. which I did on the Pavni fight, like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes ago. Using Anne's reserve rush ability, I hit him for 33,000, I think it was, or 35,000. I can't really remember. But I need to learn that before one of the later parts of the game. Because it'll allow me to actually destroy some bosses. Sometimes I get it as late as like the battle before I need it. Actually, there was a run a few weeks ago I did of this where I didn't get eccentric until almost the final boss, which was really, really bad. So I definitely lost like a ton of time because of that. Shout outs to everyone in chat. Thank you all for the good luck. My good buddy Reese. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm gonna fight. I can't ever remember why I fight these guys. Pretty sure there's a good reason. Right now we're trying to build the reserve rush. I'm also starting to work on my SP. The enemies here actually give a really decent amount of SP. I think that's actually why I fight these guys. But I'm going to try and learn a move called, well, I'm going to learn a move called Dead Man Walking. Dead Man Walking makes you nearly invincible. You don't take any damage from outside sources other than the skill Dead Man Walking itself. Thing up here. Dead Man Walking drains a certain percentage of your HP every second. So you have about 8 to 10 seconds or something like that. I forgot what the percentage is. It changes based on what level it is. But you have very few seconds to survive with it on, but it negates all outside damage. So it's very important, and that it will help to keep me alive at the expense of possibly ruining my day. A lot of the later game... Wow, I'm getting wrecked. A lot of the later game is micromanaging Dead Man Walking on top of a few other things. I'll be learning it before I do the Protect Anne section coming up in about 20 minutes here. That's the first instance in which I absolutely need it. But it's part of the grind here is to get the SP I need. As I traveled through here, like I said, I'm doing two things. I'm getting the SP I need as well as trying to get my reserve rush bar up to 1. If I can get up to 1, this boss can actually take upwards to 6 seconds. If I don't get it up to 1, then this boss will take about 2 minutes. So it's important that I try and get it to 1. Which it looks like we didn't manage to do. Which is totally fine. We might get it in the middle of the battle. Alright, I'm gonna save because this boss can, since I don't have reserve rush, this boss can go a little sketchy. Do I do anything here? Nope. Alright. Alright, so these guys, there's 2 of them. I want to target one while hopefully Victor targets the other. And that'll keep them kind of... Oh, we got a reserve rush. Alright. Oh. Alright, we didn't get the super quick kill. I didn't get enough crits in there. Which is fine. Victor died though, which is not fine. I need you to revive Victor. And I need you to keep me alive. Go! Alright, well, RIP. Probably should have actually done this with What's-Her-Face, Fiore. Alright. So I didn't get optimal for this fight, but I did get a pretty good... it was definitely still shorter than it could have been. But it was definitely a lot longer than what it also could have been. You know what? Actually, now I know why. I was supposed to use an enhancement card, which is what messed me up. Because I don't actually have that in my notes. Alright, anyways. The commentary audio is a lot behind. So, my capture card has a 2-second delay. Like on my screen here, I'll just give you guys an example of how behind this is. On my screen, I'm going to bring up the menu and then close the menu. There's on my capture card, there's a 2-second delay, and then Thayer, who's actually capturing the stream, is also there's a like 5 to 10-second delay there. So I am a million years ahead. And I do apologize, but there's not really much that can be done about it. If anything, I could start telling you the lines of dialogue before they actually happen, so that it sounds like I've memorized this game. Alright. So, like, don't let the enemy use their gleaming sticks. If by chance you do, don't let them hit you, no matter what. Yeah. So I try to, like, when I remember, I try to delay my reaction so I don't spoil like what's actually going on too much. But I keep forgetting that there's a very large delay in here.
Those weapons may be intimidating when wielded by a group, but they're nothing individually. Remember, we have chosen this plan precisely because it provides the main force a strategic advantage. Should we fail, all it will provide.
But if anything, I can at least say that it's not my fault. It's definitely somebody. Oh, I forgot to split. It's not my fault. Somebody else's fault.
Operation Snake Eyes. All units, move out.
AKA the internet. Let's see if I can actually remember where to go here. Alright, so it might appear like Fidel's actually pretty strong. I mean, he's hitting for like 2,000 to 3,000 with some of his higher cancel bonuses. But he still only does about half as much damage as Ann does. However, I'm going to lose access to Ann in a bunch of places up here, so it's not really worth moving all my stuff around just to get Ann in there. So instead, what I'm going to do is actually switch back and forth after this battle here, after I get done explaining this. I'll be switching back and forth between Ann and Fidel and trying to keep their bonuses. I hope I missed up on Fidel's. Oh, we lost sync. This is okay. Actually, sometimes it's because he switches characters. If you switch targets, then it messes it up too. So, like, for the next section of the game, we'll be doing character change quite ridiculously, right? Religiously? I don't know the word is. I really want to target Ursula, probably. Whoa, hold on. I'm still being somewhat strategic about this so that I can keep their cancel bonuses going, but at the end of their cancel bonus, it actually kind of offsets it a bit. Since I'm not paying as much attention as I normally would be, it's a little bit difficult to keep it going between the two characters. Optimally, I would actually be doing it between 3 characters, but because I am trying to do commentary at the same time, it's a little difficult. Because I would actually be doing Fidel, Ann, and Fiore. But not today. You guys get the slightly less extreme version of this. The less seizure-inducing, I should say. Because the Fiore, the reason I picked Fiore over Emerson is because Fiore's cancel bonus is a little bit longer in the animation for her attacks, so it makes it a little bit easier to do than trying to do and Emerson and Fidel. Then of course Victor's completely useless, so he is still wearing like his starting gear basically. Hello, Chad. Welcome to the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017. As we spend the next 2 days playing through many of Tri-Ace's wonderful games, trying to dominate as many of them as we can. I say as we can, but you could probably play through 2 games in the time it takes to go through this one. You can play through Valkyrie Profile 1 and 2 in the time it takes to go through Integrity and Faithlessness. But that's okay. One of those, I think, is being played at RPG Limit Break, maybe? I'm not really sure. Like the actual marathon. In any case, welcome everyone to Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness. I'm your host, Rudix. Hope you guys are all enjoying the marathon so far. Up next, in about 4 hours, I guess, we will have Star Ocean 2, run by Gearless Robot. One of my all-time favorite streamers. I always enjoy watching his runs of Star Ocean, as well as Mother 3. But right now we're playing through Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness, also known as Star Ocean 5, because I'm generally too lazy to type out Integrity and Faithlessness every single time.
So you'll help us pry her from their clutches?
Of course.
This is the newest in the Star Ocean series. However, story-wise, like lore-wise, it's actually between Star Ocean 2 and 3. This is Star Ocean 2.5. The this is, I think, one of the few Star Ocean games that doesn't use item creation in it.
We might have something after all.
Sadly, we won't get to see any of Welch in this run. Welch is my favorite Star Ocean character, and my favorite rendition of her is actually this game. So I hope those of you out there that have never played this game do at some point decide to play through it. You probably won't want to try and use the same strategies I'm doing, because it actually took quite a bit of time for me to get used to a lot of these. It's very difficult to tell what I'm actually doing, like just in terms of like watching what's going on with some of the strategies. There's a general idea for a lot of the battles, and then once you get used to the mechanics, it's a little bit easier, but there are definitely certain battles in this. When I was watching the JP run of this game, where I was like, I don't understand what's going on, and I keep dying in this battle, like, why do I keep dying here? And I had to start really paying attention to, like, the little things that were being done about, like, the position of your allies and that sort of thing.
Right. Let's hear it.
Very well. All signs point to Kronos engaging in the study of symbometrics.
Welch, as people in chat have mentioned, she is only playable in a couple of the games. I would definitely love her being a part of the team here, but sadly she's not playable in this game. I love all of the private actions you do in her little workshop. She's definitely my favorite character.
So you can't analyze them? Sadly, no.
Most of the time, actually just real quick, most of the time during these dialogue sections, I'll be walking towards my next destination. So I'm going to lose a little bit of time in here and there, just for you all's enjoyment. Those of you that are trying to pay attention to the story, despite the fact that I'm talking over the top of a lot of it, so you can enjoy some of it.
If my theory is correct, then we
Since you get to experience all of it, since most of these dialogue sequences, as well as the cutscenes in the game, are unskippable.
which might allow us to detect some waves that
Another thing to note is a lot of the dialogue in the game, anytime Fidel talks, you save time by moving, like by not standing still, because a lot of Fidel's dialogue starts upon him finishing an emote, and you can prevent it from actually performing the emote correctly by moving around.
I'm getting butterflies in my stomach just thinking how my knowledge could open up a new world to
Okay.
Then I shall get started on the recording process
Not much
Afterwards, I'll
going
set to
on here.
analyzing all the
We're almost
information
to the very first of the, or wait, the second of the Protect Anne series,
depending on the volume of data, the
which
process
also
will
has a
take
little bit of a
several
grind before it. Of course, that last cave-in was also kind of a bit of a grind.
So how much time do you think you'll need?
I assume one night
And then we're headed into one of the hardest parts of the whole game, especially in learning this game.
There's no need to get
What is my PB? My PB on this category, I think it was like 630 something. I did Galaxy runs as well. We're currently playing on Earth mode for marathon safety reasons. I'm also using a DLC item for marathon safety reasons. It's normally like banned in actual runs, but I wanted to make this game as marathon safe as I possibly could. My Galaxy mode PB is 640.32. Currently, I'm using those same splits on my end, and I'm at plus 4.5 minutes. But I'm playing on an easier mode, so it's kind of hard to really compare.
for the most part. But
Right now, I'm, with the current pace of things, scheduled to finish
Nothing much.
15 minutes under estimate. However, we're coming up to the more dramatic parts of the game, I should say. We're about to learn Dead Man Walking, and I haven't finished a run of this game in quite a while without game overing. And this is really, coming up here is the section where that starts to kind of, that starts to be more of a big deal, or like a realistic thing that it might happen. Anybody that's been around for a while can see that some of my characters have been in some pretty low healths, or HP stuff. I love the love for Radiata stories. I used to run Radiata stories many moons and ages ago. Way back in the day, I ran Radiata stories. It was a fun game, and if you'd like to see a run, you're gonna have to check out my YouTube channel. It's youtube.com or whatever /Rudix. However, you're gonna have to do some searching around for it because that was quite a long time ago. Right.
Could the readings possibly be from some other type of
I
structure?
really hope I picked up this item I need. Alright, we're gonna actually buy some stuff for people. So I need this. The far cutter. We're gonna buy some fragmenters. And the silver mesh. Hold on. Lost where I was. Alright. I don't know if I picked up this item, so I'm gonna make sure I picked up this item. Okay, I did. Alright, so we're about to engage in a little bit of a grind. Most of the grinding that's done in this game is actually not grinding for EXP, it's grinding for SP. And right now I'm basically trying to learn Dead Man Walking. So I'm gonna fight all the lizard type enemies, basically. Yeah, the timing's like way off. I might already have enough SP. My SP during the SP grind earlier was a little low. Sorry, I gotta like pay a little bit of attention here. Some of these battles, while they're going pretty fast and you can't really see what's going on, some of these... Whoa, where am I going? Some of these fights... actually, where am I going? Some of these fights are actually pretty scary. I think I'm actually a lot higher level than I'm going to be anyways. But there is a couple of fights here with these lizard guys where things can go south like really, really fast. Ew. Healing. My favorite signet card. Alright, so I'm gonna fight, I think, 3 more battles. Additionally, I'm trying to get, which I already have. I have to have, before this next battle, I absolutely have to have my reserve rush at 1 or higher. Or it's pretty much impossible to do that fight. When I first started learning this game, that was one of the things I didn't really realize. Oh god. And I was having so much trouble here, and I couldn't figure out why. And it was like, oh, it's because he... and that's when I had to start paying more attention to when reserve rushes were being used and that sort of stuff. Oh my god. Alright. So hopefully we'll have everything set up. So I'm also going to learn Raise Dead here. We're going to teach it to Fiore, which might seem a little weird. This way, she takes care of raising people while Mickey takes care of keeping people alive. Let me actually do stuff. Hold on. Kind of zoned out for a second there.
Looks like I'm gaining on my father.
Alright, so we learned Dead Man Walking, and I'll explain Dead Man Walking when I have the chance. I'm gonna save because this is probably... I wouldn't say it's one of the top 5 hardest sections that are like battles in the game. This whole section here, though, is probably the hardest section of the game. Next to maybe the Signa Silica, which is definitely kind of a tie between the two, really. Alright. So this is the second of a couple sections of the game where you have to protect Anne. So Anne is a glass cannon. She deals like a crap ton of damage, but she can't really take very much damage. And she kind of like, she dies really, really quickly compared to some of the other characters. And so we have a move on her called Dead Man Walking. And the way Dead Man Walking works is you can't take damage from any outside source other than the skill Dead Man Walking itself. And the skill Dead Man Walking drains your HP per second. Alright, hold on, let me actually do this fight.
Therefore, there has to be an emergency exit.
Hello? Okay, we might have a problem.
So I'll try hacking the system once I find the nexus of these waves.
Do it.
This area is too wide open. We'll be seen.
So as you can see by the red numbers flying everywhere, that's Anne's health going down. So Anne can't take damage from anything but... I'm going to play this safe. Dead Man Walking. And she has to survive this battle. So the enemies here deal a ton of damage. And so chances of Anne dying are actually really high. But we gave her Dead Man Walking, so she isn't able to survive. Alright. So we made it through that. That's the first of 2 really annoying fights, I should say. Let's see. Go ahead and do that. Won't save until the next Protect Anne. Whoops. This is actually where this is the introduction to skillfully escaping fights by utilizing the fact that Anne is at the very back of this like train of party members you have here. We're gonna switch to Anne immediately so that she's outside of the escape zone. And then we're going to have her run to very specific spots on the map. So every single encounter has a very specific spot that I'm going to be running to in order to escape quickly. So part of learning this game, I had to memorize where all the battle layouts were and where exactly I need to run after every single battle. Which sounds complicated, but it's actually really easy once you get used to it. I'm going to be picking up, I think, 3 items in this dungeon. The next one that I'm going to be picking up here is actually the shockwave move. Which way is left? There we go. I have to go right to go left. Shockwave's modifier is completely ridiculous, and we won't be using it in this dungeon because I'll be using some safety strats basically. But the next dungeon and throughout most of the rest of the run, I'll be using Shockwave to go through a lot of the battles, as well as Ann's Reserve Rush, as well as Fiore's Reserve Rush in a few cases. Oops, oh gosh. There we go. So as you can see, as I'm going through, like, escaping from some of these battles, you'll notice the bar builds slowly and, like, slow or fast. It's actually based on where Anne is. The one thing I have to watch out for is running into, like, other battle zones. So I can't just run, like, arbitrarily backwards. And there's a lot of spots where I'll have to actually... It's very strategic, where I have to be running to. Like, if I run here, then I'll end up actually just, like, leaving the entire thing. So I'm going to veer off to the left, because I don't want to actually exit the entire area. Oops. So up here, after this room, we have the last of the Protect Anne sections of the game. And probably the most difficult of all of them. The way the room is shaped, it funnels all the enemies into where Anne is. And there's one enemy type that can actually just completely kill... Oh, hold on.
That's not her. Look a little
Make sure I did everything correctly here. Or...
Right, it's not. But they're so similar. How is this possible?
Alright, sorry, I'm like double checking my notes because I really don't want to mess this up. Alright. Alright, anyways, there's a singular enemy type. It's these little ball-shaped enemies that can actually use this, like, self-destruct move that will... Oh, wait, I forgot to do this. It's fine. If they self-destruct, it'll actually instantly kill Anne or anyone else around them. So I have to start managing Dead Man Walking, in addition to managing who's traveling into this funneled area and is able to attack Anne. So I'm actually probably not going to talk at all during this whole section, so that I can concentrate, because this is serious mode times 100.
This might do the job.
Try it.
I'm also watching Anne's health just in general, in case there's enemies like in the back that are shooting at her. Everyone in my party is actually fairly low level than where they're supposed to be at this point, especially Anne. So this can be quite annoying.
Bring it on, you hunks of junk!
Fiore is out actually farther than I want her to be, so I might have to move her around. Yeah, I'm gonna move her over here. I'm doing this extremely safe compared to how I would normally be there. Alright, so these ball-type enemies are the ones that I was talking about before, where I have to really pay attention to who is where. Because they can self-destruct. That'll just completely ruin my day. We're gonna play this safe. Eh. This section is also really long too, so unfortunately we are in for the long haul here. The boss after this is also really rough too, so it's like dying here as well as the boss can be quite traumatizing.
At least that's proof of how important this facility is.
I hate to interrupt your fun, but hurry it up.
Think I'll let you get away?
The boss actually coming up is one of the first times I had to come up with my own like different strategy than what the JP guy was using, simply because oh god, hold on, simply because I couldn't actually figure out what he was doing. All right, so we have saved Anne. All right. Walking. This next battle is actually really complicated as well.
Great job.
Oops, wow, I'm really bad. So this next boss, what I'm gonna do is reserve rush with. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna do this a little bit differently than I normally do, just for safety. What I would normally do is reserve rush with Fidel, use an enhanced card on Anne. Once Fidel's move, actually, I'm just gonna do it.
What's going on? Another trap?
Really is here.
She's here
Oh my
inside
god,
his
really?
laboratory?
Normally, I would actually also use the Vitality here. But I'm going to save that as safety for later on. And we're just going to play this out a little bit slower than how I would normally do it. The move, Hammer of Might, has a chance to stun this boss. So we're going to use that to my advantage as well. I would normally, like I said, I would use a Vitality. Raises your reserve rush bar by 1. And I would end this battle like relatively quickly after that. So the boss would already be dead by this point. But I'm going to save that item for an emergency case later on. I'm also going to play it safe on health. This was definitely one of the hardest boss fights in the game to learn. Despite the fact that it doesn't look like I'm really doing much, the setup for it is actually one that I had to come up with myself because I couldn't really figure out what the JP guy was doing, but luckily it ended up actually being faster. Anyways. And that fight actually went extremely well. I had a lot of stuns, which doesn't always happen. Attack its weak point for massive damage, exactly. Hold on. I gotta access my menu at some point in here. We're gonna learn Shockwave, which is a very powerful move. Yeah, I got a ton of stuns. I can't believe I got so many stuns. That doesn't always happen, and I'm very thankful that it did. That boss does a couple of moves that can one-shot any of your characters, which is why I gave Dead Man Walking to Anne. Alright, hold on. Shockwave.
It's entirely unforgivable.
But at least she's safe. Don't
Go
worry.
ahead.
Okay now.
Praise RNGesus. We made it. It's actually funny because I have in my notes to revive and heal here. Which I didn't have to revive or really even heal because everybody was already pretty much at full health.
It's like she's reverted to her previous self.
If I were abducted and imprisoned in some underground facility, I'd act the same way. Who wouldn't be traumatized by that?
Alright.
Let's get to know each other.
So we have Aurelia back in our party,
No
but
pressure.
she's
I don't
still
mean to cut
completely
your
useless.
reunion short, but this place isn't safe. Let's get out of here.
Please, hold on a second.
Unlike the last facility we were in, this one's much easier to get out of.
Let's go.
Oops, I actually hit the button.
All right.
It's much easier to get out of, and
Captain, in
it's
addition
not
to
as
the
scary if I get
emergency
into a battle,
exit
because I can just
cocaine,
escape.
There appear to be transport devices located on each and every floor.
Oh wait, this is... I don't know why I revive and heal there. Whatever. Alright, so now we have to make our way back to the city here. I guess it's not Tracor. Well, whatever it's called. And you guys get your first glimpse of Shockwave. Actually, Berserk is a level lower than where I need it to be. So I might fight a couple of fights here that I don't normally need to fight. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I'll play it safe. I'm actually on pretty good time to still finish under 7 hours, so normally on my way to the other side of the world, I wouldn't fight any of these things. I'm going to fight probably maybe 2 or 3 additional ones, so I'm going to see how much SP they give, since I know I need about 300. Yeah, we'll fight 2 more.
Do you think that Kronos is after Aurelia because
Not
they
these
think
things,
she
though.
personally is important to them? It isn't just
But you can avoid most of the battles to begin with. It's relatively easy at this point to start avoiding fights if you know where the actual triggers are. Ooh, probably should revive Ann.
I'm not
That's fine.
mad. I just couldn't help myself.
I'm sure somebody will revive Ann.
Thinking about what?
That if Aurelia were able to get her signets removed, then maybe these people would lose interest in her.
Ah, like expunction? People are not
I think I'm probably good. I'll probably fight. I don't think I'll fight anymore. To answer the question, I don't know how long ago this question was asked because I haven't been paying attention to chat. Yeah, all those stuns during that crab boss were pretty random. Hammer of Might has a very low % chance of stunning the enemy, and it only works on certain bosses. That crab being one of them. There's a couple of other bosses I'll use it for, but yeah, there was nothing I did to keep it stunned like that on purpose. It just kind of happened at random. Whoops, I didn't really need to fight this. Actually, I said that you can avoid all the battles, but the one I was just in, well, the one I was just in you can avoid, but this one I hear you can't avoid. As we go into the next dungeon area here in about 10 minutes, there's a lot of shenanigans I'll be doing to get through and avoid encounters, as well as run away from encounters quickly. It's once again where I had to start memorizing where to stand, that sort of stuff for each of the battles. I think... Hold on, let's see where Berserker's at. Set is not learned. I think I'm okay, actually.
Master.
We're almost to the point where I can actually go and learn Eccentric, which I got earlier in the game, thankfully.
Won't be a problem.
Treatment of the wounded?
Our medical corps is seeing to them, but no soldiers are too injured.
No. Speaking of the townspeople.
Of course you were.
Eccentric is a very powerful move. Or skill, I should say.
Master, your son has
Now's not the time.
Let me just say he's performing admirably.
That's good to hear. Now,
whoops.
if you have nothing further, I'll be going.
I don't, sir.
Well, I bet really is
Trying
quite
to
good for that big
navigate through some of my notes
How about
here.
we go back to the inn and get
Make
some
sure I have
rest?
everything set up correctly.
I'm not very tired. You just haven't noticed yet. Come on now, let's get you to bed.
One of the hardest boss fights in the game is coming up here. It's actually like 20 minutes from now, but actually getting to the boss itself can be fairly tough sometimes, but we should be okay. Because I'm a little bit higher level, so health-wise I should be okay. I also have a vitality if need be, and I also discovered yesterday a better strategy as I was practicing this. Hopefully make that boss fight go a little bit easier, but we have to actually get to the boss fight first. Sometimes that can be a bit of a hassle. Some of the enemies in the next dungeon are
Maybe a breath of fresh air would do me some good.
they can be a little annoying, I guess, and that they like to scatter about, so I can't crush their hopes and dreams with Shockwave. One of the when I played through this casually, I actually hadn't game overed at all at
What are you doing
point.
this late?
And then one of the next boss you fight here was my first game over,
I talked to Victor earlier.
and I was completely taken by surprise. So I hope anybody that's played this, if you struggled on the Durasol fight,
No, I'd never.
I hope you are about to
Just get mad at me.
fall over laughing in your chair at how easy it can be if you stack buffs on Anne.
What's gonna happen with that little girl?
We're still not sure, but one thing is, we're gonna give it all we've got to keep her safe.
I'll talk more about it though when we get to it, since it's probably still not another 20 minutes or so away.
I think that I'd hear you talk about protecting people. That statement is proof that you're now able to care for those around you. To think of
I loved how, like,
other than
even
yourself.
playing this casually, like,
Desire to shelter the weak,
watching all these cutscenes and everything, it was just funny to me that you can move around and everything. So it makes a lot of them seem a lot less serious. So even like when they're having this like conversation here, it's like if you have the emotes or whatever, you can be like slipping or running or falling or whatever, laying on the ground, just doing random emotes. I'd always wish this game was a little bit more popular, so maybe somebody that does like comics and stuff could do comics of like all the cutscenes in this game, but with Fidel like walking around in the background, being himself.
Then go back to your friends and help them prepare for the worst. Got it?
Got it.
I just imagine everyone sitting there having this like serious conversation, like meanwhile Fidel's just like wandering around, staring off into trees, like he's not even really paying attention.
Hey, Victor. My dad wants you to go on reconnaissance.
Alrighty.
Reconnaissance. He said that? I'll gather my subordinates and leave right away.
So we have a very odd battle coming up here.
Uh-oh. Is this some sort of...
The enemy we're going to be fighting is invulnerable to all attacks, but it's actually easier, per se, to attack him than it is all the other enemies. So, like, naturally you would think, oh, I should kill all the, like, weaker enemies, since Durasol is completely invincible to damage. Well, if you just stand here and, like, smash the button, turns out this fight's a lot easier. And I'm not really sure why. But for some reason, when I actually tried to like fight other stuff instead of just spamming Shockwave on Durasol, this fight became like almost impossible. I think it's because all the enemies just run into Shockwave instead of having things be more spread out. Since most of your team is going to be attacking Durasol anyways. But this battle's basically timed based on the dialogue. So there's nothing I can really do, but hope that Anne doesn't die. As you can see, she's taking damage from dead men walking. Mickey can also get wrecked, which it looks like she's about to get wrecked. And if Mickey dies, then I'll just start throwing potions on, and instead of doing anything else, actually we're really close here. Yeah, it's no big deal though. Like I said, for some reason that fight is much easier. It's going to take the exact same amount based on a timer. Anyways, it's much easier to just... Oh, we have cutscene number 6 that I think it was, so we can skip here. Fidel's dad gets kidnapped, as well as Relia? Yeah, Relia and Fidel's dad get kidnapped and they run off with them. So now we're going to go rescue them. I realize it was sarcasm, but I love people making comments about the party size in this game.
It's all my fault. I should have been watching Relia more closely.
For some reason, like, it works really well for this game. And you don't have to micromanage things too much. Whereas even like the smaller party size of like 4 characters or 3 characters in like Star Ocean 3 or 2 or whatever, I felt like I was more micromanaging things. Whereas with this one, since we have so many more characters, I don't feel like I have to do as much work.
Supposedly abandoned it a long time ago.
Then that's where we'll head.
I would like to accompany you as well.
All right.
Lieutenant?
Then count us in too.
As you have no official directive to go there, such actions would constitute a breach of conduct. I could never ask.
As somebody mentioned in chat about Star Ocean 1, I also would suggest playing through the PSP remake if you're going to plan on playing through the game fully. However, the SNES one is great, and I actually speedran for a very, very short time Star Ocean 1, which I believe will be run tomorrow in the marathon by my good pal Clear Tonic, who actually lent me his notes to learn the game when I learned it a year or 2 ago. But the SNES one is definitely very clunky. It's interesting to see and maybe try out for like an hour or so, but the it is a bit it hasn't aged very well. It is very archaic per se. I would definitely pick the PSP version over the SNES one if it's your first experience with the game. All right, so I'm going to try my best to, but I can avoid every single encounter from here going up into the next dungeon. The next dungeon will have to use some like shady running shenanigans to get through things. I don't actually remember where I go here. I think it's through here. But yeah, you can avoid all the encounters fairly easy if you know the actual pathing, but sometimes I do struggle a little bit trying to remember. There's a lot to memorize in this game, and while I have been following my notes, they're not very detailed. They don't tell me to, like, walk all the way over to this rock, take a left, and another left, so that I stay outside of the encounter zone. Okay, I'll be saving once I get inside, and then I'll be saving again at the end of this dungeon. This dungeon has 2 sets of enemies that can like completely one-shot your entire party, so
Relia's waiting for us in there.
I'll be playing it really safe here. They are actually former bosses, so that gives you any idea. Otherwise, I'll be using various escape shenanigans, I guess. Escaping shenanigans to exit battles relatively quickly. Ooh, I did that way wrong, because normally she heals there. Oops. Alright. As I mentioned before, most of the time you can't just run backwards. I mean, I will in a few spots, but in order to escape the fights quickly, there are very specific tiles I'll need to be standing on. So kind of had to memorize a few of those. As well as the pathing and like the enemy encounter zones, like where they actually are, I'll have to do. This is one of 2 sections of enemies that I'll have. You can't actually escape from this fight, and the encounter area is too large to go around it. So I'll have to fight these 2 guys, but they, oh god, can actually completely wreck your life. Why is she not healing? That was weird. This also gives me the opportunity to level, or no, like raise my reserve rush bar. I would like to get it to 4, but if I don't get it to 4, it's not a big deal. However, if I do get it to 4, it'll make the next boss fight go by extremely fast. This was kind of an interesting maze when I first played this game, and somehow I went through the whole thing just by guessing I went the right way the whole time. And then I like went back and tried to like explore a little bit, and I was like, wow, this is a very large and maze. So like here's one of the spots where I don't want to run backwards specifically because it'll take me into the previous encounter zone. So what I do is I go kind of down and then to the left, and I position myself that I get stuck basically on the wall. And I'll do something very similar the next one. Okay, whoa, that was very close. Which you guys will see in like 5 seconds here. Spoilers. There's about I don't know what the delay is, probably like between 5 and 10 seconds delay between what I say and what actually is up on the screen. So like I just hit my menu button to heal my party on my end. So that guy gives you guys an idea of how much delay there really is. It's quite a bit. I can't remember if I can skip this one. I think I can. Nope, okay. Oops, oh god. Oh, I forgot where to stand here. Well, we'll just do this the slow way. That's okay. Gotta keep your head in the game. Alright. Oh god, okay. You guys will see here in just a second. I just narrowly missed running into the previous encounter zone by probably like 1 step. That was unfortunate. Alright, well, can't raise Berserker. Alright, this battle right here is very scary. Uh-oh. It's about to get very hairy. Oops. Alright. We somehow survived. Spoilers. I somehow survived. That battle, the enemies there, one of them has like a big hammer or something like that, and he can hit the ground and it'll hit my entire... basically wipe everyone out but Anne. Which has happened to me on a number of occasions. One of the things that kind of prevents that is actually having Berserker at level 4. Allows me to deal enough damage that I can take out smaller units before they cause everyone to kind of scatter in kind of a weird way. Oops, I actually meant to change. Anyways. So this next battle can either go insanely well or horribly wrong, depending on what the enemies decide, where they decide to position themselves. They can run around a whole bunch and spread out, which will kind of cause a little bit of issues. But for the most part, I can get away with... I'll keep Dead Man Walking on Anne, but most of the time I would actually take it. I'm not really sure if it's safer either way. But I'll end up using Hammer of Might from a ranged distance so that I never actually even go down to... So I'll be up top, basically throwing Hammer of Mights down at the guys at the bottom. But sometimes they'll move around weird, or other various really bad things will happen. And there's not a whole lot I can do to really recover from it because our healer is dead. And sometimes this battle will go great, and I can actually kill all the enemies before Mickey even rejoins the party. And sometimes it gets a little sketchy. So we didn't manage to finish it early, but we finished it before Really even joined. Is Really going to join the battle? Oh man. We beat the Really adjoining. Spoilers. We beat Really adjoining, but we didn't beat Mickey joining. Alright, so this is, what is it, like cutscene 7 that you can skip? I don't remember. Sadly, Fidel's dad dies here. It's a very sad moment, so I'm going to run real quick.
This is ridiculous!
Emerson, can't you guys cure him like you did with Miki?
No, we can't.
Why not?
We have neither our ship nor the right equipment like we did before.
Go.
Dad!
Protect.
I'm so sorry you had to protect Relia for me. I'm sorry, Dad.
No, Fiddly. At times like this, you should say...
Thank you so much, Dad.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017. Everyone please shed a tear for Daryl as he leaves the party, even though he was never actually in the party. So my first time playing this game, when I got to this section, I was actually very confused because you can't really move here. And she just keeps talking about him like sitting there not doing anything. So I was like, maybe this is time. So I like got up and left because it was like taking forever. And then eventually you have to be like moving around. He'll stand up.
Everyone else went to go fight.
There we
I
go.
don't want to leave his side.
I know.
But I was very, like the first time playing this, I was like, is he ever going to stand up?
Fiddly, you're not gonna join them?
Alright, so when I played this casually, this fight coming up here was... It's also when I was speedrunning... First began speedrunning this game, the fight, I learned the most about the mechanics of this game versus other sections of this game. And I'll explain actually after the battle, since there's a series... What am I doing? Wait. What am I doing? Shockwave, Dead Man Walking, Berserker. I remember what I'm doing here. Alright, can I learn Eccentric yet? Nope. So we're going to do various things here. I'm going to set him to manual. I'm also going to use an enhance card on Anne. So I'm going to wait till he gets to about 75-ish % HP. Actually, probably after this next, like... Please do not mess up, because that would be great. Nope. Alright, so that was Durstol. Whoa, what the? I've never seen that happen before. That is, even like in reading online, that's probably one of the most difficult fights for people. And like I said, that was the first time I ever died, because when he reaches 50% health, he does a move, basically kills everyone in the vicinity of his character. So like I moved Emerson to the edge of the arena as a backup, just in case something went wrong.
Snuffing out this
But otherwise, yeah, that went great. One of the things I learned when I was first running this game, real quick, I just figured out that strategy yesterday. So I actually used a much different strategy beforehand, and I wasn't actually sure if this was going to work, and it did, so that's always good. But it does put me in a position later on where I may have to use that vitality that I picked up earlier, which is why I didn't use it earlier. In any case, so in that fight, one of the things I learned is that if everyone in your party dies but Relia, and you have at least one bar on your reserve rush, then Relia will actually turn back time and revive and fully heal everyone, which includes the boss and all your characters and everything. So there was a lot of times where I would actually end up dying on that battle and then having Relia heal everyone, and because Dursol had still reached, he had already reached the I guess like trigger for him being at 50% HP, he would continue to spam that attack that like wipes out everybody around him, which is another reason why I put Emerson like just out of range of stuff. And there's a lot of things I kind of like learned about this game just from the Dursol fight, and apparently I'm still learning about this game because I just came up with that strategy yesterday. Let me tell you, it works a million times better than what I was doing before. In any case, we're now headed into what is essentially, I want to say about an hour of not really much going on. We go from like this town, which is on the far like western side of the world, to Santa Relay, I think is what the name. I can't remember the like mage village. We'll run all the way over there, which is on the exact opposite side of the world. So we get to spend some time walking around here. Then we deal with some cutscenes over there. Then there's a bunch more walking around and a bunch of cutscenes, and basically it goes back and forth between those two things for a while. So now's a good time. Stand up and stretch your legs. Oops, scratch your microphone. I gotta scratch my face. This is awkward as heck. Alright, anyways. Yeah. Maybe stand up, stretch your legs, do a little bit of yoga, maybe some downward dog. Some Warrior 2 or something. I don't know. Because we're in for a long walk here. Why can't I let you leave? You're not allowed to leave. You must witness this game in all its cutscene glory. Ooh, it finally showed up. So one of the like side things for this game, I don't even remember what these things are called anymore. But randomly there are sections of the map where these little like wormhole things will appear that takes you into I think it's like the Castle of Oblivion or something like that. I can't remember, but it's like a little series of battles. You basically just do a bunch of like random battles in a row, and then you're rewarded at the end. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. It's actually, I think, the third one we've seen during this run, but the first one we actually walked right up to. Sadly, they have no real use in a speed run. should definitely never take directions from streamers, especially me. I like when I used to work inside of a mall or whatever a billion years ago, and people would come into the store and they would ask us where something was, and I would always just I would sound as surely as possible, like I would just be very convincing in whatever I said, but I would just make up directions to everywhere. They'd be like, "Hey, do you know how to get to wherever?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you just go down 2 streets to the left. There's gonna be," and then I would like describe something very vividly, and then I would just send people off on this journey, never to be seen again. All right, so back in Medoc.
Victor, do you
We were run by
Well, they're not exactly
our good
ants, but I
friend
did
Welch.
like to catch bugs as a kid.
Is hanging out in her laboratory, I guess. It was a very sad story. Welch's story in this game is very uplifting, and then sad, and then uplifting again. It's a roller coaster of emotions. Welch is definitely my favorite character in the Star Ocean universe. And I definitely love this version of her the most. I like her design in 3. It was really good. And then I think it was the SO2 remake where she kept hitting on Claude, which is really funny. I think it was that one. She's a silly character. I'm very sad that you don't get to see her in a run of this. Item creation is unfortunately speedrun for this because of the skill system. And even with like subpar equipment, you can hit the damage cap pretty easily in this game. So actually creating items doesn't ever put in you in a position that would save you too much time. Oh god, I might actually get in a battle here. That's fine. The enemies here are incredibly weak, so it's not a big deal. Our first time through here, though, it was a very scary experience. However, at this point, I don't need experience points, I don't need SP, I don't need really anything. All the SP I get will be from... Get out of my life. Everything just keeps running into me. All the SP I'll get from like bosses and stuff will be essentially enough of what I'll need to learn Eccentric. I could probably learn Eccentric right now. That's the only other skill I actually need for the rest of the run. I might level, if I happen to have enough SP, I'll learn Berserker level 6, but Eccentric's really all I need. It would be nice to have level 3 Dead Man Walking, but I think it actually requires like 8,000 skill points, which is way too much. Even after like that grinding session earlier, I think I barely had like 2,000 or 3,000. Too much walking. We're almost there. Man, somebody needs a bath, apparently. Mickey hasn't seen a shower for days. And as we travel through this, we know exactly who it was that forgot to put on deodorant. Actually, I'm not even sure what status effect that is. I think it's silence, maybe? Alright, Santa Relay. Do I do anything this time? At some point in time I buy stuff. Nope. I might actually just go ahead and do this now, because otherwise I'll forget in the middle of my talking to do this later on. Normally I would do this much later on, but we're going to do it now. Oops, oh god. Because I know for a fact that I'll forget about it. So now I don't have to worry about it till later, or whatever. Oh man, obnoxious Linux guy. I know exactly what you mean. I was looking at my following list this morning. I was like, oh wow, everything seems to be going on today. Alright. There's going to be a scene that occurs like way over there in the corner. I don't really care. So I'm ready to move. Ready to go. Alright. Let me fix my notes. This is on PS4, the PlayStation 4 console. I don't have the slightest clue if it's on any other consoles, actually. It might be on the Xbox One, but I have no idea, to be quite honest. It is a very fun game, though. The speedrun is a little weird, I guess, compared to most speedruns. Or at least RPG speedruns, or at least you can skip through the text relatively quickly in most cases. Whereas in this, all the dialogue's played out all on its own, at its own speed and pace. There's no real way to like speed it up too much. Having said that, I actually did run Xenogears like 2012, so I'm already fairly accustomed to games with long, drawn-out dialogue sequences. I do like, though, in some games, like, for example, I also ran Radiata Stories a long time ago. It was fun when I was, like, not really going for records or anything in that game, but just kind of messing around. If you turn if you leave the dialogue off in that game, it saves about 6 minutes. When I was first learning the game and just messing around with it, I left all the dialogue on, and you can still skip through all the dialogue really fast, but it's all spoken. So they only get a chance to say like the first like 3 or 4 syllables of words. Sometimes it makes it for some pretty funny conversations. How do I rank the waifus in this game? Well, since we're now sitting in like a 5-minute cutscene here, my waifu would be Welch, followed by Anne. Welch being, like if I was to put them all at Welch being 10 and Fiore being 1,
I guess we have no choice.
it'd be like
I wouldn't.
Welch, then down Anne at like 8. I don't remember what other female characters other than Mickey and Fiore. I can't remember Aurelia's mom's name. Aurelia's mom is like 5. And then Mickey at 1 and Fiore at 0. That's how I would rank the waifus. Fiore went down from 1 to 0 in the middle of the conversation. She is now less waifu material than herself.
It also differs from the unit you hold so much extraneous affection for.
I rank Aurelia's mother higher than the like most insignificant of NPCs, higher than Mickey and Fiore. Mickey wouldn't be too bad if she wasn't so annoying. Like, she's okay some of the time, but then others it's like, ugh, really? Like, she makes comments to Victor that are just like these really pompous comments. It's like, Mickey, what? I mean, like, who are you? I rank this girl right here. Hold on, the girl pushing the buttons on the screen coming up here in like 5 seconds. When you guys see it, I rank her higher than Fiore and Mickey, and I don't even know who she is. She doesn't even have a single line of dialogue. Girl pressing buttons is higher than them. I don't know. I like Fiore's attitude is pretty funny, but her outfit is really dumb. Like really, really dumb. Like, she needs to go and run and tell that.
Thank you for holding on to her, Fidel.
Alright, so here we have like a million more cuts. Some dialogue scenes. And the most important, or I guess the most emotional of all these cutscenes that are coming up here is the one cutscene you can skip. Alright. So for those of you that haven't played this game, let me introduce you to all the characters. The guy in the blue here is Fidel. He's the main character. He's a very silent... I mean, he talks every now and then, but he's very calm and collected. Mickey, the girl to the left here with the purple hair, is his, like, I don't know, adopted sister or something like that.
They seem to have out.
I actually don't really know her full story. She doesn't look like she has ears until you, like, sneak up in here. She's got some ears somewhere hidden in there. But the girl in pink hair is Mickey. Then we have, there's like this red mage over to the left here. We got this red mage looking dude, Victor. He's the captain of some guard.
It's too late for that.
He's pretty useless in a speed run. He's pretty good in casual play though. You can actually make him invincible, which is used for a lot of like more difficult dungeons and like bosses. Then we have Fiore here, who for some reason she just looks like a disaster. She's the most like weeboo of all the characters. She's got this like cat tail, some like wings. She's got cat ears. There's something wrong with her boots. I'm not even sure. Her skirt's too short.
Okay.
I could go on for like an hour.
You've already made up your mind, haven't you, Fiddly?
Yeah.
Yo, it's I have too many kids. Good luck, everyone, with watching your cutscenes here and not falling asleep. I'm just kidding. This is one of the longest sections of like stuff not going on, and I joke about it, but I do enjoy this game a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have learned to speedrun it.
Our vessel will be arriving in Faithlessness 4 sector in approximately 17 hours from now.
Contact me again once you enter orbit.
Why is Richard like a red mage? His name is Victor, and his outfit reminds me of the red mage AF in Final Fantasy XI, which is a game I played quite extensively over the years, which I actually have running right now. I am currently actually playing Final Fantasy XI instead of this.
What would you do in my shoes?
Victor's actually more of like he's kind of a weaker clone, like gameplay wise. He plays a lot like Fidel, but he's a little bit weaker, and he has a couple of moves that can restore his HP. So if you max out Dead Man Walking, and I think it's called Blood Sword or Blood something, it can basically make him invincible. And then you can kind of stack skills in a way that you can basically just sit there and spam either Anne or Fidel's Reserve Rush move while Victor kind of tanks bosses.
I wonder if he believes it.
This game was super rushed because of Final Fantasy 15. Actually, and I really wish El Spiro was here. El Spiro is one of the people that worked on the I can't think of the word here. They worked on this game, the the engine and stuff of this game. They worked on a lot of different. Here, I can skip this cutscene coming up here just real quick. They actually worked on this game and then immediately went over into Final Fantasy 15, and they actually worked on the graphics part of Final Fantasy 15, and they have sometimes shown up in my stream. And it's interesting getting to hear some of the things that they've talked about between those two games. And it's very odd, not really odd. It's kind of funny that I run both those games, and getting the opportunity to talk to them about both those things was a pretty fun experience on the several occasions it's happened. But they definitely went from like one thing to another. And like this game does, I mean, it doesn't feel rushed, but it does feel like it was cut short compared to some of the other Star Ocean games. It's got a lot to it, and it seems like they could have done a lot more with it. I still enjoy it a lot, but it definitely you can tell it was a bit rushed in how certain aspects of the game are. All right, so real quick here, I'm running all the way back to the Mage City. All of these enemies here can kill me without even really trying. So I'm going to try my best not to run into any of them, because if I get into an encounter with any of them, it could be, oh god, the end of the run. I should maybe be okay with this guy. As long as he doesn't cast Earthglaive, we should be okay. Earthglaive would actually one-shot me, but it looks like he didn't decide to do anything but defend. It looks like, because he didn't even hit Mickey. Oh, I should definitely cosplay a Red Mage, especially since they're coming to Final Fantasy. Red Mage was one of my first classes when I played 11, so it does have a little bit of a special place in my heart. And I'm glad that they're adding it to Final Fantasy XIV, but unfortunately it's going to be one of those classes that gets seen a lot of initially. Just kind of brings the hype level down a little bit for me. I don't mind. I mean, at the same time, it's awesome because I'll get to see red mages everywhere. But my desire to actually play it is a little something. Can't really think of the word. I'll enjoy it on my own time. I think I get the same PA every single time I run through here at this point in this game. I think that it's because it's the only place it can play. Blue Mage is OP. I'm going to assume we're still talking about 11. Let me tell you how many hours I have on Final Fantasy 11. It's about 1 billion. Just kidding. Somewhere around 16,000 though. And Blue Mage is actually definitely one of those classes that I always wanted to play in that game, but decided not to because there was far more work involved in playing it than I really wanted to exert. But at the same time, I can see why that was the appeal for a lot of people. I am actually level 99 in every job in that game, but I don't play most of them. I was more like I got to level 99 and then immediately stopped playing that job. Okay, this goblin guy right here needs to not attack me. And we're good. Alright. So we're nearly there. Nearly. It's funny in my... I have splits that I have open when I ran this game a long time ago. And the split between Dur Sol and the next boss, which is the Manticore, is about an hour and a half apart. Because there are so many, like, long sections of not really doing anything in this game right here. So I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone for showing up today for the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017. I believe the 22nd anniversary of Tri-Ace was either last Wednesday or Thursday. Not... Whoa, no. Okay. I have no idea. It was one of those 2 days. So sometime this last week. And we are doing this wonderful marathon, playing through as many the Tri-Ace games as we can this year, without repeating too many from last year. I know I've heard a few people in chat mention, oh, why isn't Star Ocean 3 in there? Why isn't Valkyrie Profile? Blah, blah, blah. It's because either the game is being run at RPG Limit Break here in another month and a half or so, or 2 months. I guess it's probably closer to 2 months. Or the game was run in last year's Tri-Ace Marathon. So, try not to get too many repeats. Trying to introduce more people into other Tri-Ace speedruns. I hope everyone has so far enjoyed Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness here on the RPG Limit Break channel. This is where I would normally actually do that shopping that I did a couple minutes ago. that I knew I would forget, but I still remembered anyways. So, good going me. I love how every RPG chat always like turns into at some point.
Oh, Emerson.
But I'm most especially glad that it's at least about Final Fantasy XI, because nobody ever talks about Final Fantasy XI. People are always like, blah, blah, blah. I hate MMOs. And I'll tell you what, it's funny how many people I've known that said they hated MMOs ended up really, really enjoying Final Fantasy XIV.
You're late.
Sorry about that.
At least you proved me right.
But I don't want to get too much into that,
You did come after all.
as we are going into the Tri-Ace Marathon.
So we should see it through to the end. Plus,
I would like to hear from chat, everyone in chat. What are your favorite Tri-Ace games? Mine is Valkyrie Profile. The original Valkyrie Profile.
Well, he does have
Definitely has one of my favorite types of storytelling. I'm a big fan of like short stories. I really, 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 really love short stories, especially when they all kind of like tie together in some way. Like one of my favorite books is this book called Illustrated Man, which is basically a collection of short stories. And I love how Valkyrie Profile is that way. I also love like Valkyries in general. The overall look and design of everything in Valkyrie Profile is very pleasing, and the music is top tier. So I'm a big fan of Valkyrie Profile. I do not speedrun Valkyrie Profile though, because I enjoy the game more as a fresh experience every time I play it, rather than being somewhat used to everything that's going on. One of the unfortunate things about being a speedrunner is when you've gotten to the point in the game where you know it so well that it's difficult to play it in a more casual sense. That is something I didn't want to have happen with Valkyrie Profile. So I learned the speedrun, and I did like 2 runs basically. I think it was 2 or 3 runs a couple years ago. But it was only enough that I understood the mechanics of it.
We need to make for the bridge.
So I learned just enough to learn the science behind it, but not enough to get tired of it.
is there something wrong, Victor? You all right?
Oh my god. Everyone still.
This entire room to start moving. The equipment at the Royal Institute surprised me, but this is
Still on about.
So this is your new ship?
You know it. Welcome to the latest in battleship
Final Fantasy
technology,
11.
the Charles D. Gold G.
The previous one was a
Ooh.
research vessel, whereas this
Infinite Undiscovery. I've actually never seen that game, and hold on. Gotta play this game here. I actually look forward to seeing that later tonight.
But both versions sound spectacular.
I don't know, since I've never played the game, I'll probably only watch a little bit of it, just so I at least get a fairly good introduction into it. But I've actually never played Infinite Undiscovery. Let's see. Will they ever port Star Ocean titles to PC? That's a great question. I've always wondered if they would port. I mean, I guess this probably didn't sell well enough for them to do so, but there was a point in time where myself and many others were wondering if they were going to put Integrity and Faithlessness on the PC.
That has to be some kind of mistake.
It isn't.
What's that?
Let's see here. Star Ocean.
They can travel faster than us. This particular Charles
Valkyrie Profile for the DS, very good. Or any good. I did not like Valkyrie Profile for the DS, but I was actually one of the people that worked on the speedrun that you all will hopefully see tomorrow. It's being run by the guy who is it Dragon Dark running it? Oh my god, where's the schedule? Anyways, it'll be run tomorrow. Who's running it actually has completely evaded my head for some reason, which is very shocking. But anyways, it was an interesting game. The story was a little convoluted, and I didn't really like certain aspects about it over regular Valkyrie profile games, but I do know that a lot did in fact enjoy Covenant of the Plume.
That alone doesn't make it impossible.
Oh, somebody posted.
It just makes it not the
Nope.
safest bet in the world.
I've managed to
Up here we go.
establish contact
Schedule.
with Dr. Krupp at
Yep.
Remote Station 5.
CRC, actually,
You are
since I'm the one on the mic, I'll take this opportunity to shout out a plug to CRC.
Long time no see, Doctor.
Long time
So there's this thing in the RPG speedrunning community called the Collaborative Routing Challenge, where what they do is they take,
Sorry about that.
they find a game, which for CRC1 ended up being Valkyrie Profile, Covenant of the Plume. They formed teams. I think it was 4 teams of 4, if I remember correctly. And all 4 teams basically had like a month or two to route the game. They found a game that had no route really at all, which Valkyrie Profile didn't have any sort of speedrunning route. We formed teams, and then all 4 teams in secret got to route their game, and then after about 2 months, they all raced. My team was the Slaughter. I can't talk. Dorter Slumlords. Wow, English. I was on team Dorter Slumlords. It consisted of Hoying, The Claude, Dream Boom, and myself. We were basically the most stacked team because Dream Boom and I both were very familiar with Valkyrie Profile, and Huang and Claude are very familiar with strategy games. So we completely dominate. I'm boasting just because my team. All the other teams did a really good job. So don't let me dismiss the fact that they all did really great. But my team won. So shout outs to my team. We all did wonderful work. Dream Boom and I mostly just sat around and played Final Fantasy while I did a lot of input on other various things. But it was very fun. In any case, they actually are having the newest collaborative routing challenge is coming up. I don't know. I'm sure if Cleartonic really wants to, he can post a link to more information on it. For anybody that's interested in the new CRC number 3, they haven't chosen a game yet. I think they're doing that tomorrow night. It's looking like it's probably going to end up being Magical Star Sign. But if anybody is interested in that, I know there's a topic on SDA about it. They have a Discord and all this other stuff. But the collaborative routing challenge is something. It's always been a fun thing to watch and see how it turns out.
He's probably our best bet.
I don't think yeah.
We'll head for this local expert's place immediately, Doctor. Once we're there, you can talk to him directly.
All right.
Perfect. I'll set it
Cargo
so I can
bay.
receive transmissions at any time.
You're supposed to tour the ship, but really you just go to the cargo bay and then the bridge.
Yes, sir.
And the next scene cut plays out.
The rest of us will hold down the fort until they're back.
I say this as I actually watch it all happen 10 seconds later. Yes, and as Cleartonic has pointed out, you'll probably have to go to the Speed Demos Archives forums under Gaming Discussion and just look for Collaborative Routing Challenge or the CRC.
That's wonderful. Then come to the bridge ASAP.
Sure, you all will see that in a few months here. Probably after RPG Limit Break, I think is when they're going to get started. I'm very sad that they didn't pick Revenant Wings, because for some reason they hate Final Fantasy 12. I'm just kidding. I know there's a lot of us that wanted to work on Revenant Wings, and we'll have to start our own CRC. We'll call it the Revenant Wings Collaborative Routing Challenge.
Well, let's cut to the chase. You'll need to both reprogram some aspects of the software and
All right,
physically apply
we're almost
to the outside of the gravitic warp engine.
almost
Imbue the warp engine with
to more cutscenes.
I would never.
So I hope you guys are ready for more cutscenes.
And I can rewrite
I
the
think,
software
okay,
from
I
here.
was gonna say, I think if I actually enter the elevator, there's one of these scenes here. If I actually enter the elevator, then it delays next cutscene from happening.
How to imbue objects with symbols.
Dr. Krupp, can you show me a list
And I didn't realize that at first, and I was just like, one time when I was first started running this game, I was just standing on the elevator, like waiting. I'm like, what's going on here? I think I was reading chat or something, and then I looked up. I was like, man, I've been standing in this elevator for like forever, and nothing's happening. Then I walked forward, and the dialogue started playing.
It looks pretty intricate.
Your body is ready to absorb the cutscenes and convert them into fuel. Fuel to keep you going as we sit through more cutscenes. We have about, let's see here, 20 minutes more of like dialogue scenes basically before we enter a dungeon. And the next dungeon, you spawn in on a battle, and I've actually spawned in on the battle in game. So we will have Dead Man Walking to hopefully save us from that. I tried different strategies last week, but I already forgot what they were. They worked out pretty good if I can only remember what they are between now and the next 20 minutes.
Would you mind if I tagged along and watched you imbue the engine? I've never
In the meantime,
imbue an object before, so I can't help but be
welcome everyone. It's 4:20. I don't know what the actual timer's at on you all's end.
Of course, no objections here.
It's high noon. So next up, in another like, not quite 3 hours. I'm actually like pretty close to being about, right now, if I don't game over, I'll finish about 20 minutes under my time. But there's many places I can game over still. And in fact, the Signa Silica, which is coming up in another hour here, it looks like, is probably the most likely place I'll game over. If I manage to make it through a run without game overing, that's amazing on so many different levels.
Deck 3, engine room.
In any case, in another 2.5 hours, I guess, we will have Star Ocean 2, played by Gearless Robot. He'll be playing through Rena's story, which for those of you unfamiliar with the game, when you start the game off, you have the option of playing as either Claude or Rena. Both of those characters, their story is mostly the same, but it's like each one is from their perspective. So it's like the same overall story, but just a few scenes are a little bit different because it's from somebody else's point of view. The Arena story, I think, is a little bit long, or wait, is it shorter? I think it's shorter than Claude's because you have Deus. I don't remember exactly because it's been a while since I watched a full run. I'm a big fan of Gearless Robot streams, so definitely stick around for Star Ocean 2. He does an amazing job of explaining everything. However, he generally streams past my bedtime, and I'm a 800-year-old man, and so I have to go to sleep at like 7 p.m. I'm just kidding, y'all.
This is it.
But yeah, do stick around for that. Star Ocean 2 is my first Star Ocean game that I played, as well as it was for many other people. I know a lot of people were introduced to this series either through 2 or 3.
If you want to view the formula from a different angle or
old boys, probably introduced by 2, and you younger kids by 3. They're actually remaking 3 for the PS4, which I really hope actually shows up over on American shores.
Let's get to it.
The only thing engaging in this game is the backside of Fiore. Wow. Wow, what a comment from Lordo. Or, wow, not Lordo. Lord Vix. I happen to know somebody with the name Lordo, so I just said that name out of habit. I apologize.
That was our final symbol.
Alright, so we're going to go back down to the bridge, probably. I haven't been paying attention, so I have no idea where I'm really supposed to be going. My notes actually don't have anything here.
Are you okay?
I do want to see the
This
results
game
of the
hurts
race.
your soul.
I suppose we'd make our way to
Dang.
the bridge now.
I liked this game, actually. It was pretty fun. Casually, it was really good. I would put it definitely higher than 4, which I did not enjoy at all. Speedrun-wise, I would say this is probably the easiest of all the Star Oceans, as well as probably the easiest Tri-Ace game to speedrun, as long as you have the stamina to make it through all the cutscenes. The real challenge in this game is staying awake. And as much as I love the story, after you see it about 30 times, you start to zone out every now and then. I like to do push-ups between cutscenes. It's very difficult with my mic set up as it is right now. Plus, there's no camera. You guys can't see push-up cutscene or cutscene push-ups on camera. Push-up cam. But I did enjoy this game greatly. I love the skill system and how it's all set up in this game. Out of all the Star Oceans, I feel like this one had the best skill system. Especially since it has emotes. Emotes being the greatest skill of all time. But it definitely was lacking in the story department. It seemed very generic, story-wise. You could pretty much, if you've played any Star Ocean before, you could pretty much predict everything that was going to happen in this game, because it's the most like generic versions of all the other games. When I first beat this game, my original review of it was, it felt like a combination of Star Ocean 1, 2, and 3, like story-wise. They just took all the really generic parts out of 1, 2, and 3 and combined them together. But needless to say, it was still a very enjoyable story. It just was not one that was very capturing, I should say.
Accelerate to warp 15.
Yes, sir.
But I definitely love a lot of the gameplay aspects of it. In fact, I wish more games used the battle system, like how you go. The battle flow is so good in this game. How like you're in the field and then you're in combat and then you're back in the field, and like the being able to switch between characters so quickly. As somebody had put it several hours ago, it felt very light and feathery. It was very, very easy to get into for me. It felt, it made all the other Star... I mean, I love all the Star Ocean games, but they feel a little bit clunky compared to this one, after having played this for so many... through so many hours.
Did it turn out okay?
Yes. At least it would seem.
I like that you mentioned, Lord of Hyphens, I like that you mentioned the uniforms. Not just in First Departure, but in this... To just kind of bring that up in this game. It was always crazy to me that you couldn't... There were no, like, unlockable outfits in this game, because I wish you could keep Emerson and Anne and their, like, actual uniforms, rather than their real goofy-looking, blending in attire. Like, all their... They just look so out of place to me. Even on the, like, planet that they were on, they look out of place to me. They're like, I don't know what actual, like, fashion is on this planet. Let's just throw some stuff together that we got in the closet here. And then they bothered to question Fiore and her choices of attire.
Keep sending me flight data as you receive. Also, stay vigilant and remember.
Emerson is wearing his uniform under his robes. Man, that's got to be really hot. He's probably sweating 24/7.
Thanks again for your help, Doctor.
Troop, over and out.
I don't think Anne's wearing anything under her robes.
We're going after that Chronos ship.
Yes, sir.
Alright, I legitimately don't remember where I'm going. After a long cutscene with missiles. I don't think I'm even to that cutscene yet. Alright, well, let's try the private quarters, maybe? I don't know. Sure, we'll go to private quarters. Is that it? Yep, alright. This is actually, if I was playing through this game normal, this is where all the DLC, like, unlocks itself. All the, the Day 1 Edition DLC is just like, once you've unlocked it, it's just like a part of your game. So unfortunately, in a normal run, it's not really allowed since it's DLC. I am using a singular DLC item that increases my experience points gained by 30%, and I'm really only doing that just as a marathon safety thing. However, it definitely invalidates my run completely Of course, I'm several minutes behind anyways over any sort of like real record. To begin with, I am using that one DLC item. And all of it unlocks when you rest for the first time. Like you actually rest, not when the game like rests. As part of like the story. So you normally would actually have all that stuff like show up on your screen in that last little section there. You just have to avoid using it if you have it unlocked.
Aye, sir. Setting shields to Omni.
Also, since Lord of Hyphens brought it up, once again, just for those of you that are new to what's going on here, Emerson is the Kenny of this game. This is Emerson T. Kenny of the Kenny lineage. He is, I believe, the grandson of Claude C. Kenny from Star Ocean 2. This game takes place between 2 and 3. I'm not 100% sure on him being the grandson versus like great-grandson. Based on the like Earth year or whatever the years are that they use in this universe, the difference in age is about that, which he would be like the grandson. I think is what the wiki has it listed as well. Some people in my chat have told the great Kenny lineage of this game exists through Emerson here. Sadly, unlike most Emersons, well, actually, much like most Emerson, it's kind of useless for a speedrun. I generally put him off to the side somewhere to use as an emergency healer if something bad goes on. And Lord Vix with Dead Man Walking, yeah, we actually used Dead Man Walking for run to use during the second Protect Ann fight onwards. It's actually really not as overpowered. I mean, it's really overpowered, but it's also at the cost of my sanity keeping it on, because all of the characters are so low level that there are parts where I have to like take it off, and if I take Dead Man Walking off, then there's a really high chance I'll just game over. So you have to, when I was learning this game, one of the things I had to do was like really learn enemy animations, so I knew if it was safe or not, that sort of thing. And in fact, even during the Protect Ann sections, I don't use it during the last of the Protect Ann sections, because it's way too risky. But during the first one, it's really scary. It's one of the more difficult battles of the game, just because at that point, Dead Man Walking just drains your HP so fast, because it's only level 1. If you have it at level 2 or 3, then it's not as bad. In fact, level 3 is actually not bad at all, really. But level 1 is like, you have to really micromanage it. And during the run, throughout most of the run, I have it at level 2. So it's a little bit, things can get a little bit sketchy, but as you'll see here in like, I don't know, 30 minutes or an hour or so, when I actually get to play the game again, there's a lot of micromanaging everything going on. I'll end up actually putting all of my characters on manual at some point, except for Mickey, just so I can position them in a way that keeps them from interfering with everything going on. It makes it less of a headache, and the damage they deal is negligible anyways compared to what Ann can deal. But it's definitely an experience. The one where you get ambushed outside, yeah, that's the second Protect mission, and that's the one that's really tough. And in fact, it's almost impossible. The way it's set up in a speedrun, it's almost impossible to do that fight without it. We also have to have at least one level of reserve rush to take out the initial enemy group. Something the JP guy uses that I could never figure out. Exit that battle and re-enter the battle. so that it messes up the enemy AI, so that that first wave of enemies don't target Anne initially, and it gives you a few more seconds to survive. I end up using, not just because it's faster, but I end up using Reserve Rush earlier than he does, but it does get rather hairy in some cases. But Dead Man Walking is definitely, it's very overpowered, even in a casual sense. You can make Victor literally invincible with Dead Man Walking. However, he doesn't deal anywhere near as much damage as Anne, so we end up using her as our damage dealer for the game. Anne deals like 2 to 3 times as much damage as any other character, like the same level in buffs and everything, because the multipliers on Hammer of Might and Shockwave are just like ridiculous. I'm starting to lose my voice. Give me a second.
Their ship's trajectory has stabilized.
I want to talk to their captain. Open a comm link for me.
Yes, sir. Sir, there's no response from them.
All right, we actually I actually get to play the game here again.
We'll have to board them and settle this face to face. Prepare the transporter. And don't forget,
yeah, this game was definitely a lot easier than many of the other Star Ocean games. Just because of the way everything's set up. But like I said earlier, this is probably the easiest one to speedrun. The easiest like Star Ocean, as well as the easiest Tri-Ace game just in general. It's very fun though. I enjoy it. I wish the cutscenes were skippable, but it's just part of running the game. Alright, so I'm going to buy this for Fiore, Gatling Gauntlets for Anne.
It's lost almost
all its
power, including the default
Mickey.
There's a small reserve which is connected to the life support system.
Then let's hurry.
Make sure I have everything set up here. Dead Man. I'm going to set up Anne because she was taken out of the party. Polarizer. I could probably actually learn. Hold on. Hold on. Ooh, I can. Do I learn? Hold on. I'm having to make a choice in my mental note of things. Attack plus 110%. I think I'll go ahead and take this. Or Pulverizer. Go ahead and learn Eccentric early. This will hopefully make a little bit of this easier. Let me double check this. Alright, I'm going to save here because I've actually walked into this fight. Alright, so I just equipped a move called Eccentric, which I actually don't even normally have by this point. It's generally this dungeon that I end up learning it in. Eccentric is unlocked by dealing damage, dealing 25,000 damage or higher in a singular hit. I got that several hours ago, actually, by using Anne's Reserve Rush move on one of the bosses, where I hit it for about 33,000 points of damage. So I had it available, so I may as well just use it now, or learn it now. Normally I would actually save up and learn the last level of Berserker that I'm going to learn. Whoops. But instead we're just going to go ahead and hope for the best here. If you look at the damage that like the rest of my party is dealing, it's 3-digit numbers, whereas oh god. The game is lagging so bad right here. Actually, let's use Blueberry Potion because this is about to get really, really bad. All this lag. Alright, I really hope Mickey survives this. She's got 14 HP. Should be sufficient enough. Okay, anyways, like I mentioned before, Anne's dealing Quinn something. Anne's dealing some damage though. Alright. compared to the rest of my party. I'm going to be using a lot of very strategic escapes. Oops. Oh my god. Here, let's just do this. I say very strategic escapes, and then I just like horribly screw up the first one. We're going to be using some very strategic escapes to get through some of these areas. The one thing I want to watch out for is accidentally walking into previous encounter zones. So like these two areas here, these next two rooms are basically very close together. So I have very specific spots, like tiles, that I'll basically be standing on in order to make the escape bar go quickly without me entering the previous encounter area. And it's very much used in this dungeon due to the fact that there are so many encounter zones and they're all very, very close to each other. This is probably one of the first areas where it's like it gets really tight and where the battles can actually be compared to the battle zones are compared to each other. Also, to note to the person in chat that asked about it, it's already been answered, but at this point I may as well talk about it again. All the cutscenes in this game, or like the dialogue sections, are unskippable, except for, I want to say, maybe 7 or 8. I think there's actually more skippable cutscenes in the ending than there are in the regular aspect of the game. But most of the dialogue scenes you have to actually do. So in this next room here, I actually have to fight like a mini-boss. He's really not that tough as long as my party keeps Anne alive. Which I'm not really sure what they're doing there. Especially since I have Eccentric. Why is she spamming Hammer of Might? Ugh, whatever, it's fine. Alright. So a lot of the mini bosses and bosses in this game, from this point, actually even earlier, are just mostly fairly trivialized by the fact that Anne is just a wrecking ball. We do have to kind of manage a lot of other stuff going on. So like, for example, in this next forced encounter that I'll get at the end of this, as well as the boss fight, I'll be having to pay a lot of attention to some of the little things going on. In fact, I'm going to save here, because it's actually very easy to game over if I mess any of this up. So we're just going to go ahead and heal up and save, just in case. You never know. You can actually game over during one of the dialogue sequences up here, which took me by surprise when I first started running this game, because I was definitely not at all prepared for that. And I was basically just holding up. If you hold up, you'll actually game over. So the person in chat that asked about speedrunning the Star Ocean games, it really depends on which one. A lot of times it's just massive RNG with the item creation. Because some of the item creation can just take a while, which doesn't make them more difficult to run, but it does make them more annoying, I guess, to run. So like Star Ocean 2 it's a fairly difficult game, but it's not as difficult as, say, Star Ocean 3, where you have to manage a little bit more going on. Alright, I really got to pay attention to this battle. Alright, we're gonna, so I don't botch this up at all, I'm gonna take this as slow as possible. I'm gonna using, hello? Whoa! Everything I just said was a lie. Oh my god. Hold on. We're having to do some recovery here. Oh my god, really? Alright, so this is the first and only time you'll ever see Fiore's reserve rush. Having to manage a lot of like really dumb things. Got some pretty bad. Alright, but I did manage to recover. Those of you unfamiliar with this game probably have no idea what just happened there, but that's okay. As long as I know that I managed to recover. That's all that really matters. Actually, we should probably heal. Yeah. Anyways, actually kind of to bring that up with Lord Vix said in chat, I'm using actually a lot of safety strats that I wouldn't normally use in like if I was doing an actual run. So if you ever watch an actual run of this game, keep in mind that they'll be using a lot of different strategies than the one I'm using. Despite the fact that they might look the same on a visual level, there's a lot of different things I'm doing mechanic-wise.
Hand him over. Don't take a single step forward. You know very well what'll happen if
So in terms of just like trying to speed run, actually kind of, well, hold on. It's hard to, these few battles here actually like really require me to pay a lot of attention.
Over here.
Okay.
For the most adept swordsman in all of Rasulia, indeed.
You okay?
Yep, I'm okay.
I'm not just mashing the button here, basically. I'm watching everything that's going on around me. So, like, I have to pay attention to the amount of health that Anne has, in addition to the amount of health that other character has, while also trying to do cancel bonus. He's cursed, but I don't think it matters. Okay. Uh-oh. Man, that was a lot easier with Eccentric. Let me tell you. Alright, well. So anyways, going back to what was said earlier about running different Star Ocean games, I would definitely not start with Star Ocean 3 if you weren't wanting to learn how to run a Star Ocean game. In my opinion, it's the most difficult and probably the most frustrating of all of them. It's a fun game to speedrun, but there is quite a number of things that can happen in it that just make the game a little bit more frustrating than some of the other ones. This one's probably the easiest one to run, but it also has like these lengthy cutscenes, so you have to have like the mental fortitude to deal with watching some of the same cutscenes over and over and over and over and over again.
I'll come with you.
Which for me, like I mentioned earlier, a long time ago I ran Xenogears, so I'm already used to like cutscenes for days. So it's not a big deal for me. I don't remember if I healed. Hold on, let me check here. Okay, I think I should be okay.
Captain, they've set a silent countdown self-destruct sequence.
But yeah, a lot of the rest of this game, I probably won't be talking much during the boss fights because they're very technical in what I'm supposed to do. especially the setup, like the initial setup, a lot of time is like really rough. So like in that previous fight,
It appears to be directly linked to the captain's vital signs.
actually the fight before it, I had to use Fiore's move because of various reasons. One, because of the damage it deals. Two, because of the like side effects of it. And Fiore died. Oh god. Okay. Fiore died right off the bat,
Right. Us. Cargo bay, now.
which made everything a little bit more difficult. Because then I had to revive Fiore, but the problem is all the enemies are still attacking while Fiore's dead. So I had to deal with that. The battle after that, the one that I just did, whoa, there we go, was a little rough because Mickey died. And if Mickey's dead, there's nobody who's really healing. And Anne's always taking damage. The rest of my party I don't really pay as much attention to. Anne, Emerson more so just because he's my like safety net if things like go horribly wrong. But Anne, you definitely need to keep alive. Well, can't remember if there's any more battles. Oh wait, there's this hall. Oh god, I hate this hall. Yeah, if Anne dies, because she's also the only one with Dead Man Walking on, she's the only one that's like invulnerable per se to damage, but she's also taking damage, so it's kind of weird. So if Anne dies, there's always like a few frames in there where if I don't react to it, then you can actually game over pretty easily. So here's cutscene number 8 that you can skip. Coming up. Oh man, I love. I forgot that because it doesn't really happen much in this game, or it's less noticeable unless you're the one playing the game. But getting called with tri-aced. In Star Ocean 3, it's really relevant. But what a lot of the runners of the different. Oh wait, I'm supposed to go pick up. Hold on, everyone.
I must have overslept.
Give me like 10 seconds here.
I wonder how Aurelia's doing.
Think about where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, in Star Ocean 3, what happens, as well as other Tri-Ace games, but Star Ocean 3 especially, during certain sections of the game where it needs to load for any reason, sometimes it'll take longer than others. Like sometimes it may take like 2 seconds to load, sometimes it might be like 2 minutes to load, and it's always completely random. And all the runners have dubbed it being Tri-Aced because it happens in a lot of the Tri-Ace games. I think Star Ocean 3 runners actually have a tri-ace counter, or like some of them do.
Then let's be on our way.
Keep track of the number of times they've been tri-aced. When I ran Radiata stories, maybe 1 out of every 10 runs, I would say, I would maybe get a tri-ace. But it really wasn't all that often in that game. In this game, it's more like in battles, like especially in the last area I was in, when there's a lot of things going on screen and there's like a lot of lag, it'll slow down all the menuing. So like I'll press the button and it doesn't actually happen for like a second or so, which can get a little annoying, but that's as close as I get to being tri-aced in this game. We need a tri-ace counter for the entire marathon. I kind of agree, and at the same time, I don't know that it's really bad in Star Ocean 3, but I don't think it's really bad in most of the other tri-ace games. Like, I've definitely not watched all of Gearless Robot's runs of Star Ocean 2, but I've watched a lot of his runs. And, excuse me, I can't recall seeing him get tri-aced in that game, but I'm sure it probably exists. But I definitely have not seen it happen.
I promised that I'd protect you. If you left me behind, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. If you're going to jump, Relia,
Alrighty.
let me jump with you.
This is a very sad moment for everyone, especially Relia.
Rid yourself of that pain. It might influence how you live.
I almost cried.
But right now, Relia, from me. Without you, there's no chance I could ever be happy.
No one should ever think this way.
Please don't
I would
do
give
anything like this ever again, okay?
shout out to Nami, the organization that I believe RPG Limit Break is supporting in their marathon here in a month or two. But I'm actually not super familiar with it. So if anyone in chat wants to probably copy and paste some Nami stuff, now's the moment to do so. Should never behave this way, Azrelia has.
This is my fault.
Think of your loved ones,
If anyone deserves
like
the blame,
Fidel and Mickey.
I apologize for my behavior. I never meant that I didn't want to.
All right, here we go.
It was a poor choice of words.
Anyways, back to our journey.
Sorry that we brought this incident upon you.
Take me to the bridge.
You won't do that again, right?
There you go.
Fidel, Miki, Fiore, Victor, Relia. You're all needed on the bridge.
Oh man, anyways, on that note, welcome everyone to the, I almost call it the Star Ocean Relay. We're not doing a Star Ocean Relay. Welcome everyone to the Tri-Ace Marathon 2017. I'm your host, Rudix. Hope you all have been here for the past 5 hours, are enjoying this game. This is Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness. Came out around this time last year in America. I don't actually remember when it came out in Japan. I think it was around the same room, same time.
One of them got blown to bits and he's useless now. So
the only one left is
It is probably one of the least played. Whoa, well, hold on. Wrong shop. Oh god. Let's start over here. After I purchase some items. Prepare your ears. Oops, oh god. How do I menu? Alrighty, we're doing great. Alright. Turn Dead Man Walking off. I would normally actually learn Berserk here. I don't think I can because I learned Eccentric. Nope. Alright, what are we at? 1426? Actually, not too far. I don't think I really need to save, but we're going to do so anyways, just in case. Least played. Hold on. Like I said, let me start over with what I was trying to say. Hold on. I understand that Blue Sphere and Star Ocean 1 exist. And that is not at all what I meant to say. So give me a moment to recollect my thoughts. Alright. Okay, anyways, this is Star Ocean Integrity and Faith. One of the least recognizable Star Oceans. I'm just kidding. Blue Sphere exists. As long as Blue Sphere exists, this will never be the least anything. And it's actually really funny when I was speedrunning this game actively. People would show up in my chat and they're like, "Whoa, I didn't know this game came out."
It's no good. They've updated their security software.
So yeah, hope you all are enjoying this weekend of Tri-Ace speedruns. Up next, in another 2-ish hours, we will have Star Ocean 2, played by Gearless Robot. We'll be playing through Rena's story. I believe last year he played through Claude's story, maybe? I don't really remember. That was like a year ago. My brain doesn't function for that long. Alright. So we're now back into the area where we had the Protect Anne mission. This is where all the enemies were being funneled into this like tiny little room here. It's really funny because the AI, the enemies, are still the same here. So they're all going to try and funnel themselves into this room, despite the fact that Anne is no longer in there. So, in the meantime, we'll walk around in circles. I hate to
say this, but it looks as if this terminal doesn't contain any information on Feria.
Alright.
It makes sense they pull a stunt.
Considering
the entrance is security.
Man, eccentric. Like you guys have no idea how good eccentric is.
Should we try to search for another terminal or something? There are definitely rooms we haven't checked.
I'm hitting these quintuple digit numbers on like regular enemies without buffs. Oh wait, I am buffed. Never mind. That makes more sense. Really with the buffs on the correct character, which never happens. Alrighty. Did I do anything before Manicore? Nope. I could throw in Berserker level 3 or level 5. I really want to. Not really think I need to. Probably do it after Manicore though. Alright, so here's where, coming up, here's where we finally meet some researchers involved in Aurelia's creation. You can actually, oh god, I think I messed it up already. You can actually skip one of the dialogue sections here by just holding up. And you'll actually walk over the red line. Like you'll actually see it appear behind Fidel. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. You'll see that in like 10 seconds here when it shows up on your stream.
Please, follow me. I'll take you to the girl you seek.
So you end up skipping that. I had to turn Dead Man Walking off. And I think I mean to take that out every time.
Not a single one of the researchers in this division are
I
working.
don't know why I turned it off. Maybe it's because I actually fight a battle before this one.
So you are the ones who did this.
Yes.
Which actually makes sense. Alright. Anyways, we're gonna fight these random robots, which for some reason are all gathered together here today.
They aren't authorized to patrol this section.
Really? You're not gonna heal her? I have to do this myself. RIP. Man, I hope somebody revives. I feel like I should do this myself. Spoilers, this fight goes downhill really fast. Item... Spoilers, we survived the fight. Everything was okay. Once again, I would like to remind everyone that I am probably a good 20 levels under to be at this point in the game. So, dying is very, 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 very... I'm now actually going the wrong direction. So in 10 seconds here, I'll turn around and go the right way.
Not bad for a guy with a few years on.
Ew. We'll be fighting a series of like mini bosses throughout this dungeon. There's otherwise a very short dungeon. This is actually a revisit to a dungeon we did earlier. We're just going to a different section of it. And as you can see, I'm dealing like 10 times as much damage as the rest of my party. So all these like mini bosses end up being incredibly easy. However, we are headed into one of the fights that I'll have to explain later. Okay. I've actually game overed just starting the fight.
Hurry, our destination's beyond this door.
So first thing I'm going to do is set everyone in my party. Then I'm going to run them off into various corners of the room so that they are separated as much as possible. Meanwhile, Fidel's over there standing in the corner, literally just standing there with Dead Man Walking on, because the boss will only attack Fidel at this point. He's also basically invincible because he'll just keep healing every time he gets to half HP until a certain mechanic happens. So basically we're just waiting for him to go into his second phase. I'm also going to leave everyone on manual. All the people that have manual right now, they'll be staying on manual for most of the rest of the game.
Has been modified by the director himself. You won't be able to do anything to it until you neutralize its healing powers.
And by most of the rest of the game, I mean literally the entire. And I'll be moving them around every now and then, just so that some of the bosses will stay a little bit more spread out. It's more of a safety thing than it is like a speed thing at this point. In a run, I would actually leave Fidel off manual. Like an actual run, I would take Fidel off manual and do some other shenanigans throughout the rest of the game. So Fidel no longer, now that he's in his second form, the only person that matters is Anne. Because this creature's no longer going to just specifically target Fidel. If I manage to get it up, my reserve rush up, I'll use it, but I'm very doubtful based on the fact that it's so low right now. But as you can see, I'm taking out like 10% of his HP practically every time I actually hit him with Shockwave. Oh dear. Mickey's probably about to die. Alright, so both of my healers are now dead. But the only one that matters is Anne. So we're just going to keep Anne alive, because like I said, she's the only one that we actually care about. Just do that, he's pretty much dead. Yeah. So that kind of gives you an idea of what the rest of this game now is. That's basically that's the strategy for everything from here on out. Let's keep Anne alive, ignore everyone else, shockwave the heck out of her. I'm actually using shockwave spam. Hammer of Might is only because they're at long range. And I didn't bother to change long range to shockwave, since I'd probably miss anyways. Hammer of Might kind of like home ends on the, whereas shockwave will just attack in a specific wherever they were rather than where they're going. But shockwave does like a gazillion more damage.
General Alma.
It's Feria! It's Feria! General Alma, Director. Is it safe to assume this is all going according to plan?
Actually, I'm very impressed. Not really impressed. Very surprised that I haven't game overed yet. Somehow. Well, I'm mostly using a lot of safety strats, but somehow I haven't game overed yet. I'm still about 20 minutes ahead of estimate, so I'm still on a 640 pace at this point.
Such a loud bark for a small runt.
I am Thoris.
This part of the game is the like plot twist, I guess. The big like. There's like two major plot twists, and this one is the one where they like ban.
Symbology catalyzes the release of certain hormones, but you, Fidel, was it?
How they've been taking data, all that other jazz. Not really much going on. Just, you know, important story stuff. Not that anybody pays attention to the story during a speed run. You all are here for my beautiful voice. Thank you everyone for watching. Actually, I'm getting pretty hoarse at this point. I'm not used to talking like constantly for this many hours in a row. I mean, I do long speedruns all the time, but I get a few breaks in my chitter chatter.
We only possess 2 units at the moment, but once we are able to mass produce them, the information we collected from your endeavors with her will certainly be useful to our cause.
Let's see here.
Mass produce? You use this place to craft endless numbers of people?
Once again, though.
Understand what life is?
Thanks everyone for showing up today. I don't know how many people in chat, probably like 11. Glad many of you are enjoying Star Ocean today. I hope you all stick around all weekend. There's definitely price games.
Let's hurry.
Most notably, Star Ocean 2, which is being run after this by Gearless Robot.
What was that? Really? Thank heavens you're alive and well.
I think they're also running Blue Sphere, which was the Game Boy version of well, kind of version-ish of Star Ocean 2. That'll be after Star Ocean 2. Then we'll have Infinite Undiscovery. Oh wait, here we go. So I mentioned earlier in my waifu list that Relia's mother was my mid-range waifu. She's the girl with red hair in this cutscene. It's Relia's mom. I like her haircut.
16 years ago by the space state calendar.
Somebody made me tier list my waifus of this game, with Fiore being at the bottom and Welch being at the top, and Relia's mom, the girl with red hair in this cutscene, being the mid-level waifu.
Coerced? I don't think so. In order to preserve the peace between our organizations, we had to establish mutually agreed upon terms.
Anybody in chat have husbandos for this game? Not really into husbandos, but I'm sure there's somebody in chat is. What do you think of Relia's dad here? How would he rank on your husbando
We
list?
manufactured countless test subjects, but only succeeded at applying symbols to 2 of them, Relia and Feria.
Those poor things.
Can't believe somebody would put Welch at a 10 minus 7. I don't even know what that means. 3? Did you put it at a 3? This game has failed to produce any husbandos. Nobody likes Emerson T. Kenny. I can't believe that. I love the scene at the end of the game where Emerson tries to put his hand around Anne, and she just like throws it off. I'm like, no one loves you, Emerson. No one.
Defend ourselves against the Federation.
So, in other words, you're saying everything that
Oh man, I do have a few friends that really like Fidel.
Only that it was the impetus. We
Oh, she slots 10 through 7. I see. Welch is the best.
Make me laugh. Treating a planet's population like lab rats is hardly peaceful.
Top waifu and the next 3 spots. Works for me.
It was difficult for us.
Welch is definitely best character.
We couldn't expose Relia to this travesty any longer, so we helped her escape aboard a shuttle.
I do like Fidel's outfit, except for the angry face on the back.
It was indeed. Sadly, Thor's
I feel like it's the most
had the thing shot down once it
one of the most logical,
Now, in order
maybe
to
not
unleash
logical,
Feria's full potential, they plan on using the data they collected from the trials you've overcome.
can't think of the word.
It seems that the Federation's appearance here has
In terms of like him being a swordsman and everything, out of all the Star Ocean games, functional is the word I'm looking for. It seems like the most functional outfit out of all the Star Ocean characters in the entirety of Star Ocean universe. It's got all the right like guards where there need to be guards, as well as to keep yourself flexible when you're moving.
Known on this planet as the Signa Silica.
That sort of thing.
Signa Silica?
He's got a hoodie in case it gets cold. He's got all these like pockets for herbs and snacks and stuff.
Do you have any idea where General Alma might have gone?
Power of the 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 power. To answer your question, there are about 10 skippable cutscenes in this entire game. The rest of them are this, or they are like these long dialogue sections where everybody just like gathers around each other in a circle, kind of like you see in like a school hallway or something like that. Just a bunch of people gathered in a circle talking to each other.
Long before it's destroyed. There is nothing more we can do on our end.
Take good care.
See, okay, the love of the female armor that doesn't protect half their skin. I would actually wear like Anne's outfit, which is missing like midriff and stuff, because as a martial artist, I think her outfit is actually very functional. despite the fact that it does have a few like random holes in it. A lot of things are thrown, like punches and kicks and stuff, are thrown from the stomach. So not having anything, where am I going? The bridge in the way does make it a bit easier to move and less complicated. Like it gets really annoying when you have like a shirt and it's like a little bit too dangly. Moving around can get kind of annoying. Why are the facial animations so bad? Good question. I have no idea. Probably because they never really resynced any. They probably didn't do anything when they.
Have you back, sir. Thanks. And the general's whereabouts?
Wait, is there an actual like waifu bot? Hold on, hold on.
In search of it. In search of
I click on this and it's not Welch.
Still haven't managed to find it.
Wait, do I have to? Is this? Oh, dang. All right, here's the introduction to the time gate part of the story. Oh, what the heck? This image is 100% not Welch. Get out of here, Athair.
We won't.
That's a good description. Like sock puppets if the socks were made out of plastic. Probably. I'm not generally paying attention. I don't really pay attention to the faces anymore. I'm over here staring at the wall. Like half the time when I speedrun this game, I'm trying to move to my next destination because I'm actually trying to go fast. So like during this cutscene, I would be standing right here in this elevator, waiting for it to let me use the elevator. But for you all's enjoyment, that's the word we're looking for here.
Could it be another Chronos
I'll
facility?
stand inside the action.
Explanation is that it blocks every single type and frequency of wave with which we could scan it.
Such technology shouldn't even exist on this planet.
Shields with this much
Oh
light
man,
shouldn't exist
SO3
on
I feel like is
any
definitely the fan favorite in general of all the Star Ocean games.
Well,
I really liked 1 and 2, almost on probably the same level,
Besides, it's gonna take some time to
followed by 3 and 5,
As long as the
also
shield is
almost
in
on the same
operation,
level.
there's no hope of us transporting
And
directly
then I
to
really
its
hated
location.
4, but
Although
I know a
even
lot
if
of people
we
really
could,
like 4.
the structure itself also
We all
requires
have...
transport.
Am I supposed to go to the transport room? I think
I
so.
guess that's life's way of telling me I need more exercise. Anyway, let's just beam down somewhere nearby. We can search.
Oh, this is where we're going.
Yes, sir.
Get ready,
Alright,
ladies
where
and gents. Next stop,
should I save? It's the best question ever. Skills is not rolls. I need Berserker, level 5. Make sure we have Deadman walking. We're not gonna do anything. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna save because this can be kind of scary. It's probably overkill for me to save as much as I have. But when you've died basically everywhere, you start to get a little skeptical about different things. It's like, well, I know I've died here once. Okay, let me make sure I go the right way. There's 2 enemies in here on my journey to my destination here that can really destroy everything I've ever worked for, which is this one up here that's like this astral-looking bird. And then after that, there's a group of 4 skeletons I'll run past that can also rock my world. That's literally the only reason I saved there. So I'm going to save again, because the Cygnus Silica is actually the most difficult dungeon in this entire game. If I make it through this without game overing, it'll be some sort of Christmas miracle at this point. And the fact that I've gotten this far without game overing is pretty impressive to me, to myself. Oh man, it's the tri-face. Is my face still in there? I think I'm in the middle face. That's still the same tri-face. Surprised Clear Tonic hasn't been spamming tri-face this whole time. Alright. So I have to do a lot of really wacky things in this dungeon that are... because The imps in this dungeon can do that right there that you're probably witnessing right now. And that makes this dungeon an incredible journey, to say the least. So I'm going to be taking this slower than I probably would normally be taking, because I want to make sure I actually survive all of this. We fight 3 mini-bosses and 1 boss. Oops, oh gosh. Oh. The mini-bosses can actually be very nightmarish. The actual boss of this dungeon is a reoccurring boss in Star Ocean games that probably will give nightmares to DDR in chat. I believe. Oh god, this is really bad. Hopefully we'll be okay. Yeah, just stand there and do nothing. That would be great. Thank you. Coming up, my next fight, oops, is actually the first mini-boss we'll fight after I heal my party up a bit. And let me double check my menus. We're gonna use safety strats, I think. Yeah, let's just do this. Oops, this is not the mini-boss. Oops, this is also not a battle I want to fight. Coming up somewhere in here, I'll be fighting a mini-boss. It was not the fight that I'm currently probably in on your screen. Whoa. Hello? How do I get out of this room? Spoilers, it took me like 10 seconds to get out of there. The mini-bosses, I'm going to try and use Hammer of Might to stun them. Normally I would actually use Shot, deals more damage. But we're going to be spamming Hammer of Might for this. Actually, I'm not sure you can stun the first or the third guy, now that I think about it. But they do move around a lot, so I'll just stick with Hammer of Might anyways, because it kind of homes in on them. Okay, now we have a very large problem. Okay, we survived. That's boss number 1. Sage. Alright, so we got 1 of 3 down. These enemies all have like a redonkulous amount of HP in here. And they can, of course, wipe out my party. So the experience they give is not really worth it to begin with. But more so the fact that they can end my journey is why I don't bother to fight them. I could definitely kill them, but that chance is always there that I'll die. This mini-boss I can actually stun with Hammer of Might, so I'm going to actually utilize that as best I can. Are you for reals? I'm actually at the very end of this dungeon. I'll get an upgrade. I think it's... somewhere in here I actually get an upgraded fairy healing, so healing becomes less sketchy. Right. So that's 2 of 3 mini-bosses down. Oh gosh. The last one up in this next room. Okay. Well then. Okay. Things actually just got extremely bad. Okay. Might still be okay, as long as Victor doesn't die. Realize my reactions are probably like horribly confusing. I'll try not to spoil what happens too much. But some of these fights are very sketchy. So we did manage to finish all 3 of the mini bosses. Now it's on to the real boss of this dungeon. I'm going to save beforehand because this guy can be a complete and utter nightmare. Alright. This is Star Ocean Runner's favorite boss, the Crystal Guardian. I believe Star Ocean 4's rendition of the Crystal Guardian is probably the worst. Or at least like the most aggravating. The scariest. He's not horribly bad in this one, and I'll be using Hammer of Might instead of Shockwave for this, just to make sure I get through this. Because Hammer of Might can actually stun this boss. Oops, oh god. This is also, if I don't have Eccentric by this boss takes basically forever. I do have Eccentric for this boss, so it'll still take a while because he just has so much HP. But it's a lot faster if you actually have Eccentric by this point. Which luckily I got way earlier in the game. I'll be using less aggressive strategies than I normally do as well for this boss. But as you can see, this boss is fully capable of completely just one-shotting a singular enemy, or a singular unit of your party. And when he does it to Mickey, it gets kind of sketchy. Kind of zoned out there. Because I'm no longer receiving healing from any outside source. Uh-oh, now we definitely have a problem. Okay, now we 100% have a very bad problem. Which you guys will see... guys will see here in a minute. I picked up a item a few hours ago that is specifically in case this happens. But I was hoping it would be somewhere else, but because now I don't have any. Well, I have one safety item, I should say. I definitely don't have any safety items anymore. Oh my god, Anne got stunned. Spoilers. I'm actually not getting very many stun procs, which is unfortunate. At this point it's almost better that I just switch to Shockwave, which is what I think I'll do. So I'm just not getting the procs I need. Problem with Shockwave though is that this boss moves around a lot, so you don't always get to hit him. And in fact, that just happened to me. Oops, some reason I don't have Dead Man Walking. Wow, I am missing shockwaves like no other. Really? Both my healers are dead, but boss is almost dead. So hopefully we make it through this okay. And I'll let you guys decide if I made it or not. As I sit here and cry for a while. Alright, anyways. That was the boss. The guy has so much HP for no reason. That's probably one of the longest boss fights in this game. Excluding the one where Emerson and Anne first join you. For some reason that guy just has a lot of health. Uh-oh, I missed some waifu talk and what? Is that Nell? Oh wait, no, wait. It's not Nell. That's what's her face. Claire? Yes. Claire.
What an absolute genius.
Did we hit a dead end?
We close to final boss. Not exactly. About an hour. Let's see, hold on. I'm at 5, I don't know what the stream says. On my end, I'm at 5:30 right now. 5 hours, 30 minutes. And I'm only a minute behind on my splits. So I'll probably finish around 6:41. So I have a little over an hour left.
Could you pass me the card from this?
We have a series of about maybe 20 to 30 minutes worth of cutscenes, and then the final dungeon.
Did you know about this?
Not at all.
And DDR wants me gone. RIP. Oh, DDR's only on chat. You can't see. I forgot he said he doesn't have any volume. Tell him I just killed the Crystal Guardian. I'll type it out. Just killed.
What in the world is this place?
Quite the expanse we stumbled upon.
Oh, Simi beat me too. I was trying to type it out very slowly. Alright, so this is like not really Planet Sticks, but it's that sort of thing. It's got the like time gate. I don't remember what this thing's called. The Star Gate? The Far Gate? I don't know. The Far Gate's up here. And there's a cutscene with it that is like the 8th or 9th cutscene in this game we can actually skip. So in a speed run, we never get to find out what that is. I don't even remember what that is. It's been so long since I played this game casually.
You know it.
They never actually give its name in Star Ocean 5. They just keep referencing the fact that it exists, basically. I should probably revive my characters.
I now understand why Kronos chose Faithlessness 4 over all.
Actually, yeah, that's probably should revive my characters. Better dead, because we're about to go on a journey out of here. So remember the journey in here? Now we have to make the journey out of here.
With those dampening shields around.
Do I do anything after this? It's Manicore. I'm way off on my notes here. Nope, don't do anything till I get out of here. Alright. We're not gonna save. We're gonna hashtag just do it.
Where have you been, Captain? I swear we've been on the edge of our seats.
Alright. Can I? Should I? Nope.
Not yet. The signal's
All
still
right.
being jammed.
Decided not to take the risky strats for that.
As soon as possible.
Alright.
Our sensors have picked up Kronos
Oh god.
ships. They'll make
Get out of my life. Enemies.
I don't want to make assumptions, but they
Alright, so thankfully we don't have to go through the
Alright, we'll step on it.
dungeon to get out of here. We just had to go through a little bit of it. Then we go outside.
So we're off?
That we are.
So we're gonna give Dead Man Walking to Fidel. And we are going to learn Resurrection eventually, if I can find it. and menu here. This game is mad cheap, yes. If this game was like $15, $20, I would definitely pick it up. I think it's pretty fun. Don't expect like some extravagant experience or adventure, but it is definitely a fun game, I think. Especially for like $20. It's actually pretty decent. Let's see, I gotta figure out where I am in my notes, because I haven't really been using my notes as much as I should. For some reason I memorized a lot of things. I don't know why I would ever do that. Okay, so there's a few cutscenes here, probably about 20 minutes worth of cutscenes. And maybe a little bit longer, I don't know, somewhere around there. Bunch of cutscenes here. And then we enter the final dungeon, and the final dungeon is just like boss after boss after mini boss after mini boss after boss after mini boss, back and forth between bosses and mini bosses.
Captain, we're receiving a transmission from the Kronos fleet.
We have a little over an hour. The final section is pretty fun. You may possibly, maybe see me hit damage cap. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how lucky we get. I haven't actually seen damage cap in a while. Normally I see about 70 to 80,000. But once we pick up the Tiger Fangs, which is Anne's like best weapon that you can just like pick up off the ground, we'll be seeing some pretty huge numbers from all of our moves. I think her base attacks, I want to say, hit for like 30,000, might be 20,000.
Despite our numerous attempts, we still have not successfully reached them.
You mean General Alma?
See, okay, this is, I don't know. This game, either people really love it or really hate it, I guess. For some reason, a lot of people feel like Star Ocean 3 was like the greatest Star Ocean game in the history of the world. As I've mentioned a bunch of times before, it's not a bad game. It's not a great game. Like, it's nothing that's gonna like blow your mind. If you go into it thinking that it's gonna be better than some other game you've played, if you have that sort of mindset, you'll probably be disappointed. But I think if you go into most games with that mindset, you'll probably be disappointed. And everybody's expecting this like mind-blowing experience. It's not really a mind-blowing experience. It's about as mind-blowing experience as like most Super Nintendo RPGs, I guess. Like, it's a good game, but it's not a great game, and it's also not a bad game. But it definitely has its flaws, and it definitely has its up points, or its upsides, up dogs. It's definitely got its up dogs. So as long as you just kind of keep that in mind going into it. I've always told people, if it was like $20 or so, then it's really that's definitely a pretty good price for it, I think, all things considered. I enjoy it. I've definitely put a couple hundred hours into it at this point.
You're in charge while I'm gone. Yes, sir.
So I might be a little biased because I speedrun it, but I definitely have speedrun some bad games, and I can tell you when those games are really bad. Yeah, I decided not to change any of the audio, like, based off of what the default stuff is. Like, I could have changed the music, I could have changed a lot of things. I considered changing the audio to Japanese, but
Kronos isn't necessarily
left
our
is
enemy.
English.
It's General Alma and his faction that are.
What if it turns out both groups are conspiring
I don't mind the voice acting. Emerson's is probably the only one I don't really like, which he's the one basically probably talking now on your screen. Otherwise, the other voices really didn't get to me that much.
And that's a reason not to go to war? Sounds like sophistry to me.
When you become as advanced as we are, you'll realize you
I think most of the voices fit fairly well, but I don't know.
Are you saying we can't comprehend because our brains are as underdeveloped as our planet?
Let's see, I actually don't remember if I go to the bridge or if I go to... I think I go to the bridge. We'll just go to the bridge. Somewhere in here I have to go to the transport room, but I can't remember if it's now or some other point? Definitely not now. Okay. This game has... Alright. I thought about switching the voices, but then I changed my mind. For like one brief moment, just so you guys could hear it. But I changed my mind. R.I.P.
Understood. They're emissaries, so we'll welcome them as we would any diplomat.
Anyway, since I haven't said it in a while, it's all of like probably 10 minutes. Hello everyone. Thank you for stopping by RPG Limit Break channel today to view the Tri-Ace Marathon of 2017. I'm your host, Rudix. I'm currently playing Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness, the 5th game in the Star Ocean series. Technically the 6th game if you count Blue Sphere. So however technical you want to get. This story-wise, this occurs between 2 and 3. So this would be like Star Ocean 2.5, since it's not really given a number. I commonly refer to it as Star Ocean 5, but that's because I'm too lazy to type out integrity and faithlessness over and over again. Coming up next in about an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour, we'll have Star Ocean 2, played by Gearless Robot. He will be doing the arena playthrough of that game. Gearless Robot is always an enjoyable streamer. He also streams Mother 3 every now and then. So definitely check that out, even if you've never heard of Star Ocean 2 for some reason, or you're just unfamiliar with it. He does an excellent job at explaining everything going on. As well as Star Ocean 2 is really fun game. It's got good music and everything to begin with. Let's definitely stick around for that. We have a whole weekend of Star Ocean games, actually. After Star Ocean 2, we will have, I believe it's Takaze, playing through Blue Sphere. We have Infinite Undiscovery later on tonight. And then we will pick up back again sometime in the morning. Yeah, hope you guys are enjoying this. It's been a fun day for me so far. I enjoy this game, so I don't mind playing it. Out of all the Tri-Ace games, though, it's definitely not my favorite, but it has been quite a fun ride, not only to learn this game, but to actually do runs of the game. It was quite a challenge, actually, learning this game for me. I could kind of tell in my casual playthrough how the run was going to go for the most part, but there actually was a Japanese run of the game done. You can check out speedrun.com for a link to the Japanese run of the game. I basically took his strategies and then modified a lot of them so that they were a little bit faster, and then a little bit more consistent in some areas. A lot of the run that I've been doing today is actually more of a marathon safe route than it is necessarily a fast route per se. I have a few items I picked up in my inventory that really I would have either used already or never picked up to begin with. I used a few different skills every now and then that I really only use for safety, that sort of thing. But in any case, it's been a pleasure streaming this for you guys. Hope you all have enjoyed this. If you would like to see some Lunar or Grow Lancer sometime, as DDR has pointed out in chat, good old High Spirits runs Lunar every now and then. I also ran Lunar for a little bit, but I haven't in a while. There is a runner by the name of Holy Diver, I believe, or Holy something. Oh crap, now I can't think of his name. He's actually been running Lunar on the Sega CD recently. I'm sure if you search Twitch for Lunar Silver Star, it'll show up. Holy something. There's a couple other people that have been running Lunar. for Sega CD recently, but he's the one I've been seeing do it most consistently recently. I also ran Lunar Go London, also known as Golden. Ran Lunar for the Game Boy Advance for a little while. I'm gonna keep calling it Lunar this way because that's how they say it in the game, the version of the game I'm familiar with. It's kind of like Ramus. I'm gonna say Ramus because that's how it's pronounced in the version of the game that I play.
Yes, on screen.
Let's see here.
Well, if it isn't
There's a few more cutscenes here. Then we get to go have a moment to ourselves with Mickey,
We've been dispatched as
one of the
official
bottom tier
ambassadors
waifus of this game.
Federation. We wish to negotiate peace, not fight.
I wouldn't have minded Mickey so much if she hadn't made so many like really dumb, snarky comments throughout the course of the game. Like she makes a bunch of like really weird comments towards like Victor and stuff like that. That just makes her sound like a snob. And that kind of ruined my feelings towards Mickey. Also, her ears weirded me out. At first, I thought she was going to be a descendant of like Rena, but then it turns out that she actually does have ears, and that it's not just this weird like scarf thing that she has to keep her ears warm. I don't know how to explain. I don't know what that is. Do people wear that? Is that a common thing somewhere? She's so cold, she has to wear these like ear things. Whereas Fiore is so warm, she also wears ear things. She has these cat ears on.
What a shame we couldn't work things out.
I have a message for the stripling who fancies himself guardian to my test subject.
Cool story, guys. I don't remember where I'm going next. I think it starts me in my private quarters, and I go visit Mickey, the transport area. The best part about running really long games is trying to actually remember where you're supposed to go.
See to it that President Mutal's flagship gets the
And as a
records and data analysis.
Yes, sir.
runner of many RPGs over the years. Oh, looks like I gotta go private quarters myself.
I estimate that it'll take around 16
I am extremely... Oh wait, I think this is the point of no return. Yeah.
No matter how
This is
we
where I
end
get
up
the
settling
warning
conflict,
for the point of no return as I approach my bed here.
I recommend you rest.
And then I get to go talk to Mickey. Transport room. I try not... One of the things about running RPGs in general is finding a good way to do your notes so that they're not too cluttered or confusing. I've written guides for a few different RPGs, like Radiata Stories and Lunar, for example, where it was actually kind of difficult because it was like, all right, well, I'm going to write a guide, so I got to include things like directions and whatnot, but I don't want to use them as notes as well.
What are you doing here at this?
Because if you got too much in your notes, it starts to get confusing after a while. You get lost in them.
Me neither.
That sort of thing.
You know what? I'm so on this journey.
Better question
Beyond the sky's pretty far, to say the least.
about Fiore. Why does she have wings on her shoes? Why do her shoes have wings?
Things we didn't even know were possible, and we've learned even more.
That's true.
If she was like, all right, I'm just going to put on everything
They seem like they ended
I
up
love.
eons ago.
It's like when a kid is like, all right, I'm going to wear every shirt that's got the coolest superhero on it. And then they're wearing like the DC and Marvel and then like the dollar store version of superheroes.
Some of it's out of your control, like what's happened with the war.
Like, I love all these superheroes. That's Fiore. She's like, I love all these things. I love cats. I love bats. I love Pegasus. I love
And what do I do?
more cats.
Stay by my side.
For all eternity. I'll never ever forgive you if you try to leave me behind.
That's what really happened there?
Right.
Tomorrow.
Yo, no way. I also love Radiata stories.
Safe area, so you won't mind if I
In any case,
say at least one
Fiore
sentence.
is definitely really weird. Alright.
Please, Fidel. Stay by me.
We're almost done with cutscenes. Almost. We're so close. And yet so far. We have one more skippable cutscene in this game. Just one, though. Excluding the ending. Actually, let's see. Let me ask in chat here. Whatever. I'm not gonna... Never mind, I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself and think about my life and how I got to this point.
Your pathetic policies cannot save Kronos. Why can't you see that you're dooming our people to be Federation?
Question why...
Starting a civil war serves only to deplete
I...
our national
something. I don't know. Let's make fun of Fiore's outfit. That's the favorite part of all this. Her wings aren't actually connected to her body, so they're just like floating there. So they're not even really functional in any way. Her tail is not even really, I don't think... Oh, no, wait. Her tail is like grafted into her butt. I don't know. Her outfit doesn't make any sense.
If we haven't convinced him by
Whereas
now,
Relia's outfit, check out Relia's outfit. It looks like it's got some sort of linen. It's almost like they took a potato sack and like dyed it yellow and then made an outfit out of a potato sack. Like, here you go. This is the cheapest thing we could find.
Thank you. And best of luck.
We're gonna make you an outfit, and it's gonna be dazzling.
Captain,
And she was like, okay.
to be going on the offensive.
Got it.
I don't know what these things are. Somebody called them soot somethings? Sooties? I don't know what those little creatures are.
Head into battle against the rebel Kronos forces led by General Alma. Fidel, your group will do what it needs to help the system.
Somebody earlier pointed out the fact that Emerson's his
Open an audio link between our ships and the Kronos governmental forces.
uniform is actually under his cloak.
This is Emerson T. Kenny.
So he's actually wearing like
Federation ship Charles D. Gold.
18 layers of clothes.
My vessel will serve
He's probably been sweating since the beginning of this game.
as directed
Much
by
like
the
myself.
Federation Central Command and Kronos' President Mutal. It's up to every last one of us to
Whereas
ensure
Anne is like,
Kronos remains at peace,
I don't want to sweat that much. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Go out there and give 'em hell.
He's gonna wear like 30 layers of
Over and out.
outfit.
Time to get this operation underway.
Alrighty. Okay, so apparently everything's on fire here. Just kidding. Alrighty. So there's about 5 minutes worth of cutscenes, then we head into the final dungeon. Final dungeon is fairly lengthy. It's mostly like the final battle. Really, that takes a while.
90 Mark 135.
What's the damage for both sides?
The entire final dungeon probably only takes about 10 minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes. Whereas some of the boss fights in there take also about 10-15 minutes.
Should we pull back and rethink our strategy?
His boots. Whose boots? Probably Emerson's. Oh, Emerson's sitting down. Can't stare at his boots. Is Fiore here? She has the weirdest boots. I don't want to like zoom in on her butt, but her shoes, can't really see in this lighting, have these weird like Pegasus like feather thing to them. I don't know what that is. None of her outfit makes sense. Why is she even here?
Alma's most likely barking orders from the safety of their base, situated on that large asteroid. The shield around
Call out numbers in dramatic fashion. Well, there's non-zero probability that we will saying that like, hey, there's a non-zero probability that we'll probably die. It's way less dramatic than just like random numbers thrown together.
With practice, it could likely even disable the whole thing. Her current skills, however, should suffice.
I just saw Mickey's shoes for a minute there. Mickey actually looks like she's got some legit shoes. Is she wearing Crocs? Hold on.
I don't know if I can
What kind of shoes is Mickey wearing?
I'll offer what support I can by
Actually,
analyzing
pretty
your
cool.
signs.
Anyways, back to actually playing the game. Where am I going?
Aurelia, let's go save Feria together.
If I can save my sister, I'll try
Magaloo?
to get it
What?
right.
Emerson, please get us ready to infiltrate their base.
Can do.
Let's go.
Alright. I'm ready for more cutscenes. There's actually a cutscene we actually get to skip.
Coordinates we got from President Mutal.
There's actually a cutscene we actually
Sorry, Delacroix.
skip a cutscene.
General Alma calls. Don't worry. You'll do a great job in my stead first.
It is the final cutscene we get to skip for the ending, which puts us at, I think, a total of 10 skippable cutscenes in this game.
Deck 2. Transporter.
A record for any Star Ocean game.
If you could succeed at manipulating space,
I'm just kidding.
completely nullify shields, you'd be invincible.
Are there skippable cutscenes in 2? I don't remember there being skippable cutscenes in 2. I can't actually remember. I think I remember watching the town get drenched by the tsunami every single time. We're gonna save? I don't know. This
What about him?
is probably
was the one really opened up to.
overkill and saving.
Agreed.
I'm way ahead of schedule, so at this point, unless I like soft lock the last boss, which has happened before, let me tell you how awesome it is to be on a good run and then have the final form of the final boss soft lock. That was my favorite experience. Oh, looks like it happened to Gizmagit as well, where the boss soft locked. Although it sounds like he actually got out of the soft lock. I stood up and left for 30 minutes and came back, and the boss was still stuck outside the battle area. You could destroy your TV. Ah, man. My TV is actually rather expensive. I don't want to destroy it. Although I got a really good deal on it. TVs aren't as expensive now as they used to be back in the day.
My sister, she...
It would appear that Feria is currently...
I don't know what this is. Sony Bravia something. It's 52. I got it on sale because Electronic Express was going out of business. And that's my story of my TV. The end.
Deteriorate quadratically with distance. Thus, the closer Relia is to her target, the more likely she
What a great story.
Still, though,
Man.
exposing a weaponless shuttle to the enemy
Seems to be a recurring theme for people, is having the final boss soft lock. Luckily, the final boss isn't that hard in this game. It's not, and there's literally a save point right before the boss, so it's not that much of a nightmare whenever it happens. As a speedrunner, I mean it is because you lose in time. But I don't know. I'm actually very easygoing when it comes to having a good time or a bad time, because it's always a good time for me. I'm just here to have fun, chill out, play a video game, one that I enjoy. In fact, we're going to do a run back immediately after this. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put myself through that much torture. Although definitely stick around, guys, because we will have Star Ocean 2 coming up next, a gearless robot. He does an insanely fantastic job at commentating. I watch his runs all the time, or at least half of them, because he streams really late and I fall asleep at like 7 p.m. I'm an old man. Alright, so we got our last skippable cutscene coming up here in like 10 seconds. I'm just going to go ahead and do that on my side. You'll see it here in like 5 more seconds.
I'll open the doors for you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see here. What do my notes actually say about this area? Because I know I grabbed something Floor 3. Alright, so we're on floor 1. Alright, so I put Dead Man Walking on Fidel, which probably sounds strange. Oops. But, it's actually a safety thing. I don't know how to explain this. Chances of game overing are very high here. And the safest way to do this is putting Dead Man Walking on Fidel to get through these next sections. All of these enemies here are great enemies to level up on if you're trying to level up, but I don't need to level up at all. I already deal enough damage without that. I have an additional vitality in my inventory, and I'm trying to think of where I could actually use that. I don't know that I want to save it for the final boss. I actually don't remember where I'm going here. I think this is the correct way. Whoa. You put your butt there. I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely losing my voice. I'm really excited about the end of this run. We're in the final dungeon of Star Ocean. Integrity and Faithlessness. Everyone get hype, because there's like 5 or 6 more bosses left. We're almost there. We don't have to deal with all these cutscenes anymore. It's almost time for Star Ocean 2. It's going to be great. Super fantastic time. When I play through this casually, though... Whoops, wrong direction. Oh god, how do I do this? When I play through this casually, I really spend a lot of time leveling up on the enemies in this area. And with the knowledge that I have now, I now realize it was sort of a waste of time. Hello? Get me out of here. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do after this battle is pick up the upgraded version of Fairy Healing. And we're going to drop Fairy Healing out of our lives when we replace it with Fairy Star. We're also going to remove Resurrection, set stuff. We'll use Resurrection ourselves manually. I don't want her and Fiore to be basically casting res on things. I'd rather have Fiore casting res and Mickey casting heals. So I'll save Resurrection for if Fiore dies, basically. Don't really need to save. This boss is pretty easy. Make sure I have it correctly. Oh, I do. Sorry, just double checking my notes. Before we go into boss. This is the Shrouded Gaze. This boss can be a literal nightmare, or it can go really fast. So we're gonna hope for the hoping for the best.
So, are we shut in?
Yeah, I think most people ended up spending a lot of time messing around with crafting, and as well as the quest system. There's a quest system that I did much earlier in the game, about 5 hours ago or so, that is good for experience points. It also gives you some items and other stuff, so it's pretty useful to do. So I'm sure people spent some time working on that as well. Why don't I have control of Emerson? Where'd Emerson go? Okay, this is really bad. So the Shrouded Gaze. Oh god. It's doing exactly what I don't want him to do. I'm gonna get a little hairy here. I really shouldn't use my reserve rush on this guy, but I might. Really should save it for the next one. I hope if she's casting Resurrection. Doesn't look like she is. Actually, it looks like she's about to die. I didn't get very many. Wow. I didn't get very many good drops this run. Please, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to what's going on here. I'm watching Anne actually do stuff. I'm watching everybody's HP. I'm watching the actual position of the enemy in relationship to where the rest of my group is, just in case people start to die. So I know how to react quickly before things get out of hand. As I mentioned before, I've actually been doing everything fairly safely compared to what I might normally do to be going fast. I'm using a lot of like marathon strats, basically. And when you're used to certain other things, sometimes a little confusing. We'll make it through this together. Because we're all in this together. I hope I don't run out of MP. I think I only have one. I don't remember what they're called. Butter? There's an item. Okay, well we killed it. That's all that matters. We're gonna give... Oh yeah, spoilers, we killed it. We survived the battle. Sorry everyone, I always forget there's a 10-second delay. I forgot to use enhanced card where I could have used enhancement cards. That's okay, we'll just use like 1,000,000 of them on the next. I have about a gazillion extra enhancement cards. Whoa, crap. Okay, never mind. Almost stepped over the line. I'm supposed to pick up the tiger fangs on the floor after this boss. I keep thinking it's on the same floor that I'm on right now. Let us cling together. Oops, that's not where I want to go. Alright. My next destination is, I'm going to be picking up the tiger fangs, which is a weapon for Anne that is her best weapon in terms of items you can just pick up off the ground. I don't know if you can craft anything better, but it is a very strong weapon. It'll allow us to deal numbers out the wazoo, because she's still using, I think, the fragmenters, which was a couple hours ago. Let's see. How do I feel about using everyone over other ARPGs? I really liked this. It felt a lot more fluid, I think, than a lot of other JRPGs. I like managing a lot of things at once, and this game definitely... Oh, that's not where I wanted. Oh god. I went the wrong way. Spoilers. I didn't go pick up the tiger fangs. You go south in one of the other rooms to pick up the Fairy Star, which is mentally why I went the wrong way. It's actually this hallway. I head to the west. In any case, back to the question at hand. I really enjoyed this game a lot because I got to manage a lot of different stuff that was going on. Oops, oh god. What am I doing? I like micromanaging a lot of stuff going on at once. I like really having to make conscious decisions about everything going on rather than like really taking my time and thinking about stuff. All right, hold on. I have to do a million things here. All right, so we're gonna buy.
Withdraw from the fight.
Then we're gonna go ahead and buy these. Yes. Throw mesh. Is that it? I think that's everything. Let's see if I can learn anything worth learning real quick. Nope, alright, that's fine. So here's like kind of the last like little boss rush coming up here. I'm gonna go ahead and save before. Like I said, I've been taking a lot of saves, but that's because I'm fully aware of everywhere that I can die. And a lot of the rest of the game is going to be kind of like serious mode for me. At this point, you guys should know most of what the strategies kind of look like. It's a lot of just making sure Anne stays alive and utilizing Anne. There aren't any real convoluted stuff until I get to the final boss. So most of these like mini bosses and stuff, I'll probably be quiet throughout as I try to concentrate on what it is I need to be doing.
I must admit,
So I hope you guys have enjoyed the game so far. Hope you continue to enjoy the rest of this game. Welcome to all those of you who have joined in the past few minutes. Welcome to the Tri-Ace Marathon of 2017 here on the RPG Limit Break channel. I'm your host, Rudix. I've been playing Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness the past 6 hours. It's been quite a journey, mostly because this game doesn't have very many skippable cutscenes or dialogue sections you can skip. So there's been quite a bit of story going along here. Up next in, let's see, probably about 40 minutes or so, maybe less than that, about 30 minutes, we'll be having Star Ocean 2. I'm going to go ahead and pay attention to this boss.
Won't the general be angry with us if we use it without his permission?
Not if we win, he won't.
Yes, but if we lose...
No matter.
Man, didn't hit max, hit 80k though. What we do this time? Come on, crit. Nope, we got 80k again though. RIP. I just want to note that I lost, on my side, I lost 30 seconds to that fight. Use pseudo Blair's theme. The next boss I have to fight here is actually very scary. The last time I ran this, he actually completely wiped my party in the first second. He killed everyone but Anne. Of course, Anne has dead men walking on. And I had to use my miraculous device, which I actually already used earlier on the Crystal Guardian, so I don't have that as safety for this next boss. So I'm a little bit nervous. I am 20 minutes ahead of schedule though, so still doing pretty good. Actually about 19 minutes ahead of schedule. Just by taking my time, my menus, double checking, making sure I got everything going right.
No! Please, sir! I beg of you! Don't! Anything but that!
Gus, who asked in chat, I would actually not start at all with Star Ocean until the end of time, because it kind of changes your perception of the entire Star Ocean series. Not in like a negative way or really a positive way. It's just story-wise, it works out better if you start with any other Star Ocean. Basically, I definitely, as somebody else mentioned in chat, with Star Ocean 2. They remade 1 and 2 on PSP. Definitely start with those first. And then maybe 3, 4, or 5. Okay. Everyone, wish me luck. Throw your hands in the air. Throw some spirit energy my way. Because I don't have any more safety items meant specifically for this boss. So if this guy wipes out my party, it might be really rough. Okay.
How good it feels to be the pinnacle of progress! I don't give a damn about Alma anymore. Now that I'm in this form, I don't need him to make the universe mine! Never get really. I'm done with it.
Definitely considering using that vitality for this boss, but I may just use it for the final boss. Ooh. Probably shouldn't react, so it'll be 10 seconds before you guys even see anything. I think I may have made... Nope. I think I may have made a bad choice. Should hopefully be okay. Alright, sick. We actually just got a skill up on Shockwave. It's really good. I managed somehow to not have my entire party wipe out. Sentient flowers, the pinnacle of progress. Yes. Once you are capable of tapping into the planet's very being with the roots of your planetoid powers, that is the pinnacle of power. Right there. I think I've almost completely lost my voice. It's too late for me. Actually, let's turn off. We'll keep that on. We'll turn off do some safety stuff here. Wait, is Emerson dead? Uh-oh.
I believe he wants us to.
Okay, so I now have 3 mini bosses and then each of the mini bosses is kind of difficult in their own different way. However, one of them I have to fight is 2 Crystal Guardians at the same time, and that's the one I really worry about. I want to put Fidel over here. As anybody remembers, the Crystal Guardians were that boss I fought in the Signa Silica, which was that like castle-like area. They were it was a little difficult. It was a very, very long fight. They had like a bazillion HP. However, I'm a few levels higher, and I have much better gear than I had back then. So they're not as bad. However, the only one that actually has better gear is Anne. So that's coming up right here. Oops. I will be using Hammer of Might instead of Shockwave here. In hopes that I stun any of them. Doesn't look like I stunned any of them. But looks like the battle's actually turning out to be okay. Nothing bad on my end has happened yet. Spoilers. Everything went swimmingly, actually. Just a reminder to those of you that are new. There's about a 10-second difference between my voice and what's actually going on. I apologize for that. It's out of my control. It's just kind of the way things are set up. Stream-wise. No! I have a minor problem. Oh, never mind. Might have a minor problem? Might not. I don't know. You guys will find out in a few minutes here. Whoa. So we have our final mini-boss before the actual boss. This one has quite a bit of HP as well. However, he is susceptible to Hammer of Might, so that's always good. And by susceptible to Hammer of Might, I mean he's susceptible to stun from Hammer of Might. Oddly enough, so is the final boss of the game. He is also susceptible to stun from Hammer of Might. However, don't think I'll use it. I might actually go with Shockwave. I don't know that Hammer of Might's necessarily any safer versus just outright destroying him. It's just there sometimes can be issues because he moves around a whole. But I'm approaching the final save point of the game. I will go ahead and heal up, set everything up how it needs to be. Let me double check stuff just because. Alright. Sure, it's all fine. We'll find out. This is actually kind of a funny boss. I won't really say anything until we get to the second phase, or somewhere around there. Because this boss does not behave at all like you might think he should behave. Thank you, Vinali. I hope you also enjoy the other games that are going to be here in the Tri-Ace Relay. Relay? Wow, Tri-Ace Marathon. I keep trying to make this into a relay so that Aether will run Star Ocean 3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, how I've waited to see you in person.
I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Don't get ahead of yourself, General.
One day. Alright. So there is a bit of a cutscene here before the final boss. It's not very long, but it is the pinnacle of the voice acting in this game with the bad guy here, whose name I can't actually remember. He yells out Vice Director, And every time I die a little inside.
Varia, bestow your power upon me.
Alrighty. So there's, let's see, probably about 20 minutes left of this. Yeah, I'd say about 20 minutes left. The final boss is about 15 minutes of that, and then we actually stop timing for this game on Finn. So there's about 3 or 4 minutes of me skipping the ending credits that count towards stuff. Alright, so what I'm actually going to do is set everyone in my party, except for Mickey. I'm going to get aggro with Mickey as best I can. Ooh. And hopefully everybody survives. Also going to take Dead Man Walking off of Anne. I keep it on her at the beginning of the battle, just so that, Alright, we should be fine, actually. We should be fine, actually. Anyways, I keep it on her at the beginning of battle, just in case something goes horribly wrong. She'll at least survive. I can revive Mickey, because Mickey's the only one that actually matters for this section of the battle. As you can see, this is a very engaging fight, filled with lots of plot and strategy. I have to make a few decisions here. Do I want to use my reserve rush? Or, oops, how do I menu?
In order for her powers to activate, certain types of hormones must be secreted in the subject's brain. For example,
Do I want to use my reserve rush or do I want to save it for round 3? I think I should just use it at the beginning.
now then, we understand the mechanism. We can easily
Really, yeah.
or by injecting the necessary hormones directly into her system.
Alrighty. What a battle, indeed. So much battle. Alright, so that was round 1. There's technically like 5 rounds, I guess, to this whole section here. One of which is actually completely timed. There's no during the timed one. The other ones, we have to reduce him to about 10% HP. And then he goes into his final form, and then his final form, and then his finaler form. Then he yells at the Vice Director. Then he goes into his finalist form. Alright, so we're going to take, whoops, you off manual. You off manual. We'll leave everyone else on manual. Oops, I actually forgot to change her skills.
Okay, time to throw everything we've got at it.
Oh, dang it. Hold on. Not that anybody has any idea what I'm holding on about. Will I hit the damage cap? I have no comment about what happened. I'm sure you guys will see in like 10 seconds here. But I literally completely whiffed. It went like off to the right of him instead of actually hitting him. I was 10 out of 10. Amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed that whiff. Alright, so that was round 2. Once again, Anne was horribly overpowered. If you stack all these kind of like buffs on Anne.
Well, now we know this will not be a dull affair. Very well. It is time. Behold the results
Okay.
of our latest symbological research.
Alright, so we're just going to do that. Basically the same thing again, because it's literally the exact same fight, only stronger. He's still susceptible to stun though, so.
Signet replication?
Your lives are now forfeit.
Ooh, man, I'm very sad I haven't managed to reach the damage cap. Quite a while. Oh. That was nothing bad's going on. Everything's going great. How's everybody doing today? I definitely didn't, nothing bad happened. Nothing at all. Doing 10 out of 10. I did my Claude voice, but I've actually lost my voice at this point. Claude having some of the greatest lines from Star Ocean 2, which is actually coming up next in about 20-30 minutes from now. We'll be playing through Star Ocean 2 for you guys. Actually, Gearless Robot will be playing through Star Ocean 2. I won't be doing anything. I'll probably be eating dinner at this point. Can't believe I haven't gotten a second reserve rush. Very sad. Actually, it's probably... Oh god, hold on. Probably because he died. And died. That one time, like 2 minutes ago. Alright, so that was round 3. We're up to the finalist form. Finalerist form. So how's everybody doing today? Here at the end of Star Ocean 5. Or 6, depending on if you count Blue Sphere as an actual game. Haha, just kidding. This is Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness. Brought to you by Rudix. It's a fantastic game. Hope you all have enjoyed it so far. We are almost to the end. There are 2 more forms to our final boss. Here on the Tri-Ace Marathon. The old RPG Limit Break channel. Be sure to check out the schedule for more Tri-Ace games. We'll be playing through various games all weekend. I think tonight we have Star Ocean 2, Star Ocean Blue Sphere, and Infinite Undiscovery. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do at all. Get me out of here.
Such consummate power coursing through my veins. How invigorating.
So the form that we're on now can actually soft lock the game, and we kind of talked about this earlier. So everyone hope for the best. We're just gonna stand here and wait. It's all on a timer. I have to wait until RP goes on, and once he gets done like yelling at everybody, okay, he'll wipe out my whole party eventually at some point in time. Use Annihilation, I think it's called, and kill everyone. And then we use the power of friendship to get through the final list of forms. That was round 4 of final boss here. There's one more round. Hopefully it'll go by fairly kind of quick compared to the other rounds. I didn't see what my reserve rush bar is at, but hopefully it's close to 1. I'll be basically spamming reserve rush for this boss as best I can. Kind of depends on luck, really. But we'll see. As long as we made it past the last form, which we did. Not too worried. I mean, things can still go horribly out of and down the tube, but at this point, not too much that can go wrong. I do still have a few res items that should hopefully save the day in case of an emergency.
I beg of you. Please. Please kill me.
Once again, thanks everyone for watching the Tri-Ace Marathon.
Silence, whelp! I believe in you, Relia. I always have.
We're glad that
Rise up with Varia if you truly want to.
all of you have taken the opportunity today to stop by and say hello, even if it was just through lurking. Sometimes that's some people's own way of saying hello. My reserve rush is actually really low, so... Oops, and I also don't have Dead Man Walking on. So I'm going to go ahead and use Vitality, if I can find it. I've only ever really hit the damage cap when Relia buffs Anne instead of using the enhance card. But this is mostly a lot of just shockwave spam. In an actual run, I would have Victor and Fidel's AI both turned back on. In this, I'm going to play it safe and just leave them off to the side as kind of a safety thing in case things go horribly wrong. They, as you can see, aren't really taking much damage either, so it limits the amount of damage to only one person, so that the healing all just gets funneled into Anne. I should use this last enhance card I have. I won't spoil for when I've actually finished this boss. Especially since I just missed, like completely whiffed my reserve rush. Final, whatever. In that combo, because it went right under him. I love this boss because he likes to jump up and down. A lot of times moves will just completely miss because of that. Uh-oh. Just gotta be quiet for a minute here. I don't have something I thought I had. Hey guys. Is anybody worried? I'm definitely not worried. Sure you'll be worried in like 10 seconds though. Oh boy. Alrighty. Okay, so we killed that guy. As I mentioned before, timing for this game actually doesn't stop until Finn. There's like a bunch of cutscenes here you can skip. And then there's a bunch of cutscenes you can't skip. So, we're basically at the end here. I'm guessing you're still hanging out in chat here, Athea.
We did win, didn't we?
Yes.
Sure.
Timing is like another minute or so from now. Another. But I'm sure Gearless probably needs to know that he's up pretty close to soon.
Yeah.
So this cutscene you can't skip. This is the one that kind of explains what happened to everybody at the end. I think this changes based on your relationship. I'm not really sure because I've never actually done any of the relationship stuff.
If there's anything that holds her back, though,
One day I would like to,
it's reading and writing.
but not today.
It can't be too hard on her, as she didn't grow up with the Terran syllabary. But she's still.
In the meantime, thanks everyone to Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness as part of the Tri-Ace Marathon. We will be having all weekend long. I am Rudix, and I thank you all for whoever followed, whoever. I think all of you the same. You're all a bunch of great people. And up next we have Star Ocean 2, Gearless Robot. I hope you guys definitely stick around for that. Star Ocean 2 is an amazing game, and Gearless does a great job of explaining everything going on. His commentary is really, really great, so definitely hang around for that, even if you've never played Star Ocean 2. He will be running the arena version of the story, which I'm sure he'll explain more when he
All is quiet on the Anne front.
comes along here in a few minutes.
As a science officer aboard the Charles D. Gold. Her looks are what sealed the deal for me when hiring her.
In the meantime, we have one more skippable cutscene, I think, and then a cute little scene that I won't ruin for anyone.
And valiant deeds I performed in quelling the Kronos Rebellion earned me a promotion. Nothing's official yet, but word around the water cooler is that I'll become an admiral. To think, me.
We also can skip the credits. Alright, I forgot about that too. One more skippable cutscene. Ain't nobody got time to read all these names of people they've never heard of, like El Spiro.
Of an experimental and gravitic warp cut. I guess it goes to show, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few rules. Nothing's official yet, but word around the water cooler is that I'll become an admiral. To think, me.
We also can skip the credits. Don't really have much else to say. I've pretty much lost my voice at this point. And so I'm definitely going to go outside and scream for like 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. Alright, you can go ahead and stop timing. I am done. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks. There.
I was right to believe in you. Get your butt up here for now.
Who is apparently AFK. Alright, I guess we'll just go back to...
I was just waiting for the fin.
Oh, there you go. The fin. The like 20-second delay there.